Good afternoon, Rosario. Would you like to do a mic check? I do see your mic moving. 1 second. I'm going to check on the audio. Hi, Rosario. Let's go ahead and try that mic test one more time.
Sure, can you hear me?
I can. Thank you so much.
Perfect, thank you.
Hi, Tiffany. Are you here for the Vietnamese interpretation? Go ahead. Your mic is unmuted. Tiffany.
I do, but I'm not sure I am on the right meeting.
This is the Board of Supervisors May 12th budget workshop meeting.
Meeting. Hold on, let me double check my. Okay, they asked me to be at the advisory board shareholder meeting. That's the one you need me today?
And are you here for interpretation?
Yes, I am.
Okay, perfect. I'm going to go ahead and change you over to a panelist.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you.
Testing. Good afternoon, everybody. Today is Tuesday, May 12th, and we're on our second day of the budget workshop. And let's go ahead and call this continuing meeting to order, which we started yesterday, and we'll have one more tomorrow. If I would please ask our clerk to please call the roll.
Good afternoon, Supervisor Abekoga. Supervisor Jung.
Here.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
I'm here.
Vice President Arenas is absent. President Lee.
Present as well. Good afternoon.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. So may I ask Supervisor Abekoga, please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Thank you. Please join me in standing if you're able. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. For today's meeting, I just want to announce that yesterday we have a very, very late meeting, ended past 7, close to 7:30 p.m. And so for today, we're proposing to have a hard stop at 6 p.m. so that folks can end, and then that way we won't have to work so late that we might not be able to think once it's past mealtime. In any case, so I would like to propose that and just want to announce it ahead of time. So if any items that we cannot finish on today's agenda by 6 p.m., we'll go ahead and continue those items tomorrow, starting at 1:30 p.m. Same location right here. Okay? All right. The first item we have is item 11, which is reviewing the recommended budget for departments reporting to the Children, Seniors, and Families Committee. Okay, and we will go ahead and actually going to do the public comments, just like yesterday, by having all the items, item 11, 12, 13, 14, which are the recommended budgets for the departments, CSFC, plus also Public Safety and Justice Committee, and all the Housing, Land Use, Environmental, and Transportation Committee, all heard of the public. So if you would like to speak on any of those items, please go ahead and provide a speaking card to our clerks. While waiting for the card, actually, let me go and do the translation announcement right there. Clerk, would you mind please ask our translator?
Yes, if we could please have our interpreters translate the following into Spanish and then Vietnamese. If you are in chambers and require Spanish or Vietnamese interpretation, interpretation devices are available at the back of chambers. The deputy clerk can assist you with setup. Translation is also available in Zoom using the interpretation button. Additionally, as a gentle reminder for public commenters, staff, and those on the dais, please speak clearly and directly into the microphone to improve the accuracy of translation.
Buenas tardes. Para las personas que se encuentran dentro de la sala, se encuentra disponible la interpretación en español y en vietnamita. Si necesitan dispositivos, estos se encuentran en la parte de atrás de la sala y el personal les puede ayudar con los dispositivos. También se encuentra disponible la interpretación en la barra de Zoom en la parte de abajo, y como recordatorio al personal y a las personas que van a hacer comentarios, por favor hablen directamente al micrófono para que se pueda hacer una interpretación correcta. Gracias.
Do we have our Vietnamese interpreter on the line?
Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, tên của tôi là Tiffany và tôi là người thông dịch viên cho cái cuộc họp ngày hôm nay. Nếu quý vị nào cần nghe thông dịch bằng tiếng Việt, xin quý vị cho tôi biết. Cảm ơn quý vị rất nhiều.
Okay. Thank you very much. So, Curtis, do we have any members in public like to speak on items 11, 12, 13, or 14?
We do. I was trying to get you an exact count, but I can only give you an approximate count of around 82.
82 only. Okay. Let's do 1 minute each. And that doesn't mean you have to speak the entire minute, but I just want to give you time to express. And if you cannot finish your comments, you can always give the rest of your comments written form to our clerk, and it will be added into the record of this meeting. One thing I also want to advise and remind folks, we really do not like folks to be doing clapping or booing when people are speaking, to be respectful of everybody. But if you want to show your support of what the speaker is saying, we recommend that you could just raise your hand and shake. And that means that you are supporting this item. So I just want to keep that everybody in mind. I want to thank everybody in advance to cooperate to make our meeting moving smoothly. And now public comment queue will also close as soon as the first speaker starts speaking. And Curtis, would you go ahead and start with the in-person speakers, and then we'll go with Zoom.
Yes, and my apologies, I neglected to include our Zoom speakers, so we're actually at around 92.
Okay, there we go.
So we will close the queue. Our in-person speakers, we will start with Jorge Luis Ramos, Nana Segura, Claudia Marquez, Angelica Ramos, Reina Chavez, Miriam Serrano.
So before we start the public speaking session, I just want to remind everybody today is about our budget. So we are only talking about our budget items. If you're not going to talk about the budget issues, we do not have a separate comment period for non-budget items. So today is for budget, number one. Second thing is, if somebody else has already spoken before you and you basically agree, you could actually just come up and say, me too. I agree with you completely. And that certainly is perfectly acceptable. You don't have to use the entire minute. Okay, thank you. Please proceed.
Ok, so I start? Ok. Gracias, mesa directiva. Estoy en contra de que haya recortes de fondo para el Café para Padres. Mi nombre es Nancy Segura y vengo a hablar del Café para Padres. Soy madre de 4 hijos y esposa desde hace 16 años. Llegué a Café para Padres sintiéndome aislada y abrumada por el estrés. Lo que comenzó como una búsqueda de apoyo terminó salvando a mi familia. Gracias al programa pasé de estar sumergida en mis problemas a convertirme en anfitriona y líder comunitaria. Aprendí a entender las necesidades de mi hija de 8 años y a fortalecer mi hogar. El impacto fue tan profundo que mi esposo me dijo que gracias por lo que haces en el café. Si no fuera por eso, hoy estaríamos divorciados. Café para Padres no solo me devolvió la autoestima, sanó mi alma y reconstruyó mi relación con mi madre y mis hijos. Este programa no es solo un gasto en el presupuesto, es la red de seguridad que evita que las familias se rompan. Salvó mi vida y mi familia. Por favor, sigan financiando esta transformación para otros padres como yo. Thank you.
Gracias. Good job. Yes. And we go through translation first. Thank you. Just one momentito.
Good afternoon, board. My name is Nancy Segura, and I'm here to talk on behalf for having funds for Café para Padres, Parents Café. And I am here to please support this café because it has saved my life. From becoming totally depressed and separated, I became a host and a leader. And it also helped me to understand my girl, my daughter and my family. And I have been a wife since 16 years ago and also a mother. And this cafe helped me for not getting divorced. It gave me self-esteem and also it helped me to have a good relationship with my mother and my children. So please, I'm here to avoid this, to go against this cutting and to please support this cafe because it has helped me from my family from breaking apart and it has also saved me. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, estoy aquí para ser escuchada. Mi nombre es Claudia Márquez y hoy no vengo solo a hablar de un programa, vengo a hablar de las bases de nuestra comunidad, nuestra familia. Café para Padres es una herramienta vital de prevención. Sirve como un puente para padres inmigrantes que a menudo se siente perdido en un sistema desconocido. Al darle las herramientas y la confianza necesaria, no solo los ayudamos hoy, estamos previniendo la deserción escolar y asegurando que sus hijos lleguen a la universidad. Este programa construye la autosuficiencia que las familias necesitan para prosperar. Cuando los padres sienten que pertenecen y entienden cómo navegar el sistema, toda la comunidad se vuelve más fuerte y segura. Recortar este financiamiento es más que perder un programa, es perder una inversión proactiva en nuestra juventud. Sin este refugio dejamos las familias en la oscuridad. Gracias.
Good afternoon, board. I'm here to be heard. My name is Claudia Marquez, and I don't want to talk about only a program, but this is about the base of our family in our community. Café para Padres is a bridge for families and parents that don't know how to navigate in the system. When they receive tools and they are confident enough, they are helping children for not dropping off school and getting into the university. Also, when parents and families understand the system and they know how to navigate it well, then the families and communities are becoming stronger. So please be proactive and invest more in this type of programs. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Miriam. I am against budget cut of Café de Padres. Before Café de Padres, my definition of a good mom was someone who controlled everything to ensure her children were always happy. I didn't see that I was acting out of fear, echoing the same patterns I grew up with. The turning point came when I saw my oldest child reflecting those same behaviors back at me. Café de Padres provided the environment I needed to reflect and evolve. It helped me realize that supporting parents' personal growth is one of the most effective ways to ensure a child's well-being. Today, I enjoy motherhood in a healthier way. I am learning to parent with empathy, patience, and emotional awareness. By funding Café de Padres, you are investing in a long-term change. Healthier parents means more harmonious homes, stronger schools, and stronger communities. Thank you.
Gracias, mesa directiva. Mi nombre es Reina. Estoy en contra de que haya recortes de fondos para el café para padres. ¿Cómo llega a mí el café para padres? Recuerdo que en plena pandemia, en donde mi relación en mi casa con mi familia era terrible, yo estresada mucho con mi familia, con mis 3 pequeñas hijas, que ellas querían salir a jugar a parques y todo cerrado. Y aquí fue donde yo encontré amistades verdaderas, en donde no me juzgaban, al contrario, me daban la mano. Y sigo aprendiendo día con día. Cada experiencia compartida me sirve de mucho. Mi esposo también lo tomó y él quedó muy contento por todo el aprendizaje y la transformación que ha dado a mi familia. Entonces sí nos encantaría que esto siguiera y que no acabe, para que otras familias lo tomen, porque también me abrió puertas para poder encontrar un empleo. O sea que el café para padres me ha dado mucho. Gracias.
Good afternoon, board. My name is Reina, and I'm here against cutting funds for projects like Café de Padres. How I got here, it was in the time of the pandemic when my relations with my family was really horrible. I was stressed with my 3 daughters wanting to play out in parks and everything was closed. Here in Café de Padres, I found true friendship, nobody judging, and also everybody wants willing to give their hand to me. And I am still learning. And also my husband has gotten benefit from it. he is happy because it transformed our family. So we'd like to continue moving forward with this project, not only for us, but for other families, because it is really door opening for different employees. And Café de Padres has given me a lot. Thank you.
If I can call up a few more names while our next speaker approaches the podium, and my apologies on some of these, I'm having a hard time reading. Suli Gusil, Lu Mai Hien, Yen Pham, Celine Dewan, Thieu Pham, Stephanie Seja Gonzalez.
Buen día, miembros de la mesa directiva. Estoy aquí en contra de recortes de fondos para el programa de Café para Padres. Mi nombre es Angie y no vengo a hablarles de un programa, vengo a hablarles del salvavidas que me rescató a mí y a mi familia. Antes del Café para Padres, mi vida estaba sumida en la depresión. Aquí encontré refugio para sanar y transformarme en la líder resiliente que ven hoy. Ahora mis historias ayudan a otros a saber que no están solos, pero el impacto más profundo ocurrió en mi hogar. Este programa salvó mi matrimonio. Al vivir la experiencia, mi esposo por fin comprendió mi pasión. Sin este apoyo no sé qué sería de nuestra salud mental ni el bienestar de nuestros hijos. Café para Padres es vital, no es un gasto, es una inversión en familias fuertes y niños seguros. Es el lugar donde las voces silenciadas recuperan su fuerza. Con el corazón en la mano les pido, no nos quiten este refugio, permítanos seguir transformando vidas. Muchas gracias.
Good afternoon, board. I'm here to talk against the funding cuts, and I am here to talk about Café de Padres, which is not only a program, this is a life-saving program for me and my family. I used to be very depressed, and it has allowed me to heal and become the leader that I am today. I am here for sharing my story and try to help others for not feeling alone. It also has helped save my marriage, and it is now my true passion, and I have discovered it right now. This is a essential and vital program, and it is helping families and is keeping children safe and secure. This is also allowing for families to recover, and it is allowing to have a proper life. So please keep this program. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, mesa directiva. Estoy aquí en contra del recorte de fondos para el programa de Café para Padres. Mi nombre es Jorge Luis Ramos. Mi proceso en el Café para Padres comenzó al ver la transformación y el crecimiento de mi madre y mis hermanas. Al ver su cambio, quise ser parte de ello, y en lo personal, esto ha cambiado mi vida, mi forma de pensar y de ver el mundo. Como miembro de la comunidad LGBTQ y sobreviviente de abuso infantil y bullying, cargaba con un peso muy grande. Sin embargo, el café me enseñó a entender las cargas que mis padres también traían. Me ayudó a soltar el pasado y elegir el perdón. Hoy la comunicación que tengo con mi padre es más fuerte que nunca. Al sanar, he logrado abrir puertas para mi futuro. Aunque no tengo hijos propios, tengo muchos sobrinos. Ahora soy un ejemplo positivo para ellos, guiándolos con lo que he aprendido. Pido que sigan apoyando el Café para Padres para que continúe transformando vidas como transformó la mía. Gracias.
Good afternoon, board. I'm here to talk about the cutting funds, and my name is Jose Luis Ramos, and I am here to talk about Café de Padres. And I want to start by talking about my transformation and growth, because I saw it with my mother and my sister, and I wanted to be part of this too, because this is a life changer. As a member of the LGBTQ plus community, I suffer a lot, and I was misunderstood and suffer a lot of bullying. But Café de Padres helped me to understand everything, and also helped me understand the burden my parents were carrying also, and it helped me to to be forgiven, to be forgiving with my past, and also become a better person for the future. It is also good for it has also helped me to heal for the future. And although I'm not a parent, I have a lot of nephews, so it has allowed me to guide them and to have to guide them and be aware of what they are going through. So please support programs like Café de Padres.
Hola, muy buenas tardes. Gracias, mesa directiva, por escucharnos, y estoy en contra de que se hagan recortes. Mi nombre es Zuliquel Bautista. El café llegó a mi vida en un momento adecuado. Necesitaba de estar en comunicación y llegó el café a mi vida para que alguien me escuchara. Y así como yo fui escuchada, me encantaría que otras familias sigan escuchadas. Que encontré en el café la resiliencia que existía en mí cuando yo no me daba cuenta. Así como el café ha ayudado a mí, para mi familia, para estar en comunicación y tener mi familia unida, me encantaría que este café, este programa y los demás programas sigan apoyándose. Hoy gracias al café también me ha ayudado a educarme y estoy certificada ya para dar un café. Gracias.
Good afternoon, board. I'm here because I'm against cops. My name is Erika Bautista, and I am here to talk about Café de Padres, which came to me at the right moment. And I want the Café de Padres to be heard. I like others to be heard too, and other families to have a benefit from it, and it allowed me to be resilient, and I wasn't even aware that I was able to be resilient. It has helped me and my family to have a better communication, and I would love for these programs and others to receive the same support. It has also educated me, and now I'm certified to have my own cafe. Thank you.
Xin chào tất cả các mọi người. Tên tôi là Mai Hiên Lưu. Tôi và đang tham gia cái chương trình Pen Cafe. Chương trình này đã mang cho tôi những thay đổi rất là tích cực trong cuộc sống. Trước đây tôi khá là rụt rè và ít giao tiếp, nhưng nhờ Pen Cafe tôi đã trở nên tự tin hơn, cởi mở hơn và dễ dàng kết nối với mọi người xung quanh. Điều ý nghĩa nhất đối với tôi đã học được trong cái cách trò chuyện và lắng nghe con của mình nhiều hơn. Tôi hiểu con nhiều hơn và cũng hiểu rõ những cái nhu cầu của mình là ở đâu. Chương trình Pen Cafe giúp tôi và gia đình gắn kết với nhau. Pen Cafe đã cho tôi cái cơ hội bước ra ngoài, học hỏi và cảm thấy mình là một phần của cộng đồng. Vì vậy tôi rất mong chương trình sẽ tiếp tục được duy trì để tôi và nhiều gia đình khác có thể tiếp tục tham gia và phát triển. Xin cảm ơn.
Do we have our interpreter on the line?
Hi, good afternoon, board. My name is Hiên Lưu. The reason I'm here today, I just want to let you know, I have a chance to join the Pen Cafe, and I love it. That is one of the program I enjoy, and during the time when I enjoy the program, I have a chance to understood my children more, and we have a chance to stay together, get together, and learn so much thing about everything. And that's one of the reasons I would like to board consider to continue the program for everyone, so we can have a chance to get together and learn together. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Yen. I'm here today not as a staff, but as a parent, a former Parent Cafe participant. I have seen firsthand how Parent Cafe changed families. For many immigrant families, low-income families, and families with young children, parenting can be lonely and overwhelming. Parent Cafe gives parents a safe space to feel safe, support, connect, and hurt before stress becomes a crisis. Parent Cafe is prevention. It is an investment in healthy families and stronger communities. So I'm here respectfully ask the board to continue to fund this program and also provide more useful resource to our community, especially our Spanish and Vietnamese community. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, board. My name is Hieu Pham. This is my first time meeting the council member, and I'm very honored and happy to be here today. I'm a parent leader in the I Can Parent Cafe program, which has been very meaningful to me. When I first came to the U.S., I struggled with communication and keep my feeling inside and depressed. Through this program, I gain confidence, build connection in my community, and improve in communication with my husband and children. I'm truly grateful for this program. If given the opportunity to continue, I believe with it can help many Vietnamese families in understanding each other and preserving our culture. Thank you.
If I can call up a few more names before our next speaker. We have Matt Bell, Anna Jimenez, Mrs. Ellen Rollins, Joanne Vars, and Steve Barron.
Good afternoon. My name is Celine Doan. I'm from ICANN organization as a parent cafe trainer and former participant. I see tremendous impact of the program to the Vietnamese community. Parents Cafe program train parents become active listening and supporting their children. I strongly believe that continuing funding the Parent Cafe program will drive resilience and connection to all generations to make our nation stronger. Thank you for funding Vietnamese Cafe program. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today. My name is Stephanie Ceja Gonzalez, and I am against funding cuts. When I needed it the most, Parent Cafes gave me community healing and purpose. I began as a participant, then became a volunteer, later trained as a host, and eventually became a trainer. Those experiences opened doors I never imagined possible. Catholic Charities hired me because of the leadership and skills I developed through Parent Cafes. And later, Be Strong Families, the creator of Parent Cafe curriculum, invited me to serve as its board of directors. Today, I train trainers across the country, serve as part of the national parent leader team with Be Strong Families, volunteer my time supporting Parent Cafes throughout San Jose, and work as a Be Strong Families coach and trainer here in Santa Clara County, supporting leaders agencies that want to grow and better serve their communities. Parent Cafes saved my marriage, saved my life, and gave me a new sense of hope and purpose. Today, as I give back to the same program that transformed me, I ask that you continue supporting its life-changing impacts on families and communities like mine. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Matt Bell. I'm CEO of Pivotal. Education is often called the great equalizer, but for young people in foster care, education is too often disrupted by instability, interrupted schooling, trauma, and a lack of consistent support systems. At the very moment these students need more guidance, more advocacy, and more opportunity, proposed budget cuts in Santa Clara County threaten to remove these critical services. Organizations like Pivotal prove what is possible when foster youth receive the support they deserve. In partnership with Santa Clara County Office of Education and the Department of Family and Children's Services, Pivotal provides foster youth with individualized, trauma-responsive academic coaching, scholarships, advocacy, career readiness support, and connections to essential resources like housing, mental health, and food assistance. And the results of this partnership are no less than extraordinary. In the 2024-25 academic year, the statewide high school graduation rate for foster youth was 69%. Pivotal Scholars graduated rate of 92%. While only 50% of Oh, really? Anyway,
Comments
thank you.
that you have that we cannot finish, please provide
Yes,
to our team, and we will go ahead and put it
sure.
into the record. Thank you very much.
Did you say I could finish or no?
No, you need to provide the rest of your statement to the
Okay,
clerk.
I will.
And he will
Thank
put it-
you.
yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Board, and I'm against for cutting funds. 7 years ago, I joined Parents Cafes during the stage of my life when I needed to learn how to be a better mother and strengthen my relationship with my family. Since then, I have learned very important tools such as protective factors and realized the importance of communication and listening to my children with patience. I also came to understand that asking for accepting support is not a weakness, but rather is a form of self-care. As a parent, we do not have to face everything alone. The Parents Cafe taught me to be more resilient and to keep moving forward, even though in difficult times. Furthermore, I was able to connect with other parents who shared similar experiences, which made me feel supported and understood. Thanks to what I have learned, I now feel more confident in making decisions. But setting boundaries with love and providing support with my children. All of this helped me to grow both as a mother and a person. Excuse me.
Good afternoon. My name is Ellen Rollins, and I stand here before you as California Senior Assembly Member and next year Senator. I represent home care. I represent SEIU. I have been a worker for many years. I'm now a recipient of home care and all the services that all the individuals, all the ethnicities need to have. I encourage you to make sure they stay. Thank you.
If I could call a few more names, we have Margiana Wells, Jill Delich, Valet Pai Danel, Kyudon Trung, Maggie Cockane, O.C. Castaneda. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Joanne Vars. I'm the Director of Educational Services serving homeless and foster youth at the SCCOE. When the County Board of Supervisors accepted the Joint Foster Youth Task Force report, there was an item, number 26, called for a limited-term interdisciplinary working group to set up a real-world protocol for seamless handoff of youth between schools, counties, and other institutions and stakeholders when they were in foster care. The most significant outcome of this interdisciplinary work group was the Education Management Partnership. Today, the partnership is in jeopardy, not due to underutilization, not due to outcomes, but because of county funding established. This change is being reduced. This contract is being reduced by 65% within the current budget. Last year, this program served over 1,290 foster youth, everyone in care. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Steve Barron, a member of but not representing the Child Abuse Prevention Council, here today to support that the Children's Advocacy Center, the jewel of our county's response to child abuse and neglect that you created about 5 years ago, operating under the oversight of the District Attorney's Office, stay that way, noting that the primary source of referrals for abused and neglected children is law enforcement due to the trusting relationship they have built with the CAC under the oversight of the DA's office. Please don't change something that's not only not broken, but it's working so well to serve abused and neglected children. Also, I understand that in the DFCS budget, they have submitted millions of dollars of cuts to contracted services, and I wonder if they have informed the Board of Supervisors of the policy and practice implications of such cuts. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Margina Wells, and I'm here to speak about potential financial impacts of the proposed staff development and training reorganization outlined in the recommended budget. The county is currently advancing a major budget-related restructuring of SSA's centralized staff development and training function, yet management has still not publicly identified a documented operational failure, measurable inefficiency, or workflow bottleneck that this restructuring is intended to solve. Before the county disperses 36 of 42 centralized training positions, we respectfully ask the board to require a documented operational and fiscal analysis demonstrating why this restructuring is necessary and how success will be measured. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jill Delich. I'm here for the same reason as the speaker before me. Management has verbally stated that the restructuring will not negatively impact reimbursement funding. However, no comprehensive written fiscal analysis, CDSS review, or implementation framework has yet been publicly shared explaining how reimbursement coordination and compliance reporting will function under a decentralized structure. This is fundamentally a fiscal accountability issue. We respectfully ask the board to require written reimbursement and implementation analysis before approving a restructuring tied to budget reductions. Thank you. I also had something to submit. Thank you.
For anyone who has materials or cannot complete their statement, please leave your materials on the table next to the podium. There's a small pile there.
Hi, my name is Q1 Trung. I'm with Staff Development Social Services Agency. I'm here to talk about the potential financial risk of disbanding staff development. Good afternoon, supervisors. This restructuring is being proposed during active CDSS corrective oversight, significant staffing reductions, and ongoing operational strain across SSA. At the same time, important implementation questions remain unresolved regarding governance authority, accountability systems, workload coordination, and operational safeguards. We respectfully ask the board to carefully evaluate whether this is the appropriate time to implement a major governance restructuring connected to ongoing budget reductions. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Valet Pactaman. I'm a social services benefits specialist with the Social Services Agency at the Benefit Service Center. The county is proposing to delete 31 DEBS positions, 27 social services benefits specialists, and 4 social services benefits supervisors, and this is concerning. On paper, it might look like we don't need these positions anymore, but we know that new work requirements are coming for CalFresh starting next month and for Medi-Cal starting in January 2027. These rules are designed to be burdensome, and they will require more time with each client to gather documents, explain the rules, and help people who already qualify to stay enrolled. If we don't have the staffing to do that work, people who should be getting CalFresh, Medi-Cal, General Assistance, CalWorks, and other benefit programs will be kicked off. We are ready to work with the county on responsible, community-centered alternatives. Thank you.
If I can call a few more names, we have Adan Rivera, Helen Tran, Luis Vidal, Brian Everson, Crystal J., Clarissa Mariscal, and Maria Solis.
Hello, supervisors. My name is Maggie Cocaine. I am a staff attorney at Dependency Advocacy Center, or DAC. I'm also a member of SCIU Local 521 and a county resource parent since 2014. Prior to DAC, I worked for one out of the only 2 private attorneys on the Dependency Conflicts panel until she retired 2 years ago. Now there's only 1 attorney on the list. I joined DAC as staff and not on the conflict panel because of the institutional knowledge, training, peer support, prevention program, mentor parents, and in-house social worker support. The resources I just mentioned are just not feasible as a solo private attorney. This interdisciplinary model is not only cost-effective, but also has a proven track record of success in keeping families together and safe. Broken families without support end in long-term foster care and adoption, which comes at a high cost to the county, not only financially, but also socially with increased trauma, homelessness, and even deaths. We can't afford to lose this one-of-a-kind model in our community. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Osi Castaneda, and I'm a recovering addict of 20 years. I work with Dependency Advocacy Center, and it would definitely be a devastating loss to discontinue our services. I am begging, not only do we provide service to help recovering addicts, we also provide services such as saving lives. This is a very important and special program that needs to stay alive. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Adán Rivera. I'm a proud public servant of over 13 years, dedicated the majority of my adult life to public service. I'm here to speak on behalf of all those that aren't able to speak or that don't know how the proposed budget cuts will negatively impact the quality of life here in Santa Clara County. We all know why we're here. We're here because of the changes to H.R. 1 and the funding sources that we receive. But we also know that having recipients on aid does help sustain the financial structure that we have here in Santa Clara County. We are one of the largest counties in California that has the largest public health system in place. It's important and vital that we have as many Medi-Cal recipients on aid as possible. The budget proposed cuts, in particular in my department, and those of my brothers and sisters behind me, I think go against everything that we have shared in common, which is public service. We're all public servants here. I think we should come together and make changes that will address the budget deficit, but don't diminish the quality of life of people here. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Helen. I am currently a social service benefit specialist at the intake department. I'm here today because the county is proposing to cut 32 positions in my department, along with hundreds of other essential positions countywide. I'm asking you to please reconsider. My office recently had a major reorganization where workers were moved to continuing offices, leaving the ones that were left to pick up the pieces and take on more tasks than humanly possible. We were overwhelmed, we were falling behind, and the services that we provided to the community were at risk for being delayed. We are truly stretched thin, and we will need to have every position codes available to be filled when needed. With work requirement returning, we will need more time and care with each case to ensure that we are able to keep client on aid. Furthermore, our current economic state is fragile. Every position is important to ensure that we can provide essential safety net services to the community and in a timely manner, and to refer clients to the bridging services that they need. Taking away, thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Louis Vidal. For the past 30 years, I've suffered from addiction, in and out of prison most of my life, and that all changed in 2019 when my son was taken. It wasn't a pastor or a priest, and it wasn't a drug counselor who helped me make this change. It was a mentor parent who guided me through the court process. Since then, I have 6.5 years sober. My children and my family are being raised in a healthy home, and I learned all this through the guidance of my mentor parent, who helped me successfully reunify with my son. I now am a mentor parent and help do the same thing, exactly what my mentor has taught me, and I've also brought along a gentleman with me who has success stories as well. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Brian Everson, and I am here to express my gratitude to my mentor parent, who you just heard from, Louie, and to emphasize how important programs like these are for our community. I was not in a good place when my son was born, and thankfully there was a program in place that put me in contact with a man who had not only walked in my shoes, but had overcome the same obstacles I was facing. Louie and this program helped guide me through the scariest time of my life, between getting me through the legal proceedings, getting me into rehab, helping me find career training and employment. They gave me the resources I needed, not just to get custody of my son back, but to become the father that my son deserves. I went from a hopeless drug addict who had lost my son to a nominee for Santa Clara County Father of the Year. And none of this would have been possible without these programs and their dedicated employees. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Crystal Joy, and I'm here to speak on behalf of DAC and the parent mentors of Santa Clara County. I was, too, an addict for 34 years of my life. They're here to give understanding, support, and guidance in such a critical and desperate situation that many of us need. Without the ongoing support from my mentor and the colleagues, I don't believe it would have ever been possible for the return of my 5-year-old son. Thank you.
If I could call a few more names, we have Julianne Bonner, Melissa Paulin, Joseph Nunez, Anna Navarez, Crystal Porras, Ernesto Olivares.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Clarissa Mariscal, and I'm here to speak about potential financial impacts from the proposed staff development and training reorganization outlined in the recommended budget. The proposed restructuring would reduce the centralized staff development structure from more than 40 positions down to only 4 centralized positions responsible for agency-wide coordination functions. This raises important budget and operational questions regarding how the county plans to maintain centralized oversight, training consistency, workload balancing, and reimbursement coordination with significantly reduced centralized infrastructure. We respectfully request further fiscal and operational review before the implementation proceeds. Thank you.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Maria Solis. I'm here to speak about potential financial impacts of the proposed staff development and training reorganization outlined by the recommended budget. Management has repeatedly described this restructuring as an efficiency measure. However, no measurable operational benchmarks, documented workflow deficiencies, or identified service bottlenecks within the current structure have yet been publicly presented. If the county is making a major budget-driven structural decision, there should first be a documented operational analysis identifying what problem exists, how it was measured, and how the proposed restructuring will improve outcomes. We respectfully ask that the board require that analysis before implementation proceeds. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Julianne Bonner. I'm also from staff development under social services. Management has emphasized speed and responsiveness as expected outcomes of this restructuring. However, important questions remain regarding how the county will protect curriculum consistency, training quality, instructional preparation time, and centralized accountability. Once trainers are embedded within operational departments without clearly defined safeguards, short-term budget reductions may create longer-term operational and compliance risks. We respectively ask the board to require additional implementation review before approving this restructuring. Thank you.
Crystal Porras, Intake Benefit Specialist. Please do not delete the 32 DEBS positions. They are vacant and are costing the county nothing. By keeping these positions open, we leave the door open to provide these critical safety net services when needed. For many people, we are the first ones that they call through marriage, childbirth, death, leaving abusive situations, family reunification, can't get a prescription filled, enter a skilled nursing facility, caring for an incapacitated family member through substance abuse or mental health issues, and they simply don't know where to start. We are a part of the backbone that helps these households in crisis, educate them about IHSS, Health Alliance, Trust, SourceWise, Meals on Wheels, Senior Nutrition Program, HUD, Bill Wilson Center, Immigration Services, and more, which has a ripple effect on the services accessed. I show up every day to help as many neighbors as I can while keeping their faith in the systems, which are already so restrictive, and our county, in spite of the cruel changes HR 1 has already implemented and will continue to do. Asylees, refugees, the victims of serious crime are no longer eligible for SNAP starting in April. It's going to get worse with work requirements for SNAP starting in June and Medi-Cal starting in January. We are going to do our best to work with these households to keep them on age if they're otherwise eligible. So please, please help us.
Thank you. That was very impressive. How much you get in 1 minute?
I don't think I'll be here, but here I go. Hi, I'm Joseph Nunez. I'm one of DAC's mentor parents. I am a single father of 7. I hit rock bottom, misunderstood, lost emotional, physical, and I met my mentor parent, Lewis. He made me feel heard. Once I got connected, I have grown. I understood I wasn't alone. they gave me the confidence and the love that I needed to grow as a father. Now I am one of DAC's mentor parents. Hold on, I lost myself. Confidence and love that I grew as a father. I know I know how people can feel unheard, misunderstood when they're separate from their families. And I love to help fathers and give me the guidance and, sorry.
It's okay, thank you. Any other comments, you can also send it to the clerk and we could publish the rest. Please come on up.
¿Aló?
Yes, that works.
Ok. Muy buenas tardes. Gracias por la
Buenas tardes.
oportunidad de estar aquí. Mi nombre es Milixa, pero yo no soy nadie. Soy una persona que gracias al café de papás y estoy en contra de los recortes que va a haber. He aprendido a saber quién soy yo y que mi nombre tiene valor. Yo crecí como una persona como esclava. Mi mamá me trataba como un objeto. Cuando fui madre, crecí junto con mi niña, que no la veía como mi niña, la veía como mi amiga, y lo cual apenas en estos tiempos, a pesar de que tengo 46 años, apenas voy sabiendo lo que es ser la libertad, gracias a que he aprendido que la resiliencia que yo tengo en mí siempre ha estado viva, el saberme comunicar y el buscar apoyo es algo que siempre voy a anhelar. Yo no voy a ser líder de nadie, pero voy a tratar de ser un escudo para que los demás puedan encontrar su voz y puedan saber que su nombre tiene valor y vale mucho. Gracias.
If I can call some additional names, I believe we haven't heard from Ernesto Olivares, who I called in the last batch. Ernesto is here. Now is the time. And some next group of speakers, we have Esteban, Tulu Tofayana, Mark Guardado, Rita Ramirez, Erica, Brenda Manzo, and Dave Schuster. And my apologies to everyone whose names I have mispronounced today.
Okay, let's do the translation of the last speaker first.
Good afternoon, my name is Militza. I am here to talk about Café de Padres and I am against cuts. I have learned a lot of myself and how valuable I am. And this is because when I was growing up, I grew as a slave. My mom treated me like an object, and now I am a mom myself. But I used to treat my daughter as my friend. Now I'm 46 years old, and I know what freedom is. I know I am resilient, I know I am alive, and I am here to have communication and to support everyone. I'm not here to be anybody's leader, but I'm here to be a shield for those persons that would like to find their voice and to know how valuable they are. Thank you.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Ana Nevares, and I'm a mentor parent, and also I have a lived experience at Dependency Advocacy Center. Please continue funding our multidisciplinary model for families impacted by the closure of Dependency Advocacy Center. These services keep families together through prevention, advocacy, and support. And as a parent, I know these programs work and change lives and strengthen our community. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Esteban. I'm here to share a public comment regarding the late night gym program in South County written by a youth named Axel. Wheeler Gym helps me complete my community service hours to graduate high school. It also gives me the opportunity to meet new people and be more social with others, which is tough for me. I've been going to Wheeler Gym for about a year now, and during that time, I've met a lot of new people, made new friends, and built relationships. Not only have they helped me with homework and projects, but they also are nice enough to provide food, which some of us don't get at home all the time. Overall, I really enjoy going to the Wheeler Gym because I learn a lot of new things, spend time with other people, and complete my work in a positive environment. Please keep Wheeler Gym open for us. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Tulu Tofabaha and I'm a case manager with Catholic Charities. As someone who works closely with youth and families, keeping the South County Youth Task Force where it is vital as stability and trust matters. We often have families seeking help after violence, fear, or a crisis. Its current structure always allows us to respond quickly, coordinate safely with partners, and support youth before situations escalate further. Moving this program out of the DA's office would disrupt trusted relationships that took time to build and create delays that families can't afford. Keeping the program where it is helps ensure youth get timely, coordinated, and culturally grounded support when it matters most. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Erica. I work with Catholic Charities. Through the work with Catholic Charities and the SCYTF, I've seen how quickly situations can change for young people. One day they're joking around, playing video games. The next day they're dealing with a conflict that can turn serious. Our ability to step in in those critical moments are on trust, not just with the youth, but with the law enforcement and system partners. That trust has been built over years with the SCYTF placement with the District Attorney's Office. It's the foundation that disrupts what we don't just lose efficiency, we lose relationships that make intervention possible in the first place. This model works because it's connected, responsive, and grounds the community. Please don't dismantle that. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Rodato. I'm a case manager with Catholic Charities of Santa Clara County. I'm here as someone who's fortunate enough to spend hours each week just being present with youth, playing handball, talking through life, building trust one conversation at a time. These young people don't trust systems easily. Many of them have every reason not to. South County Youth Task Force works because it bridges that gap. We are community-based, but we're also connected to public safety in a way that allows us to act when it counts. That balance is fragile. The District Attorney's Office gives South County Youth Task Force the credibility to coordinate with law enforcement while still maintaining trust with the youth we serve. If that balance shifts, we risk losing both sides. And if we lose trust, we lose access. And if we lose access, we lose the ability to prevent violence. I urge you to keep South County Youth Task Force work and continue doing what it does best. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Rita Ramirez. Through Catholic Charities and South County Youth Task Force, I work with youth who have often been pushed out of other systems. School interventions didn't stick, traditional programs didn't reach them. We meet them where they are, on campus, in community, during late-night programs, and we build real relationships over time. What allows us to be effective is that we're a part of something bigger. When there's an incident, we're looped in quickly through trusted channels connected to the DA's office. That allows us to step in before things escalate. If South County Youth Task Force is moved into a more distant administrative structure, the real-time coordination disappears or slows down. And in this work, delay means retaliation, injury, or worse. We've built something that works. Please don't disrupt it. Thank you for your time.
If I can call a few more names before our next speaker. We have Victoria Ruiz, Rupi Atwal, Prabi Atwal, Zulema Inai. I'm having a really hard time with this handwriting, and the name Nyoknon, something to that effect, with ICANN, Mimut, and Alesha.
Hi, my name is Dave Schuster. I'm the Mentor Parent Program Manager at the Dependency Advocacy Center. I'm going to read a portion of a letter from one of the parents. I am writing as a testament to the life-changing impact of the Dependency Advocacy Center. I am a DAC success story. I truly believe I could not have navigated the complexities of my case without the DAC team. Navigating the CPS system is incredibly isolating and a terrifying experience, but DAC provided that vital bridge. I want to highlight how both of my lawyer and my mentor parent were essential to the journey. My lawyer was so much more than legal counsel. She was a cornerstone of my support system. Alongside her, my mentor parent provided a level of guidance that you simply cannot find anywhere. Because a mentor had direct lived experience, she was the person I felt most closest to and understood my fears, and she made me feel I was not alone. I feel more strongly than ever that without the combined help of the DAC team, we will see fewer successful reunifications. They just don't. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Brenda Monzo. I'm a mentor parent and family advocate who has worked closely with families navigating the dependency court system. Through my work, I've seen how important guidance connections are during some of the hardest moments in a family's life. I'm asking for continued funding for programs like the Dependency Advocacy Center so incoming families can continue receiving the support, the advocacy, and resources they need to heal, reunify, and move forward successfully. As of right now, we do not know what's going to happen to the new families entering the system after August 31st or possibly sooner if funding is not secured. These families deserve access to the same support and advocacy that has helped so many others through incredibly difficult times. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Victoria Reese. I'm an impacted mentor parent with the Corridor program, and I work at Dependency Advocacy Center. I am passionate about this work because I understand how transformative it can be for a parent to have someone believe in them during a crisis. Sometimes families do not need referrals or court dates explained. They need encouragement, guidance, accountability, and someone to take the time to remind them that they are capable of change and reunification. We can't afford to lose that one-of-a-kind model in our community. We ask that Santa Clara County continue funding these family services and retain DAC staff to ensure stability for families and children. I'd like to say a statement from a parent I worked with. My attorney and mentor parent are the most effective dynamic duo I have ever seen. My attorney is very thorough in my case. My mentor parent is my rock, and I could contact her with concerns, questions, or just to hear me cry. Thank you.
My name is Sulema Inai, and I'm here on behalf of the children and families enrolled in the First 5 diaper program. Eliminating the entire funding for the diaper program will have an immediate impact on households across the county. On behalf of the families, we ask you to reconsider allocating a portion of funding to continue some level of diaper resources. I leave you with a parent testimony. Before accessing the diaper program, I often had to ration diapers, changing my baby less frequently than recommended to make them last longer. This caused stress and affected my child's health and comfort. After enrolling in the diaper program, I now receive diapers regularly, allowing me to care for my child with dignity and peace of mind. Something as simple as diapers has reduced my financial burden and supported my child's well-being. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Prabhi Atwal, and I've been with the First 5 Santa Clara County for 11 and a half years. And for the past 4.5 years, I've been working with the diaper program, supporting the diaper program as a program coordinator. And I can tell you firsthand how much this program is needed by families in our community. I also understand the long-term impacts of losing programs like this. Please note, it will cost us more in the future if we fully eliminate the support now. I respectfully ask the board to please continue investing in this program, even if it's at a smaller level, because this support makes a real difference for the children and families every day in our community. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, board. My name is Rupi, and I am a strong advocate of First 5 and the services that they provide for our community. As you know, children are the most vulnerable members of our society, especially those from disadvantaged backgrounds. They don't have lobbyists, they don't have a voice, and they can't stand here at the podium and ask for what they need. When their parents cannot support them, it is our duty as a county to utilize our services to give them what they need, the bare necessities. The thought of cutting their funding should never have crossed your mind. These resources exist for children who already have the least. How can we justify taking even more from them? I'm asking you to please reconsider your budget. Many of you are parents yourselves. Imagine being in a disadvantageous situation and telling your child you can't provide them the basic necessities. At the end of the day, if we can't stand up for the most vulnerable children of our society, what kind of future are we building? We cannot abandon those who are the future. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ngọc Ngô. Parent Cafe has helped me a lot as a Vietnamese parent living here and as a part of the ICANN organization that support family like mine. I learned how to listen better to my husband and my children and to be more patient and understanding. In my culture, it's not always easy to talk about feelings, but Parent Cafe give me the safe place to share and learn from other parents. Because of this program, my family communicate is better and our house is happier and more peaceful. Please continue this program because it truly makes difference for the family like me. Thank you very much.
If I can call a few more names: Paul Marquez, Jose Mendoza, Margarita Aguilar, Christina Yee, Julian Delgadillo, Jennifer Becerra.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Minister Mamut. I'm CEO and co-founder of Culturally Coordinated Services. I'm here to speak about the Parent Cafe program. It's called Be Strong Parent Cafe. It's very important. You heard from the Vietnamese community in ICANN. You also heard from Catholic Charities. Well, we're Culturally Coordinated Services, and we specialize in serving the African ancestry Black community. This program has been very instrumental, not only just giving the parents the skills and the knowledge, yet giving them the skills and the knowledge that they can take back to their own communities and then teach other folks within their communities these skills that they've learned. Also, the children, while the parents are learning skills, the children are also getting to know each other and interacting. This program is really important. We've had parents who've been working with DFCS on the verge of losing their children. We've had a mother come in and tell us, based on her interactions with us, it helped her from actually taking out her own self, killing herself, and also fighting to regain custody of her child, which she did regain custody of her child. Thank you all. Have a powerful day.
Hi, my name is Elishay. I am here to speak on behalf of the Parent Cafe, the Be Strong Parent Cafe Parent Circles. The program that I've been attending has been more than just people coming together talking. It's been families coming together to work out situations that haven't happened, that have happened. It's been communities coming together and holding each other accountable, doing wellness checks on elders. It's been informing others of upcoming events. It's been giving the community a space to connect with people in similar scenarios and gain support, teaching collective responsibility, effective communication. And it gives us a chance to let things happen before and be able to handle them later. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I reviewed the 672-page recommended budget and was deeply disturbed by the cuts that some county departments proposed. One of particular interest was on page 318. Sheriff Custody Bureau proposed to switch to 1% milk and save the county $71,442 and proposed slicing their own deli meat in-house instead of buying it pre-sliced to save $437,000. This year, that savings alone would help close the gap and fully fund all the faith-based centers and one service navigation program with money to spare. And yet, the Sheriff Custody Bureau is proposing an overall increase in their budget while essential reentry services are being cut. Don't make CBOs cut jobs and services while other departments only have to cut their own meat. Stay true to the promise of reducing recidivism and invest in community reentry services instead of incarceration. Thank you. I'm sorry?
Hello, my name is Jennifer Becerra. I'm a reentry worker with Breakout Prison Outreach, a former client of Reentry Services and a member of the Community Advisory Board. My perspective comes not only from my professional experience, but from my lived experience as well. I come from a background impacted by federal incarceration. I was raised by a mother who was also incarcerated, and I later became an incarcerated mother myself. This is important because incarceration and instability became generational in my family. I truly believe that if my mother had access to programs like the faith-based Reentry Resource Center program, she may have not been deported or rearrested. I was left at 16 years old, pregnant and forced to fend for myself. In order to survive, I became involved in criminal activity. For this reason, I strongly believe that the majority of funding, the Reentry Resource Center programs changed my life. I personally benefited from these services and was supported by compassionate staff with lived experience. Our children are the future, and they deserve parents who have access to programs that help them heal, grow, and successfully reintegrate into society. Investing in faith-based reentry program is investing in breaking generational cycles of incarceration.
Good afternoon. My name is Margarita Aguilar, and I'm a reentry specialist with Breakout Prison Outreach in Gilroy. I am deeply concerned about the proposed budget reductions to service navigation and faith-based reentry services. These cuts will not only impact programs, they will directly impact public safety and the lives of justice-involved individuals we serve every day in South County, which is Gilroy, Morgan Hill, and San Martin. When resources and support systems are reduced, people begin to feel forgotten and undervalued. In today's difficult economy, many individuals are already struggling to stay afloat. Removing access to reentry support, case management, and faith-based services will only increase the likelihood of recidivism and push vulnerable individuals back into the system. These programs are not luxuries, they are essential tools that help people rebuild their lives and remain productive members of community. I have personally worked with many successful clients who cannot attend today because they are employed, supporting their families, and contributing positively to society. Their success stories are proof that these programs work. Please do not allow a hard work and life-changing impact of these services to be undervalued. Oops, sorry.
I can call some more speakers before our next speaker comes to the podium. We have Yesenia Velasquez, Jose Lopez, Sean Pritchard, Perla Flores, Lizette Ortiz, Liz Angulo, and Kim Gutierrez. Just go ahead.
Blessings and good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Jose Mendoza and have been on both sides. A once incarcerated individual and now a reentry specialist, case manager for a faith-based program. I stand here before you asking you to not cut funding for reentry service providers in Santa Clara County. Scripture tells us in Matthew 25:36, I was in prison and you visited me. How we treat those coming out of incarceration reflects the heart of our community. These men and women are not throwaway people. They are fathers, they are mothers, they are sons, they are daughters, and human beings created in the image of God. Reentry programs provide hope where there was once hopelessness. We help people find stability, employment, recovery, mentorship, and purpose. We help break cycles of addiction, violence, homelessness, and incarceration. Without these services, many will return to the streets and eventually back to the system. The Bible teaches us that restoration is possible. I am personally a testimony that people can change when someone chooses to believe in them instead of abandoning them. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Julian Delgadillo. I'm the lead reentry specialist with Breakout Prison Outreach. I'm overseeing the Good Samaritan Project and the Never Give Up program. I'm also a member of the Community Advisory Board. I am a formerly incarcerated individual, and I have also experienced many challenges and from incarceration that everybody has been going through. I'm also here to express my support in having full restoration of funding for all of the faith-based reentry centers and the navigation and linkage providers. In 2011, the AB 109 initiative was introduced, and its intent was to reduce the population of prisons in California by transferring the responsibility for the supervision and incarceration of certain non-serious, non-violent, non-sexual offenders from state to county jurisdictions. The reduction of the prison population, the reduction of recidivism,
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Jose Lopez. I was released from prison in November 2024 after serving 9 years. Today, I stand before you as proof that reentry programs work. Breakout Prison Outreach changed my life. My caseworker, Joe, gave me the support, guidance, and accountability I needed to stay focused during one of the hardest transitions a person can face. Because of that support, 18 months later, I now have a full-time job, my own apartment, and most importantly, my son lives with me again. But I also know what happens when the support does not exist. I was first released from custody in 2012 after being incarcerated at just 15 years old. Back then, programs like this were not available to me. I came home without tools, without guidance, and without real support to help me succeed. Reentry programs provided structure, mentorship, stability, and hope. They help people become fathers again, employees again, and productive members of the community instead of returning to the system. I ask you today to continue funding these programs because they are not just changing lives, they are saving lives and strengthening our communities. Thank you.
Good evening, Supervisors. My name is Yesenia Velasquez. The county states that one of its top priorities is to strengthen community safety, reform criminal justice while reducing incarceration. I am asking the board today to hold the county accountable to those words, because when we look at the proposed budget, the actions do not fully align with stated priorities. The Sheriff's Custody Bureau budget is increasing by millions of dollars, while reentry services, diversion efforts, and community-based organizations that directly support justice-impacted individuals are being reduced, restructured, and eliminated. These are the very programs that help reduce recidivism, increase stability, improve public safety, and support successful reintegration into the community. They provide housing support, mentorship, employment assistance, trauma recovery, and preventative services. Cutting these supports while increasing custody spending sends a conflicting message while what is the county truly prioritizing? We're also hearing about cost-saving measures inside custody.
Good afternoon, Perla Flores speaking on behalf of the Santa Clara County Domestic Violence Advocacy Consortium, and also brought our frequently asked questions. And today you're going to hear from providers about the critical safety net services that support survivors of domestic violence, sexual assault, and human trafficking, from crisis and vulnerability to stabilization to empowerment and hope. Our message today is simple. A 19% reduction to the gender-based violence services will simply not allow us to preserve the safety net. At a time where community need is increasing, funding and stability is already straining providers across the system. Survivors are reaching out in crisis every day, seeking immediate safety, emergency housing, and support navigating incredibly dangerous and traumatic situations. These services save lives. They also save money by helping prevent emergency room visits, homelessness, deeper systems involvement, and long-term health and public safety impacts. We understand the difficult fiscal realities and ask your support to preserve the safety net. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we continue, Clerk, I just want to mention, I think earlier when I started this meeting, I mentioned that today we will be hearing all the public comments of all the items on the agenda now. So if you have any of those items you want to speak on, I ask you to get a card provided. So I am going to, at this one time only, for those who wants to speak on any of the items that's on the agenda today, please make sure that your cards is being submitted, because once, basically it's already cut off. I'm going to reopen it just for this one moment. Get your cards in right now so that we could add you to the list of speakers, and we'll only do 1 minute each, so that I don't want anybody to say that you didn't get a chance to get a card in, but this is the chance. If you have already spoken already, then you're not allowed to speak again today, okay? So for those who have not yet spoken but were planning to speak on any of the items today, you need to get those cards in. Okay, well, while that happens, I'll let the next speaker start. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Lisa Gabriel, and I'm here representing Community Solutions and the DVAC to speak about the urgent need for continued support for non-fatal strangulation response services for survivors of intimate partner violence. I want to highlight the importance of our coordinated in-person response to non-fatal strangulation exams for intimate partner violence survivors. Non-fatal strangulation is one of the strongest pre-indicators of future homicide. Survivors often arrive terrified, isolated, and in crisis. Having an advocate physically present can mean the difference between facing that experience alone or with safety, support, and connection to care. Community Solutions serves as a point agency coordinating in-person advocate response for strangulation exams across the county in partnership with the YWCA Golden Silicon Valley. Together, we operate a rotating response system while Community Solutions exclusively covers South County due to growing and urgent need. In 2025, we accompanied 66 survivors. Since January 2026, we already have 36 more, including four referrals this just past week from Santa Clara with South County. Thank you.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to share the survivor story. My name is Liz Angulo, and I work as an IPV strangulation advocate, providing life-saving services to survivors of intimate partner abuse. Emma was a 20-year-old college student who has recently ended a controlling relationship. When she refused her ex-partner's advances, he grabbed her by the neck and strangled her. She survived, but she was left terrified, confused, and facing the reality of how close she came to dying. Law enforcement responded. Emma was taken to Valley Medical Center for a strangulation exam. An advocate stayed with her, providing life-saving support, grounding, and reassurance during a frightening medical response. In the days and weeks followed, advocates supported her through safety planning and criminal case. A year later, on the anniversary of her assault, Emma called the crisis line in tears as a memory overwhelmed her again. Today, Emma is healing. She has earned her first degree and is working towards her second. To end it, Emma funding is very, very important, providing safety, security, and hope. Thank you.
If I can call a few more names before our next speaker, we have Melissa Luke, Erica Villa, Lindsay Mansfeld, Adriana Marquez, Siberia, Maria.
Good afternoon. Kim Gutierrez with Community Solutions and also with DVAC. Good afternoon. Kim Gutierrez with Community Solutions and also with DVAC. I'm here to talk to you about our in-person response by a confidential advocate. It's a critical life-saving service that ensures immediate connection to safety planning, information, emergency shelter, basic needs, and resources. It also increases the likelihood of engagement by the survivor in ongoing services and the criminal justice process. Last fiscal year, Community Solutions advocates responded 230 times, while YWCA advocates responded 1,264 times. The in-person advocate response includes coordination and advocate support during human trafficking multi-victim operations. With the large sporting events occurring in our area, this service is essential. Your support is critical in continuing to ensure safety, security, and hope for survivors. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Sean Pritchard, President of the District Attorneys Investigators Association. We oppose the proposed cuts to the DA's budget. 46 illegal firearms this quarter alone have been seized, many from your respective districts, by our gun violence DA investigators, all in the name of preventing further violence. 73 human trafficking victims, many of them minors, have been saved by our human trafficking investigators during this first quarter alone. The reality is all well documented. Police departments across this county are short-staffed and are unable to take on any of the work done by our investigators. We are urging each of the supervisors to stop, evaluate the county contracts that have been brought to light to truly determine if any of those contracts are needed more than public safety and mental health. If the proposed cuts are passed, public safety will be put at greater risk, and the work to ensure the safety of domestic violence survivors sexual assault survivors can be put at greater risk. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Melissa Luke. I'm from YWCA Golden Gate, Silicon Valley, and I'm also representing DVAC. As you consider the proposed 19% reduction to safety net services for survivors of gender-based violence, we'd like to be clear about the impact on our collaborative 24/7 crisis response protocol. While we are very grateful for the recommendation to maintain sexual assault funding, a 19% reduction to domestic violence and human trafficking funds will lead to staffing gaps in our overall crisis infrastructure, which will reduce response to survivors and our system partners, including law enforcement, VMC, Stanford Hospital, and St. Louis. In the last 4 years, in-person responses by YWCA advocates have increased 38%, from 958 to 1,288 responses, including a 42% increase at the CAC, a 14% increase at VMC and Stanford Hospital, and an over 1,000 increase to law enforcement. It is survivors and their families who will bear these consequences. Please do not balance the budget on the backs of survivors.
Good afternoon. I'm speaking today on behalf of my peer, Erica Villa. I'm here to advocate for maintaining funding for our gender-based violence prevention services, particularly community outreach and education efforts. Prevention is a long-term, cost-effective approach that addresses root causes before violence occurs, rather than relying only on reactive systems like courts and criminal justice systems, which continue to produce limited outcomes. Domestic violence agencies are deeply connected to the community we serve through school partnerships, education workshops, outreach events, youth leadership programs, and community campaigns. We help individuals recognize unhealthy relationships, reduce stigmas, and connect people to support early on. Funding supports trusted outreach workers, promotoras, and educators who reflect the cultures and languages of the communities most impacted by violence. It also strengthens prevention initiatives focused on youth engagement, economic empowerment, and healing-centered community support. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Supervisors, and thank you for your time today and your continued consideration of the proposed budget cuts and the impacts they'll have on the communities that we serve. YWCA responds to survivors of sexual assault, domestic violence, and human trafficking in moments of crisis, and continues to support survivors and their families long after the initial incident. The majority of survivors do not seek support through other systems, including hospitals and law enforcement. For many survivors, community-based organizations may be the only lifeline available to them. A 19% reduction would result in the loss of 4.5 full-time equivalent positions. That impacts 5 on-call positions. It would also significantly impact ongoing supportive services. Even with our current staffing capacity, our wait list can be up to 2.5 months. Survivors should not have to wait for support. This reduction would result in at least 300 survivors not receiving critical tertiary level care. YWCA would no longer be able to provide ongoing case management, counseling, and therapy services to those individuals and families. Your support is critical in ensuring safety, security, and hope for survivors and their children. Preserve the safety net. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Adriana Marquez, representing Community Solutions and TVAC. Gender-based violence is not just a criminal justice issue, it's a public health and family stability crisis that impacts every part of a survivor's life. The vast majority of survivors served by DVAC are women and mothers trying to keep themselves and their children safe while navigating trauma, housing instability, financial hardship, and fear. What the numbers do not fully capture is the impact on children. Many children witness violence in the home, flee abuse alongside a parent, or experience trauma that follows them long after the violence ends. In 2025 alone, more than half of the adult survivors we sheltered were accompanied by children. Yet many of those children are not reflected in official service counts because they are not enrolled as primary clients. Behind every statistic is a family trying to rebuild their life. Survivors need more than emergency response. They need safe housing, counseling, advocacy, legal support, and community willing to stand beside them. Thank you.
I can call a few more names. We have Ariella Hyman, Erica Leon, Sarah Salazar, Angelina Ramos, Jonathan Orozco.
Okay.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Siberia Moreno, soy sobreviviente de trata de personas, pero hoy en día trabajo para el programa de vivienda de Community Solutions. Todos los días atiendo directamente a sobrevivientes que enfrentan situaciones de crisis y peligro extremo. Cuando una persona está intentando escapar de la violencia, el acceso inmediato a refugio de emergencia, intervención en crisis, marca la diferencia entre la salvación o continuar sufriendo daño. Les pido que protejan los fondos para los servicios esenciales de apoyo de respuesta de emergencia y vivienda para sobrevivientes de violencia doméstica, trata de personas y agresión sexual. Muchas de las personas que servimos, incluidas familias de estatus migratorio mixto, dependen de las organizaciones comunitarias porque no tienen otro lugar al cual acudir. Cuando los sobrevivientes buscan ayuda en los momentos más vulnerables de sus vidas, necesitamos poder decirles que sí, no rechazarlo. Gracias por su tiempo.
Good afternoon, my name is Siberia and I was a victim of trafficking, human trafficking. And I have served a lot of time serving the community for housing and also helping with different services. There are services, emergency services, and also crisis services that are very helpful. And this is the people that are able to escape are having a great difference between salvation and keep on suffering with these emergency services and this and also with the crisis help. We have different services like emergency services and sexual aggression and also population traffic. And these are very essential for people that have nowhere to go. And this is an essential service. And there are people that definitely they don't know where to go, and we are able to help them. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Maria Moreno. There was a time in my life when I believed violence was normal. I believed the fear and pain were somehow my fault. I came to this country feeling alone, afraid, and without hope of my future. But an agency reached out their hand to me. They helped me to understand the abuse was no love, that my life had value, and that I deserved safety and dignity. Little by little, they helped me to rebuild my life when I could not see a future for myself. Today, I stand before you as someone who now helps others, survivors, heal from the same darkness I once survived. No one in this world had been possible without these services and without your support. Please remember that your decisions do not just affect funding, they affect mothers, children, and survivors reaching for hope and the hardest days of their lives. Your support is critical. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ariella Hyman, and I'm with Bay Area Legal Aid, which has been providing free civil legal services to low-income people in Santa Clara County for over 50 years. Access to civil legal services is a critical factor in whether a domestic violence survivor can leave an abusive situation. Getting a restraining order to help protect them from the abuse, getting safe child custody and visitation orders so the kids aren't caught in the crossfire, getting child support so there's some financial means to live independently. These are all critical. We have provided holistic gender-based violence services in the county for at least 30 years, but we have not received dedicated gender-based violence funding since 2024. This doesn't stop the referrals from law enforcement, court, community partners from coming in, the huge wait lists. Our capacity has been severely impacted. We urge that you please fund free legal services for survivors who desperately need it to get to safety. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Erika Leon. I'm Program Coordinator at Community Solutions. I'm here to speak to the unmet need for survivors of gender-based violence in accessing legal services. Community Solutions work in close partnership with legal services providers like Bay Area Legal Aid, Catherine George and Alexander Community Law Center, and Estet Fowler Foundation to ensure survivors are connected to the legal advice they need. Community Solutions also hosts one of the 3 family justice centers in this county. Family justice centers provide survivors with one location to access advocacy, legal and criminal justice center. A family law attorney is on site once a month, meeting with an attorney. Survivors get help with restraining orders and custody orders. It's a lifeline for survivors and their children to find safety, security, and hope. Unfortunately, 2 of the agencies that provide this support lost the funding. Please take care of this, help us. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Angelina Ramos. I'm a reentry specialist with Breakout Prison Outreach. I also come before you today as someone who was formerly incarcerated and as a member of the South County Community Advisory Board. I know firsthand the impact incarceration, homeless, mental health struggles, and drug addiction can have on individuals and families because it's my own lived experience and family history. Today, I help individuals returning home from incarceration connect to faith-based services, housing, food, employment, clothing, family reunification, and mental health resources. Our goal is to reduce recidivism by providing preventative care and stability before people fall deeper into crisis. Santa Clara County depends heavily on AB 109 funding to provide these critical reentry services. I respectfully ask you today to reevaluate budget priorities and increase funding for programs that support our targeted population. Investing in prevention and rehabilitation is more cost-effective than continuing in incarceration. When we invest in people, we strengthen families, improve public safety, create healthier communities. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Salazar, and I am with the Breakout Prison Outreach, as well as the Community Advisory Board member in South County. I respectfully ask for your support in opposing the proposal AB 109 budget reductions affecting faith-based and service navigation programs in South County and throughout Santa Clara County. These cuts would directly impact critical services that help individuals returning from incarceration overcome addiction, homelessness, unemployment, and mental health challenges. Through faith-based support and service navigation, we connect people to housing treatment, employment, resources, mentoring, and recovery programs that help them build their lives. I work directly with clients by case managing them through the reentry process to help reduce recidivism and support long-term stability. I see firsthand how these services change lives and help people stay sober, employed, housed, and connect again with their families. Without these services, thank you.
Thank you.
If I can call some more names, we have Rebecca Wise, Marissa McEwen, Marina Mencanius, Steve Dalperto, Tazia Wiggins, Jennifer Putoff, Adriana Caldera Boniface, Max Zarzana.
Good afternoon, President Lee and members of the board. My name is Jonathan Roscoe, Acting Director of Administrative Services with the City of Cupertino, speaking on behalf of City Manager Tina Kapoor. The West Valley cities have engaged in good faith negotiations with the county for many months and recognize that the prior law enforcement contracts did not fully account for increases in salary and benefit costs. We have proposed temporary extensions with reasonable increases to allow time for an independent review of the county's cost allocation methodology. Collectively, the West Valley cities already pay nearly $30 million annually for law enforcement services. What we are requesting is a transparent review of their overhead costs being allocated to ensure cities are not paying twice for costs already supported through city tax or county taxes. Without a temporary extension agreement, nearly 100,000 Santa Clara County residents could face uncertainty in policing services at the start of the fiscal year, with no practical ability for cities to replace those services in time. We respectfully ask the county to continue working collaboratively with the cities on a temporary agreement while the audit and negotiations move forward. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Good afternoon. My name is Rebecca Wise, and I'm the supervisor of the Family Violence Unit at the District Attorney's Office. I am also the first prosecutor in this county to take a domestic violence murder case involving a transgender victim to trial. The defendant was convicted of murder. As a result of this case, I worked with our communications team to create an outreach video to members of the LGBTQ+ community with the message, "To anyone experiencing violence, we see you, we stand with you, and we will fight for justice on your behalf." The goal was to ensure that vulnerable members of our community know that they can come to the district attorney's office without judgment or mistreatment. This is the kind of critical outreach our communications team makes possible. Their work helps to bridge marginalized communities and the justice system, ensuring that individuals who might otherwise stay silent feel safe to come forward and report the abuse that is happening to them. Cutting funding to this team would directly undermine our ability to reach and protect the most vulnerable members of our community. Thank you.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Jennifer Putoff, and I serve as a program manager for the Children's Advocacy Center of Santa Clara County with the District Attorney's Office Victim Services Unit. I respectfully ask that the CAC remain within the DAO and not be moved to the CO's office. The CAC was intentionally built within the DAO to support close coordination between victim services, law enforcement, prosecution, child welfare, medical, and mental health partners. That structure has allowed us to provide a collaborative, trauma-informed response for children and families 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Since opening in 2021, the CAC has served more than 4,000 children and caregivers while improving coordination, reducing re-traumatization, and strengthening outcomes for victims. Our success is built on trusted partnerships, operational continuity, and direct alignment with systems responsible for child abuse response and prosecution. Keeping the CAC within the DAO preserves that stability and infrastructure for the children and families we serve. Thank you for your time and continued support.
Good afternoon. My name is Tasha Wiggins, and I serve as the Director of Victim Services for the District Attorney's Office. I respectfully urge you to keep the CAC within the District Attorney's Office rather than moving it to the CEO's office. For decades, the county needed a CAC, but agencies could not come together. The CAC opened in 2021 because those partners trusted the District Attorney's Office to lead this collaboration. Today, the CAC operates as a true multidisciplinary team. Since 2021, we have helped more than 4,000 children and families reduce trauma, begin healing, and also strengthening investigations. That success is not an accident. I believe it is directly tied to the CAC's placement within the District Attorney's Office and the Victim Services Unit. Moving the CAC risks disrupting established systems and the victim-centered model that has taken years to build. I respectfully ask that you allow the CAC to remain where it was designed to succeed. Thank you for your continued support.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Steve Del Porto, and I serve as the supervising district attorney of the Sexual Assault Unit, as well as the co-facilitator of case review at the Child Advocacy Center. Every single day, my team and I stand beside some of the most vulnerable members of our community, children who have been sexually abused, exploited, and traumatized by predators. And every month, we bring together multiple agencies at the CAC to review cases, improve practices, and ensure these children receive the best possible care and protection. My office and I also coordinate in-person prosecutorial support literally 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for law enforcement during CAC interviews, because these moments are often critical, not only to investigations, but to the lives of traumatized children. Over the past 5 years, we have taken more than 100 child victim cases to trial and achieved a conviction rate of nearly 100%. And respectfully, when something is working this well for vulnerable children and public safety, why would we disrupt it? I respectfully ask that you keep the Child within the DA's office. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Marina Minkarios, and I'm a prosecutor in the Sexual Assault Unit. The proposed budget cuts will have real and harmful consequences for the most vulnerable members of our community, child victims of sexual assault. Because reducing the number of attorneys means there will not be enough DAs to hold child molesters accountable. Because increasing caseloads means that victims will have to wait years to have justice, prolonging the trauma and having costly effects for our county. Because taking away investigators means that we'll be losing vital evidence that we need to prosecute these challenging cases. So again, to the board members, the only real question is, what is justice worth for a child victim? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Adriana Caldera Barafas, and I serve as CEO for YWCA Golden Gate Silicon Valley. I'm also representing DVAC, and I'm here to address the proposed 19% cut to gender-based violence contracts. Gender-based violence impacts not only survivors, but their children, families, and entire communities. Children who witness violence often experience profound trauma that can affect their health, learning, relationships, and long-term well-being. Supporting survivors and their children together is essential to breaking cycles of violence and creating pathways towards healing and stability. We know that survivors access support in many different ways. 59% of survivors accessing services through the Santa Clara County Domestic Violence Advocacy Consortium come to us outside of the criminal justice system, through community organizations, schools, hospitals, friends, families, and self-referral. This is an important reminder that survivors seek support through many pathways, and the provision of community-based trauma-informed services are a critical part of the safety net. Survivors need wraparound care, emergency response, therapy, legal advocacy, safe housing, child care, rental assistance, and long-term case management that helps families rebuild their lives with dignity and hope. Please help us to preserve the safety net. Thank you.
If I can call a few more names: Elias Gonzalez, Diane Ortiz, Prayades Solario, Isabel Munoz, Sofia Montez, Benito Delgado Olson.
Good afternoon. My name is Max Zarzana. I'm the president of the Government Attorneys Association. Recently, our organization, along with several others, launched a website called countycontractsrevealed.com, displaying many hundreds of pages and millions of dollars worth of contract spending that this board's going to have to decide upon in the upcoming budget. As we said on the website, much of it is valid and necessary. Some of it is very questionable. Unfortunately, the CEO made a public comment decrying the website as misinformation and defending it. However, it simply cannot be true that none of the contracts up for consideration are a lower priority than the funded county positions that he is suggesting this board cut in the budget. Online coffee is more important than unarmed response to mental health crisis. If these programs are ended, the people will suffer. In my last 10 seconds, I would ask this board to have your staff reach out to county admin and come up with alternatives.
Good afternoon. My name is Marissa McKeown, and I'm a deputy DA on the homicide team. In my 20 years at the DA's office, it has never been harder to do this work. This year's budget proposal for the DA's office doesn't just trim the fat, it cuts into bone. To be clear on the landscape, this is a time of unrelenting increases in violent crime, ballooning caseloads, and expanding digital evidence in every case. Last year, when I was on domestic violence, for example, we scrambled to cover the daily demands of hearings, calendars, arraignments, prelims, and trials. If a single colleague got sick or was in trial, it was devastating, requiring us to jump between multiple hearings and departments in a frenzy. Meanwhile, we completely rely on our incredible investigators who are in the community securing critical witnesses for court, finding additional evidence, and filling gaps created by understaffed local police agencies. We simply cannot afford to lose these essential public servants. The proposed cuts will increase burnout and threaten our office's crucial functions. I ask that you rethink the considerations for our office. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, President Lee and members of the boards of supervisors. My name is Benito Delgado Olson. I'm the executive director of supplybank.org. Thank you for the time, and thank you for letting me fill out the card late. I came here from way up north, so I appreciated it. I'm really here just to echo the words of First Five Santa Clara for their diaper bank program. We've administered that for 10 years. It was some of you and your predecessors that were first in the nation, along with Alameda County, to put that program together and to integrate diaper and wipe distribution into existing wraparound services. That has been the basis of federal nonpartisan law that now serves 30 states, which we had the pleasure of training what Santa Clara did for those other states all across the nation and tribal nations. And what it does for families is it provides a very stable lifeline of support that's integrated into a place they trust in communities at 30 different locations all across the county in every one of your districts and in every community of need. So I'd ask respectfully you reconsider the decision to cut this program, and just thank you again for your time today.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Isabel Munoz, and I am a parent organizer for Youth Alliance. I work alongside a wonderful group of parents, helping them navigate the system so they can be the best support for their students. Our focus is on preventing suspensions and creating spaces for healing through community circles. I am here today to stand in solidarity with our families and partners from Santa Clara County. We believe that the best way to support our youth is by working hand in hand, community and county together. We have seen how restorative and healing center work truly helps our children stay on the right path. I invite the county to continue being our partner in this journey. Let's keep these programs rooted in our neighborhoods where the truth is already built. We are here to help, to collaborate, and to make sure every young person in our county feels supported and seen. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Prajedes Olorio. I am here simply as a mother who has seen the difference support makes. One of my children had the blessing of being in a youth program that changed everything. It gave her the tools to succeed and reach her goals. However, I also know the heartbreak of when those programs aren't available with our other children. I'm here today in solidarity because we all want the same thing for our youth to thrive. Groups that support parents help keep our kids in schools and out of trouble. These programs are a bridge between our families and the success of our community. I ask you to please keep working closely with us as valued these local relationships that have taken so long to build. When we invest in our youth and support parents, we are all stronger together. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Elias Gonzalez, here with the Youth Alliance. Violence prevention and intervention services are essential for South County youth and families. They are not optional programs to our community. They are lifelines. We understand the county is facing difficult budget decisions, but balancing the budget on the back of vulnerable youth and families will only create greater long-term harm and higher costs for our communities. Prevention and diversion save lives, reduce incarceration, and keep young people connected to school, family, and community. We know these investments are working. We urge the county to protect and continue funding violence prevention, community-led restorative justice, diversion, and substance abuse prevention services to South County youth and families so they can have the support that they deserve. Thank you very much.
If I can call a few more names, we have Adriana Herrera, Lucas Gonzalez, Lizeth Perez, Florencia Santiago, Angelique Cruz, Sandra Cruz. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Diane Ortiz. I'm the CEO of Youth Alliance and a longtime member of the South County Youth Task Force. Community-based organizations like Youth Alliance and others have built relationships, trust, and infrastructure alongside schools, youth and families and partners to increase coordinated youth supports. And we work to disrupt the criminalization of young people in South County, but we know there is so much more work to be done. Since South County Youth Task Force restructuring is on the being proposed to be cut, is now being considered, we urge the county to move toward a community-led and public health-centered model with the county acting as a partner, not the sole controller of prevention and intervention efforts. Funding should prioritize coordination, healing-centered services, violence interruption, restorative justice, diversion, and not excessive bureaucracy or system expansion. The community is not asking for the services to be reduced or disappear. We are asking the county to preserve funding and invest in models that are restorative and accountable.
Yes. Again, if you could submit the rest of your comments, we'll leave on the record. Thank you.
Hi everyone, good morning or good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Sofia Montes and I am here as a youth advocate from Santa Clara County with Youth Alliance. I am here to urge you to not cut the funding for youth diversion and violence prevention programs. As a young person, I know that youth need support, not punishment. Diversion programs give young youth a second chance by connecting us to counseling, mentorship, and restorative justice, even mental health services. These programs help us take accountability while staying connected to our schools, families, and communities. In South County, our communities deserve a local leadership and investment that reflects the realities of our families face every day. Please do not cut these programs. Instead, invest in community-led work that gives young people the opportunity to heal, grow, and succeed. Thank you for your time.
Hola, muy buenas tardes, supervisores. Mi nombre es Adriana Herrera y colaboro con South County Youth Task Force en esfuerzo comunitario y prevención de violencia. South County Youth Task Force ha creado relaciones sólidas entre escuelas, organizaciones y residentes y agencias de seguridad. Esa confianza tomó años en construirse y mover a South County Youth Task Force podría afectar la seguridad pública en nuestra comunidad. Por favor, protejan este modelo que tanto ha ayudado al sur del condado. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Adriana and I'm a member of the Youth Task Force. And this has always been helpful for preventing violence, and we have solid relationships with schools, organizations, residents, and also safety agencies. And moving this help will affect all the public safety that we have, so please continue helping the Youth Task Force in the South. Thank you very much.
Good evening, supervisors. My name is Lucas Gonzalez, and I'm representing Gilroy as a part of the Youth Empowerment Act Committee that is partnered with the South County Youth Task Force. I am speaking today to ask of you to keep South County Youth Task Force under the District Attorney's Office. I've seen South County Youth Task Force support young people through leadership opportunities, community events, and programs that bring people together in a positive way. South County Youth Task Force does more than provide programs. We create positive opportunities for youth and build real relationships within the community over the years. Over the years, they have earned trust from students, parents, schools, and community organizations and law enforcement. Please continue supporting South County Youth Task Force and families by keeping South County Youth Task Force under the District Attorney's Office. Nothing about us without us. Thank you.
Good evening, supervisors. My name is Lizette, and I'm a student at Christopher High School in Gilroy. I'm here today asking you to please keep South County Youth Task Force under the District Attorney's Office. I also want to share that attending this meeting is not easy for many youth and families from South County. It takes place in the middle of the school day when many students are in class. But despite these challenges, people still made the effort to be here because the issue is important to us. South County has helped me and other students by creating a supportive environment where youth feel heard and included. This program encourages us to be involved and feel empowered in our community. Please continue supporting South Youth County and families by keeping South County Youth Task Force under the District Attorney's Office. Nothing about us without us. Thank you.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Florencia Santiago Diaz, and I'm representing the Community Youth of Gilroy as part of the Youth Empowerment Act Committee with partnership with the South County Youth Task Force. I am speaking today to keep the South County Youth Task Force under the District Attorney's Office. As part of the youth living in Gilroy, I've experienced firsthand the positive impact that they can have on the community, especially those who are most vulnerable. I graduated high school feeling like I couldn't achieve a life I wanted due to the circumstances in my life. I felt out of place, discouraged everywhere I turned, and that my family had a lot of hardships, which led us to being desperate to find this. We found a community in South County Youth Task Force, and I've since become very encouraged to advocate for my community, and I hope that I want to make a future, keep the future for the.
If I can call a few more names, we have Jasmine Carballo, Cindy Ramirez, Bernice Aguilera, Carmen Garcia, Adam Flores, Adelina Cerveso.
My name is Angelique Cruz Perez. I am from South Valley Middle School. I'm here today because South County Youth Task Force has a possible impact in our communities. And I am respectfully asking that you keep South County Youth Task Force under the District Attorney's Office. South County Youth Task Force is important to me because it has helped my family and I. I am here today to ask you to keep the South County Youth Task Force intact. If you make any changes, it will change everything for Gilroy. For example, families won't have safe accessibilities, resources, and space to do safe and free activities. People will have no longer who call for help. And without South County Youth Task Force, there will be an increase in youth crimes. Therefore, and South County Youth Task Force should be protected in order to maintain the relationships and programs that have helped so many youth and families. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Sandra Cruz, and I work for the City of Gilroy as the South County Youth Task Force Coordinator. The City of Gilroy has been the fiscal and coordinating agency for the South County Youth Task Force for the last 13 years. Today, I'm not only here to express my concerns and strong opposition of moving the South County Youth Task Force under a new county department, but also to express the concerns of youth and families that could not be here today. We have many concerned youth and families that were not able to miss work or school in the middle of the day. Moving the South County Youth Task Force and not addressing the funding issue is very concerning, especially because there was no formal notice or discussion about what this would mean for South County. The South County Youth Task Force is the only collaborative body currently in South County doing holistic work to address youth violence and prevention of crimes. The South County Youth Task Force is composed of more than 30 agencies working collaboratively. I urge you to keep the South County Youth Task Force under the DAO office and keep the current funding. Thank you so much.
Hola, mi nombre es Yasmín Carvajal. Soy parte de la comunidad del sur del condado de Santa Clara, madre, hija, inmigrante y sobreviviente de violencia doméstica. Muchas de nuestras familias se enfrentan a barreras enormes simplemente porque viven tan al sur de la sede del condado y la mayoría de los programas solo están en este condado en el norte. Los idiomas que hablamos en casa, nuestro estatus migratorio, nuestra falta histórica de recursos, todo pinta un cuadro sombrío. South Country Youth Task Force funciona porque está construido específicamente para nuestra comunidad y por personas que entienden nuestra cultura, historia y necesidades. Sacar a South Country Youth Task Force de la oficina del fiscal del distrito corre el riesgo de debilitar las relaciones y la confianza que tomó muchos años construir. Nuestra comunidad creó esta colaboración y simplemente no está bien tomar decisiones para moverla, cambiarla sin trabajar y sin mirar las necesidades de nosotros, la comunidad que más necesita esta agencia, South Country Youth Task Force. Gracias.
Good afternoon, my name is Yasmin and I am coming from the south. I am a mom, daughter, and survivor of domestic violence. And I am coming from the south where we are not having a lot of programs. Most of the programs are here at the north. And different issues like our language, our status, immigration status are very difficult for us, and sometimes it's making days very frayed. However, in the Sound County Youth Task Force, it's very helpful for helping us, and also it is formed by different individuals understanding our own issues, our problems, and what our needs are. And moving it away from where it is right now is a very risk for relationships that have been created, and also confidence. And we have created a lot of collaboration, and moving it away would not only be a hardship, but also would be against the needs of our community. Thank you.
Hola, buenas tardes, supervisores. Mi nombre es Sandy Ramírez. Yo hoy hablo como promotora, pero también como voz de nuestras familias del sur del condado, que han encontrado apoyo, confianza y esperanza gracias a Youth Task Force. La confianza que hoy existe no se construyó de la noche a la mañana, tampoco tomó años de tocar puertas, escuchar familias, apoyar jóvenes y trabajar directamente con nuestra comunidad. Este proyecto ha funcionado porque ha sido liderado por líderes comunitarios y construido junto con la comunidad. Las familias finalmente se sienten que tienen voz y que son escuchadas. Por eso hoy nos preocupa profundamente la posibilidad de mover Youth Task Force a otra oficina donde todavía no existe claridad sobre el liderazgo, metas ni cómo se protegerá el financiamiento que permite continuar este trabajo. Y la pregunta es simple: ¿por qué mover algo que sí funciona? Lo que está en juego no es solamente una estructura administrativa, es la confianza de la comunidad.
Good afternoon, my name is Andy Ramirez, and I am here speaking as a promotora, but also as a voice of the south of the county. We are here, I am here because I would like to talk about the confidence that we have built, and this confidence hasn't been built from one day to another, but it has taken years, and also many doors that we needed to know, so many doors, and also we needed to have the support of families, and this is our supreme work of communication. This is very successful because this has been led by leaders of the community, and also it has been a voice of the different families and different voices that wanted to be heard. And also in the South County Youth Task Force, we are, and moving it away, moving the South County Youth Task Force is not only, why do you want to move this? This is not clarity, this is not having clarity, and also it is not, mainly it is not having clarity because of the, we are not well aware of who is going to protect all the financing we are having it. And the question is, why are we moving something that is really working? Confidence may be lost and is at risk. Thank you.
Good afternoon, supervisors, county executive. My name is Carmen Garcia. I'm the superintendent of the Morgan Hill Unified School District and chair of the South County Youth Task Force. For 28 years as an educator, I have subscribed to the principle of subsidiarity, a social and political construct that posits that issues are best addressed at the most local or immediate level possible. For 14 years, the South County Youth Task Force has subscribed to this principle where the South County community comes together to solve issues at a local level. For our community's continued benefit, we ask that you keep the task force within the DA's office intact. Their current budget is 0.005% of the total county budget, the proverbial pocket lint. Continue to empower us, those closest to helping our youth's issues at the local level where it belongs. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Adam Flores, and I supervise the community prosecutors, or neighborhood DAs. Community prosecutors work with underserved neighborhoods that have high levels of crime and poor social determinants of health. They are placed in areas of need highlighted by the Cost of Gun Violence Report and the Latino Health Assessment. They help to build community in law enforcement partnerships and trust Together in partnership, we create collaborative solution in ways that can't easily be done by other system partners. We lead RISE, a model collaborative truancy program that supports students and families. We prevent gun violence, including leading the county's gun buyback programs, taking in over 2,000 unwanted firearms since 2019. And when mass shootings happened in 2019 and 2021, our prosecutors helped the Victim Services Unit to support crime victims. I respectfully urge the CEO's office to allocate additional funds to the DA's office to help preserve the vital efforts of community prosecutors. Thank you.
If I can call some more names, we have Alejandro Santiago, Damaris Gonzalez, Manya Santiago, Mike Vidmar, Carmen Martinez, and Cody Jost. Jost or Yost? Yost. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Adelina Cervero, and I work for Gilroy Unified School District, one of the South County Youth Task Force founding members. The purpose of South County Youth Task Force is working with our community's most at-risk youth. It creates opportunities to break cycles of poverty and economic insecurity while strengthening stability at home and improving access to essential resources. For school districts, this leads to higher academic achievement, improved attendance, stronger graduation rates, and more positive student behavior. These efforts also contribute to a safer, more connected community with greater access to support systems and resources. The South of Santa Clara County has very specific needs. It is paramount that the South County Youth Task Force be run from within the community itself. The District Attorney's Office is already directly involved with attendance court with probation youth. We link families and students to the services they desperately need in a restorative spirit and in collaboration with law enforcement, CBOs, community members, and school resources. Thank you.
Good afternoon, President and Supervisors, County Execs. My name is Bernice Aguilera, and I serve as the Program Manager of the South County Task Force. I understand the plight of our residents through my own pain and experience, and these women and children represent the voice my mother was too scared to have then. I am echoing their voices. Our youth, our schools, our families, our community-based organizations, our law enforcement partners who rely on our services through the task force daily. I respectfully urge you to keep the South County Task Force in the District Attorney's Office and preserve our structure and our funding to make it work. They give us, the local community, the power to make the changes that we need for our communities in South County. It works because it's within the District Attorney's Office. We operate as a trusted bridge between systems and community, invited by the policy team and tech team to create this leadership position in 2017. 5 years after our local partners created the task force. Thank you.
All right. Good evening, men and women of the board. I'm Alejandro Santiago. I'm here from the city of Gilroy. I'm here to advocate.
I'm going to ask you to speak a little closer to the mic, yeah, because I think you might be blocking the mic. Yeah, go ahead. The mic's there. Yeah, great.
Good evening, men and women of the board. I'm Alejandro Santiago, and I'm here from the city of Gilroy. I'm here to advocate to keep the South County Youth Task Force intact. For me, they have impacted my life in a good way, given me a family and people that care about me and my future. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Supervisors. My name is Damaris Gonzalez, and I am from the city of Gilroy. I'm here today asking you to please keep South County Youth Task Force under the District Attorney's Office. The task force is important because it reminded me and my community that relationships with law enforcement do not need to be built on distrust. During a time when ICE raids were showing us a harsher side of law enforcement, the task force created a space where everyone felt heard and respected. It showed us that these positive relationships are possible and that trust can exist when we care and we support each other. What makes South County Youth Task Force special is the trust that we've built with youth, families, schools, community groups, and law enforcement. Through our circles, our loterias, our community events, we build community. Those relationships took years to build, and they're a reason why the work is so successful. Moving South County Task Force would hurt our partnerships we already have and make it harder for us, all of us, to continue helping our community the way that we do now. Please protect the work that has already helped so many young people.
Good afternoon. My name is Mike Vidmar. I'm the supervisor of the Crime Strategies Unit at the District Attorney's Office. My team focuses on firearm violence reduction. The budget, if adopted, will reduce the capacity of the Crime Strategies Unit and support to the team. This will impact several important programs that my team runs, including the Firearm Relinquishment Program. This program works to disarm people who are subject to gun violence restraining orders, domestic violence restraining orders, violent felons, and persons who are mentally ill who have access to firearms. This includes referrals from the family court, oftentimes where there are children at risk. The District Attorney's Office attorneys, our gun violence task force run through the District Attorney's Bureau of Investigations, work collaboratively to safely relinquish these firearms. Behavioral threat and management. Our community has lived through acts of mass violence. To be more proactive in this space, the CSU has formed the behavioral threat and management team with our community prosecutors. Our goal is to identify persons who are exhibiting signs of future violence and get them off the pathway to future violence.
Hola, muy buen día a todos. Gracias por la oportunidad. Mi nombre es Mayra Santiago, del sur del condado, Cesana. Y estoy aquí como residente, como comunidad, como madre, como promotora, en representación de todos aquellos que confían, que creen, que quisieran estar aquí y decir que cuentan con nosotros, sus jóvenes, sus familias, sus niños, que en la crítica situación en que se encuentra nuestra comunidad han encontrado el apoyo, el respeto, la unión, la diferencia en el rumbo de nuestros hijos. Por favor, consideren no poner en riesgo todo aquello que se ha construido, se ha logrado y no volverá a ser igual y nada fácil de reconstruir. El camino ha sido duro, lleno de satisfacciones y éxito, pero no fue solo por una decisión, sino también con mucho trabajo, voluntariado y buena fe. Muchas gracias a todos.
Good afternoon. My name is Mayra Santiago, and I'm here as a resident, member of the community, mom, and promotora. And I am representing people that weren't, and families that weren't able to be here today, and also people that really count on us. It is, these services are critical to the community because they are building a lot of respect, and they are in high risk because we have developed so much, and it won't be easy to build them again. We have undergone a very hard pathway and full of success, but it wasn't easy to do. And we are here to give a lot of support and to have a good faith. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Cody Yost, and I'm speaking on item 13 regarding the Office of Supportive Housing. With federal rules for continuum of care grants currently in flux, our local funding for permanent supportive housing is at a crossroad. For young people in Santa Clara County, housing is healthcare and justice. I urge the board to maintain robust funding for youth-specific housing providers such as the Bill Wilson Center. While I understand the need for targeted cost containment, we must recognize that cutting preventative housing services for youth today only guarantees higher costs in our justice and emergency systems tomorrow. We cannot rely solely on Measure A to backfill every gap. I ask that you prioritize the preservation of transitional housing and rapid rehousing programs specifically designed for transition-age youth. Let's keep our most vulnerable residents off the streets and on a path to stability. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Carmen Martinez, and I'm here to speak on Agenda Item 13. I am Director of Patient Organizing and the lead of Defensora's Budget Justice Subcommittee. I want to thank the county for its continued leadership and for listening to and working alongside community members, especially during the financial crisis, driven by the right-wing federal administration. We value the county's commitment to protecting access to care and supporting those who are most impacted. I would like to uplift the critical role of the prescribed housing program, House de Latinas contra Cáncer. This program is essential to patient outcomes. We see firsthand how access to stable housing and culturally responsive navigation services reduces barriers to treatment. Patients undergoing cancer treatment cannot focus on healing when they are worried about making ends meet for their families and themselves. Stability is healthcare and plays a vital role of a strong public health system. We deeply believe in the county's public healthcare system and its longstanding commitment to ensuring that care is accessible, dignified, and uninterrupted. Services like these are not optional. Thank you.
All right, we will move over to our online speakers on Zoom. Our first speaker is Ben Z.
Yes, good afternoon. I am in favor of moving the control of the Child Advocacy Center and the South County Youth Task Force away from the District Attorney's Office. I think you guys are making a very positive change here if you guys do it. District Attorney Jeff Rosen, he abuses other people's children. He's doing this to my children by preventing my children from getting a screening at the Child Advocacy Center. My son has already confirmed that my ex-wife was letting a man rape him beginning when he was 13, that there had been unnecessary bathing with the children, and also there was sexual contact between two of the children. I told all this to District Attorney Jeff Rosen, and all he did was file charges against me to conceal this abuse and to discredit my claims. I post a lot of this information online. If you Google DA Jeff Rosen petition, sex trafficking, all those terms together, you'll see in the first top results.
Thank you. Our next speaker
Actually,
is...
let me respond to that. We know that California law prohibits disclosure of information related to any investigation of child abuse or neglect being suspected, and we're not authorized by law to speak to the specific of any particular case. The law also requires Child Welfare Department to immediately cross-report to law enforcement so that the public can be assured that our county takes all allegations of child abuse and neglect seriously and would take all appropriate actions. Thank you. Next speaker.
All right, our next speaker is Chris, HR 360. Chris, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Please go ahead.
Okay, great. Hi, my name is Chris Gonzalez, social worker with Health 360. I'm here today to highlight agenda item number 212, which would provide a $2.5 thousand grant to Health 360's Asian American Recovery Services youth programming. This funding provides essential tools for preventing substance use and increased mental health wellness by providing positive peer connections and a true sense of belonging. We know that isolation and boredom are common triggers for young people. These environments will allow youth to discuss recovery in a casual, low-pressure setting. This approach works. One of our peer mentors recently shared a success story about our growing group of regular teens attending every week and are now expressing a real interest in seeking treatment. By destigmatizing help and making it part of their social circles, we save lives. Thank you for your continued support. By investing in accessible, stigma-free spaces, you are investing directly into future use.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Guillermo Munoz.
Thank you once again for listening to me today. You listened to me yesterday, and I wanted to continue letting you know that how impactful our services are for the entire community. I know you have to make these very tough and difficult decisions. Again, I ask you and I implore you to work with the union, see where you can honestly look at and where you guys can save money and continue funding as many positions as possible. Please be advised that some of the other positions that I also work with is with the QA department, where it's the audit program. So it helps directly fund some of the Medi-Cal programs that, or that's how we get money for some of our programs. It helps ensure that we're building the proper services and getting money back into our programs. So please, I beseech you to please work with our union. Thank you very much for listening to me once again.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Vanessa Torres.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Please go ahead.
All right, great. Hi, everyone. My name is Vanessa Torres. Good afternoon, Supervisor. Hi, can you hear me okay?
Please go ahead.
All right, great. Hi, everyone. My name is Vanessa Torres. Good afternoon, Supervisors. I am the Associate Director of Social Justice at YWCA Golden Gate, Silicon Valley. I'm here today to speak about the importance of prevention, education, and outreach funding. Violence prevention is key to eliminating violence in our communities. Without prevention, we can't truly prevent harm from happening. Through our education and outreach programs, we work with both youth and adults across our county. Children as young as 5 years old are learning about body autonomy, boundaries, safe and unsafe touch, and what to do if they need help. These are life-saving conversations. And just this past year alone, our prevention, education, and outreach programs have resulted in 68 disclosures of harm. That means children who may have otherwise suffered in silence were connected to safety and help. I respectfully urge the board to continue prioritizing and preserving gender-based violence prevention and community-based prevention services.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Beatriz Ballesteros Kogan.
Hello, my name is Beatriz Ballesteros Kogan. I'm a psychiatric social worker that has been working for the county for over 20 years. My colleagues and I take great pride in the work that we do, and our work is essential in order to support the most vulnerable population in Santa Clara County. I would like to kindly request that the board carefully review the project proposal and ask that the county work in collaboration with SEIU in order to assure that the most essential behavioral health needs for our community are being addressed and met. The current proposal will detrimentally affect many in Santa Clara County who are already struggling with mental health and economic hardship. Our behavioral health system is overburdened, and by implementing these cuts, we will only increase the hardships for members who are in the most need of behavioral health services. Let's keep true to the mission of supporting those who are most vulnerable and at risk. Please consider alternatives that will maintain staff that are working to provide services for our members, and clinics that will assure that all are treated with respect and dignity and compassion. We can all work together for a solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Pancho Guevara.
Hello, good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Poncho Guevara. I'm the Executive Director of Sacred Heart Community Service. I understand the level of cuts that this county is going to undertake, largely because of federal action, and it is devastating to kind of see the potential impacts on health, the safety net, and other programs. And while we certainly have seen how there are so many critical programs that exist in the DA's office, we're really intrigued to hear more about a proposal to look at centering and combining different programs that actually help contribute to community safety in a way that's really community-centered, including initiatives like the task force, the South County Task Force, and the critical work that's happening there. So we're excited to hear about what that could look like and optimistic about other efforts, but unfortunately, there's no department that's going to be spared these types of resources, but creative solutions are what we need right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jennifer Kelleher-Cloyd. Jennifer, are you there? Can you accept the unmute?
Can you hear me?
Please go ahead.
Hi, this is Jennifer Kelleher-Floyd. I'm the Executive Director of First 5 Santa Clara County. I would be with you right now, but unfortunately I am literally on the side of the road with 2 blown out tires. But it was very important for me to be there. I am very aware and understand clearly the difficult decisions this county is making. We learned this morning that due to funding cuts, social services plans to eliminate the $2.4 million for the diaper kit program that we have been administering together for the last several years. That involves 28 sites, 20 partners, serving over 5,000 children with over 2 million diapers just in this fiscal year alone that we haven't finished. We please ask the board to consider a scaled down version of this program to at least allow First 5 in the community to continue to distribute diapers throughout this county as a true basic need. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jati J120125.
Hello, my name is Jate John. I'm here as a client on behalf of the Dependency Advocacy Center. Throughout that time, I worked with Abigail Letterman as my attorney and Victoria Ruiz as my parent partner. Abigail's always made sure I was knowledgeable of the court process and how it worked, giving me her best opinions on outcomes on situations. She maintained faith in me, and which helped me have faith in myself. In court, she went to bat for me, telling the judge about all my achievements and making sure I understood that I was a good mother, who made a bad decision. Victoria was my rock. She came to every CFT meeting. She was there when I needed questions answered or had concerns or just needed to vent or cry. She always had positive affirmations for me and even made me come up with a few of my own. This dynamic duo was the glue that held me together when I was falling apart. It is because of their team effort in supporting me that I have reunited with my son in only 4 months' time. Closing this program.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Stephanie Roca. Stephanie, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, my name is Stephanie Rocha. I am the representative of the South County Farms Association and owner of a small farm in South County specializing in pastured chicken eggs. I am commenting with respect to item number 13, which is SEPA's cut of the farm budsman position. Local food security is of the utmost importance. Without food access, you have chaos. I experienced a foreshadowing of this during the egg shortage caused by the bird flu just about 2 years ago. People were panicked. Fortunately, it was short-lived, but we need to be prepared for future events. Local farmers need the farm's budsman as a go-between with regulators to help ensure farms remain open and economically viable. This is a position put into place by the 2018 Ag Plan, recognizing its importance. Cutting this position would be legally improper and harmful to our agricultural community. Please remove it from SEPA's budget cuts. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Raimundo Armendariz.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Can you hear me?
Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Raimundo Armendariz. I'm the Executive Director at Clara in South Santa Clara County. Clara has worked with the Latino community since 2011 in many capacities, but in the field of youth justice in particular. We've advocated and served youth returning home from being incarcerated, as well as intervening in the lives of youth still in the justice system. I'm here to voice my strong support for the creation and opening of the Justice Services and Support Department and for the transition of the South County Youth Task Force from the District Attorney's Office. Goddess believes that the new department would be more appropriate place to house any community services or advocacy for youth involved in the justice system, since it would no longer have the bias or influence of a law enforcement agency like the District Attorney's Office. In our experience, impacted youth's needs should focus on health-based rehabilitative services and alternatives to incarceration to reduce recidivism and increase actual rehabilitation. As a grassroots community-based organization, Goddess knows that only CBOs and nonprofits focused on culturally based or trauma-informed services are effective.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Milan Ballinton. Milan, can you please accept the unmute? Milan, are you there? All right, we will go back to that speaker. We'll go to Chris Dela Cruz.
Hello, can you hear me?
Please go ahead.
My name is Chris Dela Cruz, a prevention specialist with the YWCA, but I will be speaking as a trans survivor of teenage intimate partner abuse and child grooming. 1 in 12 U.S. high school students experience or have experienced physical and/or sexual violence in a dating relationship. Half of you who have been victims of both dating violence and rape attempt suicide. 1 in 7 children in the United States have experienced child abuse within the past year, and approximately 2,000 children die every year from child abuse or neglect. Prevention is our first line of defense against these harms by sustaining community conditions that support youth and those around them and forming healthy environments that reduce their risk of abuse and, down the line, death or living circumstances that might as well be the same. By going forward with these budget cuts, I hope that you understand that blood will be on your hands, and it will be the blood of the children that you will go home to, the children in the lives of those in the room right now, the children in the community you live amongst, the children that our community has formed life-saving connections with across the county, and the blood of youth that would not have grown up with the support that enabled me to be alive to speak to you right now.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rita Birueta. Rita, are you there? Can you please accept the unmute? All right, we will come back to Rita at the end of the list. I believe our next speaker is LaVere Foster. Lavere Foster, can you please accept the unmute? Please go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Lavere Foster, and I represent African American Community Service Agency. I'm calling in to support the First Five Diaper program. This program is essential to our community and so many communities in Santa Clara County. This year alone, our organization has supported more than 500 families with diapers, and it continues to be a priority resource. Please continue to fund this program. I'm sure a lot of us will be greatly appreciated for it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I believe our next speaker is Alyssa Lopez.
Hello, my name is Alyssa Torres. I'm a mentor parent with Dependency Advocacy Center. What happens to a family in crisis when they don't have access to a model where attorneys and social service staff work together as one team is me, 17 years ago in another county. Defend on my own, not held accountable, allowed to do the bare minimum, check off boxes with no internal change, who inevitably ended back in the system in Santa Clara. But this time with the help of the organization called DAC that saw my strength, advocated for me, encouraged me, and had someone as a living, breathing testimony of that said interdisciplinary model work, who worked directly with me. They all supported me through my case to dismissal without another dependency case since, cultivating how I was shown to utilize the resources and support of the community to keep me safe and strong. Please find a way to keep our interdisciplinary model that works going. The budget cuts may save money with the end of our organization, but it doesn't remove the need. How will the county provide these services that we can without us? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll try Milan Ballantyne again.
Hello, can you hear me?
Please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Milan Ballantyne, and I represent the African American Community Service Agency, a family resource center here in Santa Clara County. And as many have said today, it is undoubtedly important that the county does not cut the budget when it comes to distributing diapers. But ACSA has distributed to over 600 children in Santa Clara County. And while we do understand that the budget is tight, we cannot be tight when it comes to our babies, our most vulnerable population. We know that through community partnerships, through collective action, as we continue to address this diaper disparity and insecurity, Santa Clara County can find it in not only our hearts, but our county's wallet to ensure that children do not go without diapers. Please keep this in the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our public comments from people who raised their hands while the queue was open.
Thank you. We're going to close the public speaking portion of the meeting. And now we will move to item number 11, which has 3 items, A, B, and C. So I'm going to ask my colleagues which items would my colleagues would like to hear out of all those items. Vice President?
11C.
C, okay. C, okay. Anybody else? Any other items? 11C?
11C and 11B.
B, okay. B and C. And, okay, that's all. All right. So we have items 11B and 11C. All right. Go ahead, James. You want to get started on the item
Sure.
11B and C?
11B is our in-home supportive services budget. We're happy to take questions.
Thank you. Supervisor Young, you asked for 11B. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I appreciate that the recommended budget maintains the current IHSS budget levels for the next fiscal year. I do believe that will not be accurate, especially with the governors may revise dropping on in a matter of few days. I worry that there may be a possible elimination of the backup provider system and its potential impact to our local resources, and the state shifting the burden to counties for hours above the statewide baseline, and the possible elimination of the IHSS residual program that protects people when there are issues with Medi-Cal eligibility. So with all that in mind, James, I know that you and your team are watching and monitoring the governor's May revise budget, and that any impacts to your IHSS programming be provided through our request for information as quickly as possible.
We will absolutely keep the board updated regarding every aspect of the May revise, including what happens with IHSS. I will say that this particular budget unit is essentially on kind of formula driven. And so the reality is when the state makes those changes, those get passed on through in what is a somewhat complicated statutory formula related to maintenance of effort. So it does result in costs to us, and the net cost that's presented in the budget essentially represents the general fund portion of coverage for this program, and the changes that are under consideration at the state level will increase that. But it's not discretionary, even though we have to use, quote, discretionary money to pay for it. The payments themselves are mandated, which is why you don't see any proposals, and why you won't see proposals, because in essence, we're forced to make that general fund contribution towards this formula program under state statute. But we will absolutely let the board know what comes with the May revise. Of course, then the legislature gets an opportunity to have its say, and we are pushing back pretty vigorously on these proposals, given the magnitude of impact to us and other counties across the state.
Yeah, I know that there's been a lot of advocacy and conversations, both of 2015, our providers, and also our clients served by IHSS. I worry what will come out of the May revise and its impact to IHSS, which is already experiencing a structural issue with the way revenue is defined and how a lot of the burden has been shifted to the counties. I know that our sessions over the next few days and also the priority for the next month is going to be focusing on our current budget, but I do foresee, and I hope I'm wrong, that there's going to be more liability to the general fund with what the state decides with IHSS. And bigger picture, we do have to really hone in on the level of advocacy across all of our 58 counties, really at the end of the day, because of the statewide model of IHSS for a service that is absolutely critical to our public health care system, to the wellness of our districts, of our counties, of our state, and a fast-growing adult and elderly population that will soon be the majority of our county population here. I think in 3 years, it'll be the majority, and then in the following years, it'll be the majority of the state and nation. So we should really be preparing for that now. Thank you, James.
We absolutely agree it's a critical program. We absolutely agree with the concern. It is a structural problem. It's a huge structural problem for counties in California, given the relationship between state and counties and the funding. And even before the May revise, what you see in the recommended budget is a nearly 8% increase in general fund cost from last year to next year, or from the current year to next year for IHSS. This is general fund cost. And that exemplifies exactly what we're talking about, which is the way that the current fiscal relationship is structured between the state and counties doesn't work for counties, and that's a problem. So we're going to continue to push on that, and we will 100% make sure the board is updated on what comes through the legislative process and the May revise.
Thank you. I don't know if Steph wants to add anything to the future of IHSS.
Yeah, the only thing that I would add, thank you so much for the question, Supervisor Jung. The one addition that I would add is that one of the things that IHSS needs to do is look at efficiencies and look at allocated hours and ensure that the people that need maximal hours receive those maximal hours, and the individuals that can perhaps go without as many hours get those respective less hours. And we're looking at every single case to ensure that the individuals receive appropriate hours, and I think that that will allow us to reduce the hours where there might be too many so that we can continue to meet the growing demand of IHSS services across our community.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then next item is 11. Oh, sorry, Vice President, you have a question on Lumbee?
Yes, if I could. So I just wanted to understand, you just
outline one way that IHSS system can be improved. You're talking about the efficiency of the hours that they're served. How would they be more efficient if the hours are basically the hours that they're serving a specific client?
Thank you so much, Vice President Arenas. Maybe I can restate it in a way that can be a little bit clearer. What we're doing is looking at the total hours, in particular around protective services, to ensure that the individuals that are receiving those services meet the full criteria for those protective hours, which are 283 hours a month.
How many hours?
283 hours per month.
So what does it mean to meet the full criteria? Do you mean that a person actually qualifies or doesn't qualify?
That the individual that is applying
Right.
for those particular hours meets every single criteria, meaning I can give you some examples: dressing and bathing, eating, food preparation,
Sure.
transportation, etc.
Sure. But I thought that those qualification and that criteria comes from the state, and they're the ones who make those decisions, not us.
Yes, no, absolutely. So we just want to make sure that every single person, staff person, social worker that we have assessing every case has and is inputting the information to the highest of quality assurance based on what the state allows us to put into the system, so that the calculation of the hours are appropriate.
Sure. And do we suspect, I mean, in every system, there's going to be folks who might fall off, their criteria metric that they once qualified under and maybe improved and now no longer do. So is that kind of the idea, that just to reaffirm what the
Exactly.
state has found in terms of their eligibility
or
their qualification?
Yes, yes, absolutely. There are instances in which people do improve. In fact, I was just out on a case this week for a protective supervision case, and this individual had improved over time, and we were able to evaluate the hours allocated to this individual, absolutely providing the maximum hours needed to ensure their safety and that they're well and cared for. But in fact, we were able to reduce the hours because they had improved and had shown significant improvements around being able to self-care.
So the state doesn't check in on clients once they approve? It is basically status quo until the following year, or is that what it
We
works?
evaluate on an annual basis.
Oh, so the county
Yes.
reevaluates, not the state?
No.
Oh, okay. So that is something that was our responsibility to begin with, right? And we're just trying to figure out whether this is a path that could create efficiencies, so that we can, then what would be the next step, I guess, is what I'm trying to figure out.
The average hours at the state level are significantly lower than the average hours allocated in Santa Clara County. And I think there may be opportunity to evaluate our average hours to better align with the average that the state sees. And this would reduce the cost on the county.
But what you're saying is that the state finds a lower amount of hours, and we would find a higher number of hours?
The state average hours is a little bit lower than the average hours that we allocate
Maybe
in
I
Santa
can
Clara County.
clarify one important thing, which is, like other social service benefit programs, the eligibility determinations are made by the county, by social services agency, pursuant to state regulations, state criteria. So whether you're eligible, how you're eligible, and under what specific terms, that's all determined by the state. But the individuals who actually do the processing, that happens in the 58 counties. And so what Vanessa's sharing is that the average number of approved hours here in Santa Clara County is higher than the average across the 58 counties in the state.
Oh, I see.
And so that's prompted some examination to ensure that with appropriate fidelity to those state criteria and state regulations, we're implementing the program correctly. But that is audited by the state as well, and just as is true for all of our benefit eligibility determinations across every entitlement program.
But aren't we the ones doing that to begin with? We're the ones initiating that eligibility and establishing those hours. Isn't that our system doing that?
Yes.
And we're saying we're doing too much. Or we're noting that there's a pattern.
We're noting
it's
that in
higher.
aggregate, it raises question marks.
Okay.
And so that's something that's being reviewed thoughtfully. There's
Okay.
the policies are all set at the state level, but when we see data that shows we appear to be significantly
Higher.
an outlier from the rest of the state, it should prompt questions around that.
Well, outliers are never good. But it does concern me to know that what we're looking at is reductions in client service hours as a form of savings. But I understand where we are. We are going to have very difficult conversations in this next upcoming items. And so I of course, I don't oppose reviewing and looking at our system as we need to, right? If some patterns are prompting us to do something, absolutely, we need to review it and figure out what that is actually telling us. So I'm absolutely, of course, in line with that. I just am concerned about the optics of it. But thank you.
Well, and to that point, Supervisor, I want to be crystal clear. There are no budget proposals related to IHSS, so there's no targets for them to achieve.
Right.
Their only obligation is to adhere to the state standards. If that means the program's bigger, our MOE's bigger. If that means the program grows at a slower rate, the program grows at a slower rate. And that's all automatically programmed. So there are no targets because it's basically a mandatory spending program. They're not asked to achieve any savings goal. That's one of the challenges of the structure of the program. The reality is the number of hours keeps growing year over year. The number of providers grows year over year. Some of that absolutely is attributable to the aging nature of our population. But the growth rate is much higher than even that. And so that's why these things just have to be looked at, but there's no budgetary goals at all associated with that. People need to get the right number of hours based on the state and federal criteria.
Right. Well, thank you so much for the questions. Those are my questions.
Thank you. I think we're done with 11B, so let's move to 11C. And that item will definitely use the 10-minute cycle for individuals. So I'll start with our Vice President on 11C.
Darn it. Okay. So, as you're all very well aware, I'm absolutely committed to improving not only all systems, including the one that we just finished discussing, but our child welfare system. And of course, always continuing to look at improvements. I'm sure that my colleagues are well aware that DFCS will continue on a corrective action plan with the oversight of the state. And next week, we'll have a conversation on this matter. We'll take a look at that corrective action plan. And what I'm concerned about is that out of those policy conversations, we may have some improvements, different direction, and so how can we integrate what we're going to do in anticipation if there are any budgetary impacts?
Thank you, Supervisor, and there undoubtedly will be. And so what we've already tried to signal pretty clearly is that, obviously the horrific tragedy regarding Jackson occurred prior to the substantive decision-making regarding the recommended budget. We're going through a number of investigations, including conversation with CDSS, and that, you're absolutely right, Supervisor, is going to be a significant set of items for the beginning of conversations around that and next steps at next week's board meeting. I think there's two separate categories of things. One is that we probably will be in a position to have some sense of some revised recommendations that may make sense for addressing certain things that we might already know about. And so you can expect to see that come forward, and we'll talk more about what we're currently thinking in terms of recommendations and ideas and get feedback from the board on that at next week's meeting. But those would be things that would be able to come forward and be incorporated in June. But the other reality is that the budget's a living document, and we will also need to be positioned to continue to iterate and make adjustments on a go-forward basis. One of the items that's already scheduled and was already scheduled for the May 19th board meeting, for instance, is the continued efforts to expand significant investments in placement for the highest acuity youth. And one of those investments is our ESTRTPs. You noted yesterday in the behavioral health budget an over $7 million ongoing new investment. It's one of the very few areas in this terrible budget where we're making new investments, and that's a very big one. And that's a reflection of the ongoing work that included incorporation of your referral supervisor, but ongoing work to expand placements for highest acuity youth. That's a partnership between DFCS and the Behavioral Health Department. And I just highlight that because, you know, that work moved forward, the appropriations coming forward now, but the work didn't stop and the work didn't wait and the work wasn't delayed over the course of this past fiscal year in creating the classifications necessary, in creating the contracts necessary, in having contracted providers secure the real estate properties necessary to do that work. And undoubtedly there will be additional findings, recommendations, some of which don't have fiscal impacts, but some of which absolutely may have fiscal impacts that require readjusting staffing or services. And we will continue to bring those forward, continue to iterate, and continue to fund the necessary investments that we must make in this very critical and important space. So I say that there'll be kind of two sets of things you can expect to see as a board. One is some set of revised recommendations, but the second is, you know, as those investigations conclude, probably an additional set of things that will be forthcoming in the months to come.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I think for me, there's two things that we will also, we're in parallel there, two areas that we need to take a look at. We'll talk about it more next week, but it is part of policy that we were focused on. And now we also need to take a look at practice and cultural norms that lead the agency department that lead those decisions to where they have whatever the staff has made over the years. And so I think there's on two very different levels, we need to make two very different kinds of investments. One is programmatic and one is personnel focused. And so we'll have those conversations next week. I'll look forward to seeing what my colleagues think of this, but I will just, of course, let you know that it is impossible to think that we are going to solve this without making investments into the system. And I don't think we need to throw money at the problem, but we do need to look and be very analytical and not only have our eyes on the system and based on also investigations and data, but then have an external source that can report directly to this board about that, but I'll leave that for next week. So in the
Supervisor,
Yes,
if I
sir.
may, I would just say, we agree, and we're looking at recommendations to bring forward to the board that address both of those categories and that approach some of the challenges from a variety of perspectives. We also agree that we can't just throw money at things, especially in this fiscal environment. And so the investments that we make, and we do need to make investments, have to be strategic and have to be thoughtful and have to be iterative, which also means that we have to be in a position to pivot, and that whether those are investments that are made in terms of staffing and staff support, or investments that are made in terms of community supports or contracts. And that's something that, just as I'll just take a 30,000-foot step back, that's something that as a county organization is always often a challenge, and something that we need to be focused on doing in this very constrained fiscal environment writ large. But it's something that we definitely need to do as we make additional investments on child welfare, given its paramount importance.
Right. The systems need to work better for our families, for our children, for our youth, because we're part of the problem if we continue to allow the school-to-prison pipeline and point the finger at the schools. We are part of that school-to-prison pipeline. It starts with the child welfare system. When it fails or doesn't fail, our children. And so we are basically feeding our own system and feeding our kids into probation, into juvenile hall, eventually our own jails. And so it is an investment not only in our system, but it's an investment in our children and our families. And so I'd like to make sure that I tie in some of those comments that I heard from people coming in and saying how important it was for like maybe some of the parent cafes that folks who came in and said, please do not cut these off. Do not eliminate these. These made a huge difference for us, right? These were opportunities for us to reflect, not only, I mean, some people even broke down and cried here, and said, this not only improved my relationship with my kiddo, but with my spouse, with myself. I mean, it was just really moving to hear what some of our programs do, and some of these programs may be non-mandated. And this is where I warn our colleagues to be very careful about what it is that we are eliminating. So on that note, I'd like to request an RFI on the impact of SSA contract cuts in this budget, because it changed in all of the funding sources for SSA contracts and the options for the board to restore these cuts, including the options to use $5 million in one-time funding to defer contract changes. I've already said, I'm absolutely invested in drilling into our system, figuring out what actually works, what is a duplication, what do we need to reduce, what do we need to end in terms of contracts if they're underperforming. But none of what has been presented into this budget has been presented to CSFC. And we truly need to have this conversation about SSA contracts. I've been asking for the last 2 years to have additional information on SSA contracts, so that, and actually making them redo reports that were meaningless to share more information on committees, into our committees, to show where the contracts are meeting targets or not. I never was able to get to that point, and now we have these reductions, and so I feel that our committee was really overlooked in terms of the value that our committee has in evaluating some of these contracts. This is what you all do in each of our committees, is you come and you ask us some of these questions in terms of budget, and this was a misstep, I think, for CSFC. So I'd like to see that RFI and just take a look one additional time.
We'd be happy to provide that information, Supervisor, and I can't resist noting the double irony regarding the parent cafes, which is that yesterday there was a press conference highlighting it as a particular contract that was waste. Today we heard a litany of public comment about how incredibly valuable the program is. And of course, the irony is that because it's a non-mandated service, it was already a contract that was proposed for deletion, which is apparently something that the folks doing the press conference yesterday didn't seem to know. So it's a double irony there, and it highlights exactly the challenge in this space. And I think you're aptly noting, Supervisor, that assessing and understanding what these look like, the funding streams are also relevant. Because there's so much mixed funding And so I think that's a particularly important piece for social services contracts, where there's some contracts that have substantial federal state funding and others that rely heavily or primarily or even exclusively on general fund. So, but we will provide that information, Supervisor.
I appreciate that. I know that there's you've all been very considerate about not destabilizing our Department of Family and Children's Services, and so I just want to thank you for that. I know that there's been a tremendous amount of work in that, but it also needs to be work that's coordinated with our board members and in our committees. Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Ellenberg.
Thank you very much. Just a few specific questions. First, regarding services for transitional age youth, there's a proposed reduction to transitional age youth services that's described both as having no significant impact on services and then somewhere else moderate service impact. I want to understand first what the services are that may be impacted and what that impact would look like, particularly for current or former foster youth.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Supervisor Ellenberg. Daniel Little, SSA Director. So that particular contract serves approximately 10 foster youth annually. They also provide a site for intern and earn, so that take around 4 intern and earn placements. So the plan would be to incorporate those youth into the existing continuum of transition aid youth services, including what's at the hub, and including the kind of traditional our Department of Employment and Benefit intern and earn program. So that's the mitigation. So there is an impact on those 14 individuals annually, but we're mitigating it by pulling those youth into our existing pool of
And I think Supervisor
all 14 of them?
Correct.
I was going to say, Supervisor, I think what we can include in that request for information where we have identified specific alternative vehicles for delivery of that service, because one of the things that I know that the Social Services Agency spent a lot of time thinking through with the contract reductions included in the recommended budget is identifying contracts that were primarily general fund and where there was the ability to actually deliver that service through an existing alternate service provider that was mixed source funding, thereby relieving us fiscally, but still being able to ultimately deliver the service. So we can try to layer that in as part of that response of what specific things are included here.
Yeah, so that signifies 2 important things to me, James. One, I absolutely support the strategy of looking for mixed delivery or non-general fund sources. But number 2, it also makes clear how challenging it is to understand impact when we don't have that kind of detail. It was hard enough to understand which kids were being impacted and through what programs. And then the second layer that is completely non-apparent in the budget is that even though this contract will be reduced, there's another place for them to land. And this is what I was talking about yesterday, both in my opening statement where, I acknowledge that we're going to have to make cuts. I'm not positioning myself to be categorically objecting. However, I will always ask who is being impacted, what is that impact, and how can it be mitigated? Is this the least, it's weird to say it, is this the least terrible alternative that we can have? And then my comments during the procurement item, even though I understand that contracts for direct services are done through the departments, that clarity, I think, is still not sufficient in the proposed budgets or even in the department budgets to really understand what it means when we are reducing contracts. So you highlighted two examples for me, James, and I appreciate being able to sunshine where my concern often is. I'm going to move to school-linked services. And here there's a proposal to reduce funding for non-mandated services. across the Department of Aging and Adult Services and DFCS by $3 million, but I'm not clear of what the breakdown is between older adults and DFCS, and particularly within DFCS, the school-linked services contract. And I'll note before I pause for you to answer that last year, per the children's budget, more than 20,000 clients were served through school-linked services. So I really want to understand what the exact funding impact is there, how you expect it to impact children and youth, and are there mitigating circumstances?
I will let the department answer with more detail, but I did want to note, Supervisor, one of the requests for information that was responded to did break down the amounts between the two departments with a little further information. I can't remember which
With a
number.
breakdown to schooling services, or just between DFCS?
It was certainly between the departments, and there was a little additional information as well. But
Thank you.
I can't remember which number. I'm trying to figure that out.
I can add the schooling services, it was 1.3 million. The aging and adult was 272,000, and then the remaining would be DFCS.
And what does that look like in school-linked services?
Supervisor, this is another one. I think that it's a pretty wide range of contracts serving multiple sites in varying amounts. So I think this would be another one that'd be good to add back in our response, so we can get into a little bit more detail for you.
Okay, then I will include that in the RFI. And again, I understand that what we do is far beyond what is mandated. Again, it's absolutely maddening that what is mandated are the deep end services and not these less expensive and more efficient early intervention. What I would like to know with that RFI, when you figure out what the impact is whether there are plans to assist kids who are receiving services from school-linked services. Are we linking them anywhere else? Are the school wellness centers able to address some of this gap? Are there other ideally state-funded programs that we can connect kids to?
Absolutely, Supervisor. We can add that in the response.
Great. Thank you so much.
If I could add also, because I think, this discussion, I think, is indicative of how much our county in the past has been able to develop a lot of innovative supports. We've identified gaps and things that didn't have identified funding. And I think that's what makes this discussion even more difficult, not only for SSA, but I think across the county, is to really identify, programs that we know are beneficial and we know have an impact.
Yeah.
But ultimately have to make difficult decisions.
Right. And related to non-mandated but very valuable services, we heard a few commenters talk about the diaper distribution program, and was very proud that our county led on that. And I appreciated hearing Benicio's comments about that being a model. I understand there's something from, let me see if I have that. The Governor Newsom announcing the launch of a free diaper program for families of newborns in California. It's not entirely the same kind of program, but what do we know about that?
Yes, the governor's announced a program that is not identical, but that will provide free diapers to every child, newborn in California. And our understanding
Like
is
one box of diapers or a real?
400 diapers.
Oh, that's not bad.
So, so the intention, I think, is to actually provide something meaningful, and that will help address the need, certainly.
It will address a piece of it, and certainly, I would say the diaper service we've been able to provide through First Five has been more than a nice to have. It has really been a basic need, but I'm also fully understanding the broad range of things that we think are really good that there just may not be funding for. And it is hard to listen to very accurate advocates telling us, I know you have to make hard decisions, but don't do it by harming babies. Don't do it by harming this group. I mean, we're not harming babies. Let me clarify that. don't do it. The people that we serve are the people who need the services the most. So any pullback is really to the detriment of populations who are already disadvantaged. Let me make one last comment about the children's budget, please, because I really think that particularly during challenging budget times, the children's budget can really be an even more valuable source of insight. It already provides transparency into our investments in children and youth, but when major funding shifts occur, like we're looking at now, I think that budget can also play a critical role in showing how those investments are actually affecting communities if we are creating and using metrics so that we can do that measurement. And because there is going to be a big change between this year and next year, I really would like us to move with some urgency on identifying what we might want to be measuring, at least for the next few years. Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Young.
Thank you. So as part of our work to mitigate the impacts from HR1, there was a huge push to get county residents who are eligible for benefits and Medi-Cal to be enrolled in these respective programs. And Ilona, I should prepare you that this is a question about DEBS. So I'll wait for the shuffle. Thank you. So there's a lot of attention around HR1's impacts, particularly around the Medi-Cal eligibility, also the new standards for redetermination that is really going to be quite the upheaval of our system. In my conversations with other counties, there's great concern over staffing models and staffing levels where counties just have not staffed up in preparation for this 6-month interval of redetermination and the number of exceptions and all the new challenges or the new considerations that come along with it. I see that there is proposed deletion of 27 positions within DEBS. We've heard some public comment today, and you've worked on this. You've put in considerable work. We've cleared a backlog of 11,000 applications. We made a big push. You made a big push before the end of the calendar year to get folks enrolled and on board before the provisions of HR1 started to creep up. And now we have a 24-hour turnaround to getting an eligible worker assigned to an applicant, to a client, which used to take 3 months for that to happen. With the deletion and the staffing plans that's underway proposed for DEBS, how are we maintaining that momentum? How are we making sure to meet the needs as the full impact of HR1 continues to rain down upon us?
Thank you for the question, Supervisor. Ilona Betkoligiverius, Director of DEBS. I'd like to reemphasize our definitely collaborative approach and agreement that we had with SCIU back in December of 2025. That allowed us to reshape our business model in DEBS, where we're responsive to the community in preparation for what HR1 is doing to our community. So through that agreement and that collaboration and our amazing workforce, as you indicated, we've been able to reduce our pending applications by 70% from December to today. So that's a huge accomplishment. And that reduction has allowed us to be able to move staff to where there is greatest need. So we know with HR1, the impact will be to our continuing and ongoing cases with work requirements, with double redetermination, and that allows us to sort of shift staff to where the need is. So we feel confident that we're prepared in dealing with HR1. Maybe more so than some of our neighboring counties. And again, credit and kudos goes to everyone involved in that agreement with SCIU, specifically our SCIU partners, our amazing workforce, who really put our clients and community first.
Thank you. A lot of our advocacy, there's been a lot of advocacy at the state level, and a lot of the advocacy also revolves around updating redetermination systems and automating as much as possible. That's going to be the only way that with that type of investment and augmentation at the state level, combined with our staffing strategies to be able to meet this need that's coming with the new provisions of HR 1. If the state doesn't come through with automation, with data sharing, with investments in their online portals or updates of their systems, do we have contingency plans in place to staff accordingly to shore up these gaps?
And Supervisor, I just add, we do not assume the state's going to come through. So
I'm trying to be hopeful, but thank you.
I mean, we've been given.
We're still gonna go. We're still gonna go to the state. We're still gonna go to DC. No, DC. No, you go to DC. I go to Sacramento.
We've been given assurances that there's major work being done on these data system integrations. In fairness to the state, not only is that work not funded by the federal government, but the rules and requirements are only coming out in a trickle from the federal government. So in order to build those data systems, you need to know what the specific rules and criteria are that come from the federal government, and those have been not forthcoming either. So we don't expect the state will have the systems ready in time. We expect the federal government will deliberately be trying to sabotage enrollment, because that is fundamental and inherent in the budgetary savings that Congress assumed in HR 1, is actually by throwing people off of coverage. And so, you know, we are definitely doing what we can to be prepared. I do believe that one possible bright spot in the budget may be some modest, and by modest I mean small, investment in increased resources for counties in this space. And the reason for that is, for every individual in the expansion population who remains on Medi-Cal, the state is able to draw down 90 cents on the dollar in federal match. And so it is in the state's strong interest to try to keep those folks enrolled, because they did not change that federal matching formula. So I think there was an understanding of that, certainly in the conversations I've had in Sacramento, both on the administration side up there as well as in the legislature. But I do think the investment will be quite modest, and that is why it's so incredible, the work that our department and staff have done to be able to position us to actually rapidly respond to what's going to be changing right underneath our feet. It's not as if we now know right now exactly what all those criteria look like. And so that's going to be something we're going to have to navigate together as a community. But I think there's strong commitment here, and I know this community showed what we could do when we were doing the initial enrollment, back when the ACA was first expanded. And at that time, we did an amazing job collectively, not just the county staff workforce, although absolutely county workforce was involved, but inclusive of our health system and inclusive of our CBO partners, to get people signed up, get people enrolled, and help them jump through the process. And we're going to have an olive county effort again come January of this, of next year, when these work rule requirements kick in.
Yeah. So we don't know all the things that we don't know. More is coming.
We don't know all the things we don't know, but we know that it's bad.
Yeah. Ilona, thank you for all your work and just the miraculous lift that you and your team has been able to achieve in the beginning of this calendar year. I worry that we may not be prepared for what's to come, because we don't know what we don't know, and it's going to be really bad. And so I would like more information in terms of the methodology that came about for the proposed deletion of the 27 positions, and how that's going to affect workload, and how does that build in resiliency for what's coming down the way, specific to DEBS and the redetermination requirements and the other impacts of HR 1. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Biko, you have anything on this item? Good. Okay, sure. Let me go back to myself, being in the first cycle. I certainly acknowledge the difficulties in this budget, and certainly understand the level of care that was put into putting these recommendations together. So I just want to thank staff for recommending, making many of these very, very tough decisions. A couple of I guess, kudos, I would say, is adding the veteran service supervisor to provide the opportunity for these upward mobility for veteran service representatives is something that is important. So I just want to say thank you on that. As these staffing numbers are trending downward, could you elaborate more on what support services are actually being offered to the existing staff as positions are being eliminated and they are asked to absorb any of the increased workload in general?
Thank you, Supervisor. When we're looking at moving work around, we do need to look at what the existing workload and what the capacity is to take on new work. I think one of the things I would note is that the majority of the position cuts that are presented from SSA have been vacant for a long time. So typically it's work that's already been absorbed. I think one of the other things you heard it earlier is we are looking at some staff to move within SSA to go shore up some of the programs, to go to all of our client-facing, some going to DFCS, some are going to DEB, some are going to DOS, to really both meet an immediate need, but also move the resources where we need them. So that's in staff development, that's in data and CQI. So that's the work that we've been doing, is to really look at where we have vacancies that have been vacant for a long time, with the work's already been absorbed, and where we can shift staffing internally that can help meet the new need within those departments.
Okay, thank you. And actually, many of my questions has been asked by my colleagues, and certainly we've heard a lot of comments regarding, for example, the cafe, something that I don't really knew that much about until today, listening to a lot of those questions, and I'm very concerned, certainly some of these good work that's being done there as well. So we'll certainly have more discussion when it comes to June approval, but I certainly want to say thank you so much for the good work you guys are doing, and certainly there's many challenges ahead, and thank you for these proposals, but we'll try to work it through. That's the end of my questioning, so I just want to round two, Supervisor, Vice President Arenas, do you have any further question on this item, or we're done? You're done? Okay, good. All right, so I think we're done with item number 11 today. Thank you. And moving on would be item number 12, which is the Public Safety and Justice Committee departments. So I'm going to ask my colleagues which are the items you would like to pull from item number 12. So starting with Vice President Arenas, item number 12, what item specific? I'll go next one if you're not ready.
Item 12 is 12A, 12B, and 12D.
D, A, B, and D. Okay, great. Supervisor Ellenberg. Got it, okay. Supervisor Young.
12F.
F. And Supervisor Arbicoga.
They're all.
It's all included,
They
right?
all got it, thanks.
We got B. Okay, I have A, B, D, F, and I believe I also have, I have E. So I'll just get that. So we have A, B, D, E, F, total, 5 items. Okay, let's start with,
Sorry, did you say A, B, D?
E,
Oh,
F.
E, okay.
Yeah,
And F.
A, B, D, E, F.
So item A is the recommended budget for the Office of the Sheriff, including the Custody Bureau. The most significant proposal included here relates to the West Valley contract cities. I think we discussed this briefly yesterday. The sheriff is here, but I'm also available to answer questions.
Yes, Captain Sheriff.
Good afternoon.
Thanks for being very patient with us today. Let's see, who pulled 12A? Yes, go ahead, Vice President.
Thank you. I don't think I'm the only one, but I'm the first one. Welcome. So my questions were around there are no staff that are currently operating in the M1B building. When did we stop using this facility? M1B building? You know this better than me, I don't know.
No, I wasn't sure if you were finished with your question, so.
That's the
I'll go-
first one.
No, I'll go ahead and let the Assistant Sheriff Thomas Duran answer that, but we've been using it on and off, more off recently, but I'll let him address that.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So when we prepared the budget and tried to take a look at different options, we wanted to make sure that closing it was a long-term option that was sustainable. So one of the things we did is we took a look at the population that we housed there at the time, which was our SMI, seriously mentally ill population.
Thank you.
And one of the things we noticed about the M1 building, it didn't provide adequate space for the mentally ill when it came to having dedicated space for one-on-one services with our mental health clinicians. It created some issues because we were using it for overflow housing. And basically what that means is individuals were designated as seriously mentally ill by mental health staff, but we had no available bed space for them at the time. So we put them in overflow status until a bed became available. So in looking at some of the issues, we noticed that a lot of the people that were designated as SMI came from booking. So they were booked into custody. We didn't have a bed available. They were transported to M1. A lot of times what was happening was we noticed that they were possibly unstable due to not being med compliant, which meant one of two things. They probably were placed in our APU, which means they had to be transported back to the main jail, and when discharged, back to Elmwood. So we basically took a look at the process, identified that it'd be a lot better for us to house them at the main jail, where we had a more robust mental health staff. We had more available rooms for one-on-one consultations. It provided more opportunities for group programming. And if they had to go to the APU, it was just a matter of escorting them up a few floors.
APU?
That's our acute psychiatric unit at the main jail.
Thank you.
So currently we are using M1 whenever there is some type of construction, more like emergency construction. So our facilities are really outdated. So during the summer, you see a lot of AC units go down, which means we have to depopulate a housing unit because we have to bring cranes in. In the wintertime, it's the heating units, mold, whatever it is. So we use it for that purpose. And what we're able to do is as we close that housing unit for a shorter period of time, the staff that was housed in or assigned to the other area move with the population. And when it reopens, the staff move back.
Got it. Okay. And how about if we ever hit like a capacity number and actually need that space again in the future? Do we have a plan for that?
Yeah, a lot of what we've been doing is taking a look at our current population. And as you know, we're under a federal consent decree, so you've seen our numbers of individuals that are housed in a more higher security type of housing. Those numbers have come down quite a bit, so we've actually repurposed a lot of that type of housing to use for our general population settings.
I do think it's worth noting, Supervisor, there's no staff positions assigned to M1, so the staffing is solely by way of overtime, and the proposal is the reduction in the overtime funding. But if there were a necessity in advance of the broader facility work that, of course, needs to happen at Elmwood, we can always reinstate that overtime and revisit that. But that doesn't require, there's no addition or subtraction of staffed positions. The budgetary action is related to overtime budget.
Got it.
And that makes it more flexible to be able to be adjusted.
Got it. Thank you so much. I'm going to move on to the next item, which is the discontinuation of the video arraignments. And so I know that there was, I think, very minimal arraignments and like in the 300s pre-arraignments for both the jail and Elmwood. And I just thought, you know, it seemed like a very helpful modality for pre-arraignments. I understand that it's more cost-effective. It sounds like to support folks to their arraignments. But what I'm concerned about is that we may not be able to reach the same numbers that we would using a video, right? So will we be able to offer folks the same number of, so 325, if it was 325 that you achieved the year before for pre-arraignments, are we committing to that amount? Or what is the baseline of commitment?
Before they respond, I could just add, everybody's entitled, obviously, to transport for arraignment and transport for, their appearance in court, and that would be honored. One of the things I think is interesting to me, because I remember when this was first created as a program, is it's kind of an example of where, from a budget standpoint, if you don't have a certain kind of volume and level, you don't achieve a budgetary savings, and you actually have a cost, which is the sheriff's office wasn't able to actually reduce transport costs because there's still a huge volume of folks who need transport anyway. And that's why what you see is with the discontinuance, it almost feels at a surface level a little counterintuitive. You would think, well, with video arraignment, you're saving on transport.
Right.
But you can only save on transport if you actually can reduce the number of deputies and the number of transports that you have to do. And you can't do that unless the volume is so significant that you can actually take some of that transport offline. And this is, I think, one of the just big picture challenges when we talk about our jail facilities, which is unless you can actually take a module offline, unless you can actually sunset a particular unit or service line, there isn't money that you can then capture. And so instead what happened with the video arraignment as it's currently structured is that the volume was so low, we didn't save anything on the transport cost, but it did occupy some critical space. And as you know, there's really major space challenges in our facilities.
Right.
So I don't think anybody thinks it's a bad program. We certainly don't as administration. It's just in the context of having to make difficult decisions. This is something that will free up some space for higher priority uses and save money.
And I understand that I think those deputies were either on overtime for the video portion of that. But I wonder if there's another model for it, because I haven't heard in terms of a baseline that you're committing to the same number of pre-arraignments and arraignments that were accomplished with video. I understand the cost savings of it, and thank you for breaking that down a little bit more, but what is that commitment to access?
Well, they're obligated to.
No, I understand they're obligated, but because of scheduling, because, I don't know, you heard that we had 2 blown out tires earlier today on the call. There's going to be reasons why they can't make it. And so what I want to know is, will the same number of pre-arraignments and arraignments be accomplished through this transport?
Go ahead, Michelle.
That's something that we have an arrangement with the PDO's office. Obviously, video arraignments had evolved and morphed because due to COVID, to get people to have their matters heard. And so it has evolved since then. And now that we've allowed for these pre-arraignment review, representation review interviews, the numbers have increased. We're not going to tell the PDO that we can't accommodate their interviews at the facility, but it's something that we have opened up. And to CEO James Williams' point, this is another matter where it's an unfunded position for you have deputies setting up the equipment for the PAR interviews as well.
Yeah, no, I understand the cost impact here and the cost savings and the reasons why you would have this other option, but what I'm yet to understand is, will our folks still have the same access? Will you still commit to 350 pre-arraignment interviews and arraignment interviews? And I'm still not hearing that. And so maybe what I'll ask for
I think
is
I
an
can clarify
RFI.
and just add a little bit to it. I think the answer is no. I mean, we are not going to be able to, because again, it's unfunded. And I agree with you 100%. In a perfect world, you would think this makes a lot of sense, that this arraignment, pre-arraignment through video technology should be the easy way to go if it had applied all the way across the board, meaning we were no longer required to take anybody to the court for arraignment. All court hearings would be through video. Then I do think you would save on cost because you wouldn't have the transport. But the system's not built that way. People still have the ability to have that in-person hearing. And that's what's caused the problem is we put this in place as an option or an access during the pandemic, or it was done before I came, obviously. But it's kind of morphed into something that this works well, so why don't we just keep building on it? But we've never received the funding and the mechanism to do that. So I think because of the budgetary constraints right now, we're in a very tough spot because that is one of those non-mandated positions. It is mandated that we take people to their hearing, but that again is a structure is in person right now.
Right. And what will I just want you to think about what that impact will be. You don't have a pre-arraignment interview with your lawyer. That means that that lawyer is not going to be able to defend you as well as if they actually did, because you may not be able to transport. And then what ends up happening is that you're going to have a less, maybe I don't know, a lower amount of time that those folks are able to defend them. I dare to say maybe a lower quality of defense for those folks, and they'll stay in your jail a lot longer, which is not what we want them to do.
And we don't disagree with you. Again, and just to make sure we're clear, we're still public defenders, attorneys will always have the ability to access their clients. They can come to the facility. What they're no longer going to have as easy access is for us to transport somebody to a video conferencing room so they can do it through a Zoom call or however they want to do it through that mechanism.
And maybe what I'll ask is for our county executive to give us an RFI on what we approximate that number to be through our public defender ability to meet folks in pre-arraignment or arraignment instead of video, because I'm sure that is an issue for them.
Absolutely, we'll be happy to do that, and I think it'd be helpful because I think we're kind of talking, I think the sheriff and I might be talking past each other a little bit because, there is an obligation to provide access, obviously, to transport for arraignment as well as access to counsel. And the overwhelming majority of folks do their arraignment in person with transport. Every person would be transported to court for arraignment. But we'll circle back and we'll get you an RFI so that you have assurance that we're all on the same page around it.
Yeah, I just saw that arraignment number really low compared to the pre-arraignment.
Both numbers, I think, are relatively low, to be honest.
Well, there was like 5 compared to 300.
And I believe, and public defender may want to speak to this now or not, but I believe it's because I think the public defender's office and others in general prefer arraignment in court to video arraignment as well. So I think that's one reason the numbers are relatively low.
Please, take a seat or stand.
Good afternoon. I'm Damon Silver. I'm the public defender. And I think, yes, as CEO Williams said, I think our preference for the actual arraignment is absolutely to have our clients in court. In fact, I think there's been studies that suggest there's better outcomes for our clients by physically being in the courtroom during the arraignment process. I understood you, Supervisor Reyes, to be particularly focused on the pre-arraignment access and interviewing. And I think that that's something that we can continue to have discussion with the sheriff about how best to facilitate that, whether it's facilitating it directly at the courthouse prior to actually going on the record, or through the video conferencing system, which is, I'm understanding, is going to be in jeopardy as a result.
My concern is the quality of the defense and the length of the stay of that person in our jails, which is going to. We already have folks staying in jail too long. Now this is going to add to that bottlenecking. So just putting it out there for my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you.
And if I may, just for the record, I'm never at odds with the CEO. So I may have misheard something or misstated something, but
We're just talking past each other, I think, on one
Yeah,
point.
yeah.
That's
Oh,
all.
no, these are fighting words, and
Don't
I'd like
wanna
to
fight 'em.
instigate. I'm kidding. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. My interest is in the West Valley Patrol, the contracted cities, since all three cities are in my district, and I've been, and my office has been engaging in quite a bit of conversation with them, but I am concerned that we have yet to reach agreement with the three cities. And I think there's, the challenge is that, again, and I know this was ongoing for many years, but there was no, the cost recovery was not being charged. Now we are doing that because of our budgetary issues. And, you know, and when I was first contacted by the cities about this, you know, the real issue is that just like we need to, cities need to plan for their budget, and seeing a increase of 30% or more is really a hardship for, frankly, anyone, any city, any public agency. So I'm concerned about where we are with these contracts. I think, you know, every community deserves to feel safe, and we've heard from neighbors and residents about their fear about what it would mean to not have a contract with the Sheriff's Department. So a few questions I have. When do you expect the contract to be ready with these cities?
Well, we are in active conversations with each of the cities. We certainly would hope that those contract discussions would finish as soon as possible. I think it's pretty pivotal that they finish by the end of this month, because otherwise we are in a position right now where the recommended budget is proposing deletion of these positions so that we can make sure that our sheriff's deputies have a place to move, and that we're not seeing any impacts to our own workforce. The good news is that we understand that Cupertino, which is the largest of the three cities by a significant margin, that Cupertino is budgeting for the full cost recovery for this contract, and that even with that budget is showing surpluses for the next 4 years. So I'm hopeful that that's a positive sign, that at least with respect to that largest jurisdiction, that we're going to be able to reach a positive resolution in the next couple weeks. But I know there's continued to be active conversations. The sheriff may want to add to that, or Assistant Sheriff Oberdorfer, who I know is leading a lot of those conversations. But I do believe that's a positive development that should help provide assurance to residents in the community as well as in our county organization.
Yeah, and just briefly, and then Assistant Sheriff Oberdorfer can comment. He has been involved in these conversations. We're equally concerned, but also optimistic. I do feel that we will get there. It has been a challenging year for all, without question. These have been conversations that have been going on for quite some time. But to your point, Supervisor, it's never easy to have a 30% increase in anybody's life. And so I understand the concern of the cities meeting their budgets. But I think the CEO did a very good job in explaining, when we met with the mayors of each city last month, that even with those cost increases, we're still substantially lower than a municipality would be able to provide that same level of service. We are very committed to our cities, our contract cities. I personally, as the sheriff for this county, feel morally obligated to provide service to any resident in this city. So if by chance they don't come to an agreement, then those are going to be tough conversations we're going to have on how we continue to serve without an active contract in place or partnership and agreement in place. But again, I think the table, the executives here sitting here, we all feel equally optimistic that we'll get this done, hopefully sooner than later. So Adam, do you have anything to add?
Thank you, Sheriff.
I would just add, Supervisor, that, yes, it is a substantial increase, but law enforcement has also changed drastically since that original contract, from the expansion of body-worn cameras to all the other personnel costs that have gone with that. The cities have been very fortunate not to have to bear some of the increases in PERS and some of the other costs that have occurred over the last 12 to 15 years. I think there's been a clear understanding that the last two extensions were just that, extensions to start having those conversations towards a new contract. And I'll just echo that we are 100% committed to finalizing those contracts.
Yeah, and I've heard from the communities that they understand that, cost recovery is important, and I think they have all been in agreement with that. It was just the challenge of not knowing what that cost was going to be until the end of last year, and then, they're already, right, we start, as soon as we finish this budget, we're going to start the next one, and the cities are the same, and so to not have the number was really a challenge. And that was my question, is if we don't reach agreement with these cities or any combination of the cities, what happens? I know that we have a mutual aid agreement across the county, so essentially wouldn't we be having to serve them anyway?
Yeah, well, I think, and we've already started the conversation, but the one piece that's going to probably create a lot of anxiety if these agreements aren't put into place is the relationship with County Com. And the reason I bring that up is because every resident, that is their first point of contact. And County Com, if they don't have a law enforcement agency to dispatch the calls to, they don't get dispatched. That's problematic. So, again, we have to start having those conversations, and we've already reached out and agreed to have those conversations with County Com on, okay, we are going to take this type of call. If a 911 high-risk assault type call comes in, again, I just feel morally obligated, we have to respond. But what we're not going to be responding to are the parking complaints, the low-level crime complaints, and everything that also aligns with that. So again, it's hopefully we don't get to that point. Again, I'm feeling optimistic we will all get to an agreement and have these contracts in place so we can move forward.
Are we able to meet our communities where they are in regards to designing a system that they can afford? I think everybody wants it, but that's really the challenge, and each community is different.
Yeah, I would have to leave that to the CEO and our job is to provide law enforcement services, and I'm just being honest, not necessarily to figure out how to give them the cost model. That is really the conversations we've been having with county council, the CEO's office, and the budget office, is how to model that. I do think, that to Adam's point, we've made it clear since I've been in office that we want full cost recovery. We need to have full cost recovery, and we've already extended 2 extensions to all our contracts to work through this. So it does get to a point where, and I think we're at that point, is we have to resolve this issue and start moving forward.
We have a kind of a broader challenge, as I see it, in having learned a lot in the last several months about the law enforcement services in these 3 particular cities. Each of these cities pays far less per capita for law enforcement services than any other city in Santa Clara County, and far less than any of the comparator cities that they have, in fact, thrown out as examples of cities that we should be looking at. Based on looking at what things are, it appears to me that 2 of the cities are actually pretty significantly under-resourced, meaning that based on their per capita spending and the actual number of deputies that they are paying for through cost recovery, they really should be increasing the amount. And I know that one of the challenges for some of those cities is their overall revenue base, a piece of which is property tax, but a piece of which is sales tax. And I think that's a tough conversation that those communities need to engage in order to actually get a level of service for those cities that affords and delivers for them the kind of law enforcement services that I believe that those residents want to have. I think in particular the Los Altos Hills contract is set up in a way that leaves everyone dissatisfied. What I mean by that is the level of law enforcement service for that jurisdiction is so far below general community standards that the sheriff's office isn't in a position, in my view, to deliver the kind of service that I think those residents want to have, and that then creates challenges in the service delivery that compounds on the cost proposition. So, I think those are conversations that need to continue to happen with those cities. Cupertino, I think, is in a little bit of a different place from the other two. It is, as I mentioned earlier, the larger of the three jurisdictions. So, those are ongoing conversations kind of operationally. We certainly don't, as county administration, are not in a position to determine what those staffing levels are or should be that the sheriff is comfortable actually providing or that the cities are capable of paying. But the principle of cost recovery, I think, is pretty pivotal. It's a core principle because in order for us to be able to sustainably deliver those services, reliably deliver those services, staff to be able to deliver those services in the long haul, it does need to be based on that cost recovery principle. And we have unfortunately been in a place for the last several years where there's significant general fund subsidy that's been occurring for that city obligation.
Yeah, and just to add to the CEO's comments, to your question, yes, we always, and we always are in conversation with, we do have the ability, we, the Sheriff's Office, have the ability to adjust service models. Meaning, for example, it would be super easy to say, well, if you want to save $1 million, then yes, we can not have this amount of traffic enforcement or dedicated traffic enforcement, as an example. So they can piece, and they do piece together the model that works for their city. And we're always open to that conversation. But I think it gets to a point where everybody wants it all because it all works well.
Yeah.
And they don't want to take away traffic, or they don't want to take away, as a school resource officer, whatever it may be for that particular city. So again, I think we're just at that moment in time where the community has to decide what level of service they want. The cost analysis has been done, so we know what the cost will be based on the services they want us to provide.
And yes, I appreciate that. I guess I would just say that, as mentioned, this was a 12 to 15 year issue, frankly, right? That wasn't tackled for that long. And I know that you've provided extensions, which is helpful, but even to look for alternatives takes time. And I think that's what I'm hearing is they just need time to be able to figure out how to deal with the situation and figure out what's best for them. I think it would be our preference to have them under the sheriff's office, but they could seek other alternatives. I think one city has done that, but that just takes time too. So.
Right.
So I would just ask, I appreciate the work that's being done, that if you can just double down and hopefully we can reach agreement by the time we pass this budget, I'd be grateful. Thank you so much.
Okay. Next, I think that's all we have for 12A right now, I believe. Thank you very much, Sheriff.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Can I make
yes.
just a question for the board? I know, President Lee, you indicated a hard stop at 6 p.m. And I don't think it's likely that the next item is going to finish by 6 p.m. So a suggestion I have for the board's consideration is maybe taking up skipping B and D, given that there's, I don't think, a way that's going to finish by 6 p.m., and maybe seeing if we can clear the rest of this agenda between now and 6 p.m. and starting tomorrow with those items. If that's my suggestion for calendar management for the board. I see the district attorney nodding as well. I think we all recognize we're not going to finish B in 30 minutes.
I'm checking my colleague. How about do you think of this suggestion?
For what it's worth, President, I have cleared the rest of my evening for the budget workshops, and I see staff going, "Oh no!" But It's, but yes, I'll follow the lead of the board, but I feel that for staff who have been waiting for their item to come up, I would not want this to be considered disrespectful to their time or their preparation. But I'm ready to go past the 6 o'clock hard stop.
We're certainly prepared to proceed into the evening. I just don't want to start a small piece of B and then not conclude it. So that's why I was making that suggestion.
Yeah, I'm available as well. This is, I feel like, a core of what we do. And yes, I have also cleared today, this afternoon, and tomorrow as well.
Okay. To the rest of my colleague, any comments? Okay.
Fine with either.
Okay, so if everybody wants to continue, just go all the way through and punch through, and instead of having 6 o'clock stop, as we initially talked about, but since staff has been here for all this time, you see an issue there?
Oh, we're prepared to go into the evening, so that's not an issue on our end. I just was reflecting that you had initially said there was a 6 p.m. hard stop.
Right.
So
Okay.
if we're prepared to continue, staff is prepared to conclude the entire agenda this evening.
Okay, all right,
So-
then we'll just proceed as scheduled, as we have, all the way to the end as much as we can.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay. We will move then to the Office of District Attorney. I do have a brief presentation on this item. Just give me 1 second to cue that up. I wanted to take just a few minutes to walk through the recommended budget for the Office of District Attorney, set some context, and explain why we have brought forward the proposals that we have to the Board of Supervisors. First, I just want to begin by talking about public safety, big picture. We have tried to take a comprehensive approach to public safety in the recommended budget, obviously preventing crime, supporting victims, prosecuting offenses, all help keep our communities safe. We are very proud, including through the incredible work of our district attorney's office, that we are a very safe community here in Santa Clara County. We agree that the work of our public safety departments collectively is important to that. And we also agree with a comment that has been made by the sheriff that public health is a public safety issue too, and that the services that we provide across our county organization are intertwined in the delivery of the safe and incredible community that we have here. As a county organization, we make a significant investment in public safety. This county spends the second most general fund dollars per capita on public safety and justice of any large county in California. And for our discretionary funds, and as the board knows, only a small portion of our overall budget is discretionary. But for our discretionary funds, the largest share, 43 cents on the dollar, goes to public safety and justice functions. Speaking more broadly about the public safety departments, as the board knows, Public Defender's Office is not facing further staffing reductions. We've continued to make investments in the Custody Bureau. And I just want to say one thing about custody. It came up in some of the public comments. One of the realities of being in a federal consent decree is that additional resources are steered into that department. It's our largest general fund expense. And we have had to preserve positions and continue to increase resources into the jails as a result of the consent decree requirements. And that's a fiscal reality that constrains budgetary flexibility. We're going to talk a little later this evening about JSSD. But that brings me to the Office of District Attorney. The recommended budget does represent an increase in total expenditures for the District Attorney's Office. We did have an original budget reduction target of $18.5 million, but the recommended budget only brings forward $10.8 million in reductions, which is a 42% decrease from what we originally anticipated. And I'll explain a little bit about some of the factors that went into the thinking around that. The overall appropriation does increase and has been increasing year over year. That's primarily driven by increased labor costs. So let me begin by some of the many areas in which the district attorney and I certainly agree. And there's a lot of areas we agree. There's certainly areas we disagree, and we're going to spend a lot of time, I think, on that just now. But I really feel it's important for context to be grounded in areas where we agree. We absolutely all agree that public safety is a critical county priority. We all agree the district attorney's office provides an essential service for our community. We agree that departments should generally receive deference on budget balancing proposals and are grateful that the district attorney's office, with its tiered proposals, participated fully in that process, and it gave us an opportunity to weigh those recommendations very carefully alongside a number of factors. And as someone who formerly ran one of our county law offices, we agree that attorneys play a uniquely critical role in the operation of any law office. And indeed, the county has prioritized those positions over the last several budget cycles for precisely those reasons. In response to my request to departments for budget reduction proposal, the district attorney did bring forward proposals that added up to the $18.5 million reduction target. Those were structured into 3 tiers. Tier 1 included a series of vacant positions. Tier 2 proposed the elimination of the South County Youth Task Force, Parent Project, and Legal Process officers, largely filled positions, 8 filled positions. And Tier 3 was a proposal that included reductions of 59 filled positions, all of which were support staff related positions, primarily paralegal positions throughout the district attorney's office. In reviewing those proposals, some of the same criteria that we look at for other departments, but specific data and considerations for the district attorney's office informed how we evaluated the proposals from the district attorney's office. We looked at current staffing levels compared to staffing trends over prior fiscal years and overall staffing levels of other large counties. We looked at the staffing ratios between attorneys, investigators, and paralegals. We believed it was important to prevent the proposed eliminations of important programs such as the South County Youth Task Force and the potential discontinuance of misdemeanor prosecutions. And we looked at the impacts of filled position deletions for staff, especially those with limited transfer opportunities to other county positions. So why are we recommending something different than what the district attorney has proposed? First, we are recommending nearly all of the district attorney's Tier 1 proposals. But we could not bring forward to the board recommendations related to the Tier 2 or 3 proposals because they would involve elimination of important programs like the South County Youth Task Force. They would eliminate a large number of filled positions, many of which do not have simple transfer opportunities. The proposals were significantly unbalanced. Just to give you a sense, 64 of the 67 proposed filled position deletions were to SEIU represented support staff. And doing so could cause significant issues with the county's labor obligations to its bargaining units, including the shifting of bargaining unit work between units and work associated with specific classifications, along with fiscal impacts on other departments that make up the broader criminal justice system at the county. The recommended budget proposal for the district attorney's office, like I said, includes nearly all of the DA's Tier 1 proposals, but instead of the proposals to eliminate the South County Youth Task Force and 21 additional filled support staff positions, which would be needed to achieve the $10.8 million, we're instead proposing the reduction of 6 attorney positions, all of which are either currently or will be by the time of implementation vacant, a reduction of 5 investigator positions, all of which have possible transfer opportunities, a reduction of 2 paralegal positions that will also have transfer opportunities, and a net reduction of 2 communications positions reflecting communications support in the department consistent with its long-standing structure, but the reduction of positions that were just added in very recent fiscal years. Here's some of the information that we considered in developing these. First, our DA's office has one of the highest staffing levels per capita among large counties in California. Second, that we spend more general fund dollars per resident on our DA's office than any other large county in California. Third, looking at historical investigator to attorney ratios in our own office, the proposed recommended budget brings back but is consistent and in fact is indeed towards the higher end of those ratios if you look over a period of time in the district attorney's office. Looking at the paralegal to attorney ratios, similarly, reduction brings the paralegal attorney ratio back in line with the more consistent historical trend in the office. By contrast, the DA's alternative proposal, which is focused on these filled support staff positions, would be a radical and significant break with historical ratios of paralegal to attorney support in the district attorney's office. Those folks would not have landing spots because there are not very many vacant paralegal positions in our other 2 law offices in the county. We also looked at historical DA investigator staffing, and this is a conversation that some members of the board will recall from a couple of years ago. One of the things the district attorney's office had highlighted in the growth in investigator staffing is that it was in part a response to reductions in staffing on the part of the city of San Jose. We heard that in public comment again today, actually, from the head of the DA Investigators Association. That's a continued challenge. We suggested in 2024 that if the city can't actually fill those important roles, that maybe the city should reimburse our district attorney's office Bureau of Investigation for the fact that we are spending general fund to make up for the shortage of investigative resources in the city of San Jose. And not included on this slide was actually some data that the district attorney presented in 2024 showing the dearth of police staffing in San Jose relative to other large cities in the Bay Area. I do believe that would be an appropriate allocation of fiscal responsibility for a gap that the Bureau of Investigation in the DA's office has quite successfully filled for several years. And indeed, you see when you look at historic investigator staffing in the district attorney's office, the growth in the Bureau of Investigation over time, that in part is a reflection, as described in the district attorney's budget proposals during that time, to help fill that void left by the city of San Jose. The recommended budget proposal would continue to keep our district attorney's office investigator staffing levels above the average for large California counties and would still be on the high end of investigator staffing when you look over a period of time. So the recommended budget proposal, which is different than the district attorney's proposal to achieve that level of reduction, maintains the staffing ratio balance among attorneys, investigators, and paralegals. It prevents significant filled deletions for support staff who do not have landing spots. It prevents any filled attorney position deletions, It realigns communication staffing with the long-standing historical levels and in parity with communication staffing in the sheriff's office. It avoids significant labor issues, and it preserves key programs like the South County Youth Task Force, which has now been repeatedly proposed for deletion by the district attorney's office. I want to note that some of these factors included looking at ensuring that our overall level of attorney staffing, investigator staffing, didn't make us fall outside of the range of large counties in California. It's actually one of the reasons in looking at all of this data that we sought to obtain other reductions from other parts of the county organization instead of bringing forward the full $18.5 million that was originally targeted in the district attorney's office. We indeed would remain in the exact same place among large California counties in those overall staffing levels. So I wanted to provide a bit of that context because undoubtedly our district attorney's office would be able to do more with more resources, no question. We agree we have an excellent district attorney's office in this county and that the work that they do is both essential, important, and done well. We believe that it is important to continue to steer significant general fund resources into our district attorney's office, and we agree that the district attorney's office needs to have attorneys and investigators to do that important and good work. But I wanted the board to understand some of the thinking that went through putting together this proposal, the specific considerations that involved looking at the impacts to staff, but also to overall balance in putting together this proposal, and why county administration did not feel comfortable putting in the recommended budget the proposal that was brought forward by the district attorney's office to balance the overall county budget in adopting those tier 2 and portion of the tier 3 recommendations. So I will stop there. Of course, happy to answer questions on that. I'm sure the district attorney's office has a number of things that it wishes to share as well.
Okay, thank you, James. I see our district attorney, Rosen, is here. Good afternoon or good evening. Thank you for being so patient with us today. Please go ahead.
Yeah. I was going to say good afternoon, but I think good evening is probably a little more appropriate at this point. I believe the reason the CEO and I have been at odds on the budget is we have very different visions about public safety. It seems to me that his view is that there is violence prevention, which should be done by behavioral health people, and there is punishment after violence happens, which should be done by law enforcement people. As the elected district attorney, my philosophy is different. I've always believed that the right approach to public safety is holistic. It needs to be addressed before crime, during crime, and after crime by a dedicated team of professionals who understand its complexity. The CEO's recommended budget isn't consistent with that holistic vision. We need prosecutors to ensure that justice is done in every case, because justice looks different in every case, and they're the ones who make those difficult decisions to achieve it. We need investigators to bring all the facts to light in every case and to preserve public safety by doing things like making sure those who are prohibited from having guns don't have them, and rescuing victims of human trafficking, which I know was addressed earlier in public comment. And we need a communications team with the capacity and expertise to make sure we provide the public with transparency about the issues they care about. And among other things, we're reviewing 40,000 criminal cases a year, and there's intense public interest in what we do, and our communications team responds to that. Those cuts that the CEO has recommended should be replaced. The DA's office actually has fewer attorneys this year than we had 7 years ago, and our overall staffing has barely grown since then, a rate of about 0.25% per year. I remain hopeful that the board will look at other areas of the county budget to cut the $5 million that is represented by the recommended budget cuts of prosecutors, investigators, and our communications team. Please know, members of the board, that I stand ready to work with the CEO on alternatives, whether in my office or elsewhere in this budget, to bridge this gap. The Child Advocacy Center is a perfect example of a holistic approach to public safety. That's why I led the effort to establish it after many, many years of failed attempts. Our county absolutely needed to provide this one place, one location for abused and neglected children to get the help they so desperately need. You've seen many comments from people writing to the board and heard from some of them today. They'll tell you that the CAC is successful in part because it's in the DA's office, because we in the DA's office are in the unique position of being trusted by law enforcement agencies, CBOs, and the public that we serve. Moving the CAC to be managed by a new department is a strategy that reflects the fragmented view of public safety that would separate prevention from accountability. We've already seen what works in our county. The CAC works. Remember the old saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. The South County Youth Task Force is another example of a holistic approach that is working, and working in part because it's in the DA's office. The coalition that makes up this task force, law enforcement, school districts, CBOs, and more, works because the DA's office lies at the center of promoting public safety in South County. I want to address a concern that I know some of you on the board have. We've proposed cuts to this task force before, and we did again in this budget process. That's because our reduction targets have been so very, very high. I made it clear in my submissions that I didn't recommend the Tier 2 and Tier 3 cuts that we presented. Only Tier 1 I thought we could handle. But I presented Tier 2 and Tier 3 because I thought it was important to show the county executive what cuts at that level would look like. Now, the recommended budget places cuts in our office at $10.8 million, not $18.5 million. That means the worst of our proposals aren't necessary. So if I'm asked to present alternatives to the cuts in the recommended budget, they won't include cuts to the South County Youth Task Force or community prosecution or our custody alternatives and mental health program unit, known as CAMP. So let me make that clear. If I'm asked to present alternatives to the cuts in the recommended budget, in other words, if the elected DA is allowed to implement whatever cuts the board decides at the discretion of the elected DA, we will have the South County Youth Task Force, Community Prosecution Unit, and CAMP Unit. My request of the board is that the solutions to the very real budget challenges the county faces should reflect the elected district attorney's holistic philosophy about public safety. Prevention, interdiction, investigation, and prosecution work best together, not apart. That philosophy has been strongly supported by the voters of this county 4 times, and I hope for a 5th time next month. That philosophy has helped make our county the safest large county in California and one of the very safest counties in the United States. Very simply, this philosophy this approach is what works. It's delivering great results for the county, and it will continue to do that with your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see. After the return, so I'm going to ask my colleague, should we start with the questions?
Supervisor, just one. At the board's discretion, James Gibbon Shapiro is here to talk a little bit about the CAC, but if you'd like that now, if you'd like that in response to questions.
My suggestion would be the CAC discussion be taken up under item D, which is the next item up.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that's where it belongs. So yeah, that's great. All right, so we're still on 12B for the time being. So I'm going to go down to my colleagues here. Anybody, let's do the 10 minutes. Let's get the lights on. Anybody would like to ask any question about the DA's budget? Yes, Supervisor Albecoa, go ahead.
Thank you to both James and our DA for your presentations. I don't really have questions. We've asked a lot of questions already and received a lot of information. I just would say that at this point in time, I think there's agreement with the Tier 1 set of recommendations. So it looks like it's about 4.5 million that is a different, or from the 10.8. The Tier 1 was 6.36, so it's about 4.5 million remainder. I do want to respect our DA. As an elected to an elected, I think that it's, I look at the position of the elected position and want to respect and defer or provide deference to that, the position as is. I guess at this point, I would ask if our CEO and our DA could work together to come up with an alternative. I look at the numbers, and I'm not the expert. As I mentioned, I respect our elected DA. I'm being elected, and I think, well, I wouldn't really want someone to tell me what to do with my office either. So, I want to be mindful of that. But it sounds like from, our CEO's comments, there's some other elements that we have to be consider how it affects our labor, our labor force and so forth. So I would just ask at this point in time if you could both, get together and have discuss this and work out a solution. I think there is a compromise to be had here, and that's what I would ask for at this point in time. Thank you.
And I would say we're certainly happy to sit down and meet with the district attorney and see what other alternative proposals that he has in mind. I think he mentioned that suggestion in his comments, and we'd certainly be happy to look at that and happy to have a conversation around that.
Okay, thank you. Vice President Rennes.
Thank you. And I first want to just start off by thanking everybody who's attended our meeting today. We've had really a lot of discussions on many different issues. We just finished with the sheriff. Now we're with the district attorney. Before that was with social services. But a lot of what we are talking about really interconnects. If we don't get it right in our child welfare system, and we don't have the kind of preventative or intervention programs, then our kiddos will continue to go down a path and eventually end in your office, which is something that we want to prevent. I don't want you seeing our youth. I don't want you interacting with our youth. As much as I think you have a great office, I just don't want our youth going down that path. And so for me, it is really important
We're
to
also
have,
not rooting for crime.
Yeah, no, I know. That should be on a T-shirt. So for me, it is really trying to figure out how do we have this conversation in a way that allows for us to serve our community the best? Because to me, that's ultimately what we want. And I have to respectfully correct you in terms of the South County Youth Task Force. it is successful because we have the right people in that task force who are passionate about South County. I don't think it matters whether it's in the DA's office, in the county, or anywhere else for that matter. I think the value of the South County Youth Task Force is that there is some people who are very passionate about protecting and serving our youth, and ensuring that they do not continue on this continuum in terms of making sure they don't go down that path. And so I want to give credit to those folks. I know that there's folks still in the audience who were originally part of an original task force that was not part of your department at one point. And there's been a lot of folks who have come to me from South County. There's obviously a lot of folks who want to advocate and have it continue to be in your department, but there's a lot of folks who have come to me and said, we want local control over the county task force, the South County task force. We want to be able to direct and support and protect our youth the way that we see fit. And I think that is a really interesting perspective, because I hadn't thought about how does the community play a part in this role. Now there's this, I think you all know me, I shoot from the hip, and I'm okay with difficult and awkward conversations, but there is this tension between both of our systems. Obviously, I think one of the reasons that this is on a proposal is because it was originally on your proposals. And thank you for clearing up that the CAC or South County Youth Task Force are no longer on the proposal because the reduction has been made from 18 to 10, right? And so we no longer have to consider that. But because it was part of a proposal, I think it is part of our obligation to think about, as administrators, as policymakers, we're both elected into office. I am held responsible by the people who vote me in, and we'll see how that all unfolds. But the reason they vote me in is so that I am true to them. And the way that I am true to them is by I listen to what it is that they need. Now, I would like for us to continue to see this conversation about where will the South County Youth Task Force live. And I think there could be a hybrid proposal where there's still an important role for the DA's office to have, as well as for it to integrate into the larger system of care that we have. Because we do have a larger system of care, and we actually take it. And upon my request when I first started, public health wasn't there. There's folks who weren't part of the County Youth Task Force or South County Youth Task Force that weren't showing up, that were part of our system of care, and I asked them to be part of it. And so I think there is a really good melting point, but we have to make sure that we talk with one another about not who does it belong to, because I think we have the answer, and the answer is that it belongs to South County. And it belongs to those leaders. We just happen to employ those leaders within our own respective departments. Well, in your department, but what we're proposing is to potentially have it under ours. And I want you to think about, and I want us all to think about, is where do we serve those children and youth the best? And really thinking about the greater good in terms of our youth. I know that we continue to have South County being the area where the highest number of referrals from probation happen to take place. So we also have to ask this question of what kind of resources does the South County Youth Task Force actually need so that could be different? Because that is actually one of the ways, one of the metrics that that I would like to evaluate the task force on. Are we being as effective as we can be? And so I'd like for us to analyze that and maybe have a separate consultant that comes in and takes a look at where it should actually live. And so it's more of an analysis rather than this tug of war that we're having currently. I am okay with whatever an analysis tells me in terms of where it's best served. And as much as I'd love for it to live under this umbrella, I'm okay if it's under your umbrella, under probation's umbrella, I don't know, public defender, wherever it needs to belong, wherever it needs to thrive, that's where it should thrive. And we should take a look at what kind of metrics are we going to use to figure out whether that's a successful home. So that is my take on this. And I'm just going to really quickly say some of this in Spanish, because I know that there's some folks who spoke Spanish earlier, and I don't know if they still have the positivos, but I'm just going to say something really quickly. Les quiero agradecer que ustedes hayan venido desde South County para ser parte de esta conversación. Es muy importante tener este enlace, ¿verdad?, con la comunidad, porque este enlace quiere decir que a ustedes les importa tanto nuestra conversación. Y lo que yo le acabo de decir al fiscal es de que lo que importa más que nada es dónde va a vivir este cuerpo de personas de esta mesa directiva del Task Force, lo decimos el Task Force. Y él dice, pues, tiene que estar en mi departamento, ¿verdad? Y yo le dije con mucho respeto, voy a decir, no, Task Force merece estar en el sur del condado, porque ahí es donde están las personas que lo han hecho exitoso, ¿verdad? Ni yo lo he hecho exitoso, ni él lo ha hecho exitoso, ustedes han hecho este cuerpo exitoso, ¿verdad? Y lo que yo le he pedido es de que, aunque estamos teniendo un poquito de diferencia, no poquito, sí, tenemos una diferencia de opinión en términos de cómo vamos a llegar a un acuerdo. Yo siempre les he dicho a mis colegas, no me importa tener una conversación difícil con tal de que vamos a mirar el bienestar de nuestra comunidad. Y yo lo que les estoy pidiendo es un análisis para ver qué es ese formato. ¿En dónde va a vivir? A mí no me importa el techo, me importa quién va a ser parte de eso, ¿verdad? Si vive dentro de nuestro sistema del condado, porque yo pienso que se integra a el resto de los servicios que tenemos, sería excelente. Si vive debajo del techo del fiscal, está bien, pues ahí está mejor. Pero tenemos que determinar cómo se determina ese éxito. Porque ahorita les voy a decir los referrals, las referencias que tenemos para el departamento de probation es más alto en el sur del condado. ¿Qué estamos haciendo para reducir eso? ¿Verdad? ¿Cuál es una señal de éxito? No es esta pelea entre los dos, sino que es cómo estamos sirviendo a nuestra juventud lo mejor que se puede. Y le voy a pedir a nuestro presidente que nomás me deje terminar. Él entiende español.
Pero no hablo bien.
So I basically translated what I said, and so what I'd love to see is a level of partnership to figure out what the greater good is on this. I do want us to figure out what those metrics are, and I want us to give back local control to South County, however that looks like. And those are my points. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President. Yes, James, you have something to say?
Oh, I was just going to say, when we get to item D, I know Deputy County Executive Casey Halkin has some thoughts and comments to share around the thinking behind putting those pieces together. So when we get to that item, and I know the DA's office has some thoughts to share, certainly around the CAC as well. But I don't know if there's further things on item B before I ask Casey to come up.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay.
Yeah, on this item, I really don't have any further questions. Thank you so much for the detailed presentation. This was very helpful. A couple of things. I mean, I'm really glad that 18.6 is not the number, and we've certainly moved significantly to where we are at 10.8. But certainly, I think there's room to work on that. So, my number one concern is really trying to make sure that our county leadership are working much closer together. So I urge, just like Supervisor Abikoka mentioned, that the county exec's office and also district attorney's office to really take extra time to continue this dialogue. We're not voting anything this month or this week. This is not going to happen until June, so we still have a little bit of time to work on this, and I really hope that there's some type of compromise result would come back. Look, this is, I just want to make very clear, it's not the fault of our administration or the district office at all. This is all a result of something far greater. Basically, HR 1, right, when this so-called Big and Beautiful bill was passed, $1 billion hit to our county was very real. So this is all basically a result of that. I think the gap, the one significant part of the gap has already been, from 18 point something to 10.8. That's a big gap. So, but I certainly do think there's more work that we could do. But I just want to say thank you for both on bringing that through. This is very helpful. Second thing is regarding so many of these amazing programs, like the South County Youth Task Force, as we've heard today from so many of the members who spoke with us. It is so great to hear these wonderful programs that truly is helping our community, saving lives for over a decade. That is no longer on chopping board. And these are the heartfelt stories I think we're not very good enough to telling. I really think the community needs to know that these are really successful programs, that our county is doing good work, and how we need to make sure that it will continue to be successful. So I just want to thank the speakers that came today to advocate for this really important program. Thank you. On that, we can move on to the next item, which I believe is...
So I'll ask Casey to come up. Next item is D, which is
yes.
the proposed Justice Services Support Department. I did want to just say, we're, like I said, I just want to reiterate, happy to sit down and hear any other ideas from the district attorney about getting to that 10.8 level, and we will absolutely engage in that conversation and see what other ideas the district attorney's office has to get us where we need to be on a balanced budget. I think we have just two slides, so it'll be a very short presentation, but did want to give Casey the opportunity to explain the thinking behind the creation of a new department in our county organization and the pieces that went into pulling that together. So I'm going to just share. And Casey, why don't you go ahead?
Thank you, James. So good evening, President Lee, Vice President Arenas, and honorable members of the board. Casey Halkin, Deputy County Executive, and I will be presenting the proposal to create the Justice Services and Support Department. So as you can see on the slide above, this department would consolidate a series of small, non-mandated violence prevention and interruption programs currently spread across the county organization in public safety and justice departments, but also in non-traditional departments. Many of these programs are facing cuts that jeopardize their ability to remain independent. And as has been mentioned previously, several of these programs were offered as department reduction proposals this year in the last few years, or in some cases, multiple years. This proposal presents the board with an opportunity to combine these programs in a strategic manner in one department to lay a foundation for long-term success and ultimately to build a holistic framework on which these programs can ideally grow in a different fiscal environment, which we know may not be for a few years, but will certainly be one day. So we did have about a 10 to 15 year period of pretty historic growth. And in that growth period, we were able to support a broad ecosystem of small intervention and intervention and prevention programs, which was wonderful and resulted in a myriad of services, but also had some unintended consequences. So number one, we saw a lot of overlapping program scopes and service duplication. You see this a lot through our violence prevention work. One good example for that is gender-based violence contracts and services, which occur in multiple departments across the organization. This also led to fragmented contracting and a grant management process, which had increased the administrative burden not only for our community-based organizations as they are having to contend with multiple county grants for similar services, but also created similar barriers for some of our county contract monitors who are monitoring far more contracts than they would need to if they were consolidated to serve the same population. And so this decentralized structure led to some inconsistent performance measures and a significant variance in contract management practices across departments. I think the board is well aware that depending on our departments, there are some challenges with contract management, and it can look a little different depending on the home department. So this new department, which would initially exist within administration and report to a deputy county executive, would create a more unified and holistic continuum and structure while reducing contract and service duplication, would help to strengthen accountability for both our service providers and also for the county as we seek to run those programs, while preserving vital services that otherwise would have been significantly reduced or eliminated in this budget cycle or in previous. If we go to the next slide. So I do want to note, and this kind of summarizes some of the points that I made earlier, but the 28 positions listed on this slide would actually be 29 and would include the program manager assigned to the South County Youth Task Force, which was always the intention. There was an oversight in the recommended budget, and administration has already communicated that we are working on a revised budget recommendation to include this position, which would be brought forward with the revised recommended budget in June. So I do want to, as just been previously discussed by my colleagues in the DA's office, that we've heard a lot of public comment today, and a lot of public comment has been submitted about two particular programs, both of which are in the Office of the District Attorney, the South County Youth Task Force and the Children's Advocacy Center. So first, I would like to talk a little bit more about the South County Youth Task Force. I first want to extend my sincere gratitude to all the people who spoke today. I listened to all the public comment. I've read the letters. And a particular thank you to very earnest community members from South County who reached out to me directly to share with me personally through email how important these services are in their life, how important they are in their communities, and to strongly urge administration to preserve these critical services. The board has repeatedly, today and in other hearings, repeatedly stated their commitment to preserving violence prevention and intervention programs, including in South County, and administration shares that commitment. And I just want to note, and maybe this has been cleared up, but I know we still have some members of the community in the room, that there has been some misinformation in the public. And I just want to be clear that this proposal would not seek to eliminate any of these services. Quite the opposite. This proposal to include the South County Youth Task Force within the larger framework would preserve these critical services, including that task force and others. And what it would do is to help to coordinate other disparate violence prevention services and combine in a coordinated fashion to ensure that this and other services continue. I do want to note, similar to Supervisor Arenas, I have heard from community as well that they are seeking more self-determination over this task force and over these services. I think this was articulated exceedingly well in a phone call I had this morning with the representative from Youth Alliance. And as representatives of the community that the task force serves, I support Supervisor Arenas' comments that their voices should be deeply heard as we consider options for the future evolution of what this task force may look like in community. I've had the opportunity this morning to talk with the county executive about these comments, and we are absolutely open to working with the South County community and the Office of the District Attorney to determine next steps to help facilitate, as Supervisor Arenas described it, more local control. Next, I would like to talk a little bit about the Children's Advocacy Center. As you know, as the board and the public are aware, it is a critical child safety and well-being program that provides services to youth impacted by violence in their families. As child safety is a shared responsibility of many departments within the county, the CAC is a multidisciplinary model with 3 key services. Number 1, victim advocacy and support services, including confidential services available through contracted rape crisis centers. forensic interview services provided by interviewers contracted through local law enforcement agencies, and forensic medical services at the Santa Clara Valley Health Care CAC Medical Clinic. The Department of Family and Children Services is also a critical CAC partner, and an experienced social worker is stationed at the CAC several days a week to help coordinate DFCS response. Day-to-day operations, including vital interdepartmental partnership and strategic operations, are managed by a Program Manager 3 who is assisted in general administration and facility-related tasks by an administrative assistant. Both of these are employees of the Office of the District Attorney in their Victim Services Unit. Relocating these two FTE to the new framework would only serve to move general administrative functions of the CAC. This would allow for greater board engagement and oversight while deepening coordination across the many CAC service providers and partners who either report to administration already or whose contracts are funded by administration. Given the comments today and those submitted previously to the board, we did want to clarify that this proposal does not, would not, remove the Office of the District Attorney or their law enforcement partners from the critical leadership role that they play in the investigation and prosecution of crimes. Like the health system, which is the lead agency for the medical clinic, the District Attorney's Office would remain the lead agency for the CAC Forensic Interview Center, which is a vital part of the CAC. As James has said earlier, administration respects and values the independent role that the prosecutor plays, and this proposal provides the board with an opportunity for deeper engagement while also protecting the District Attorney's unique and indispensable role. Administration recognizes the District Attorney's Office has many mandated or required functions largely centered around prosecution. And though a critical service to the community, violence prevention is not one of those functions. This is true of most of our public safety and justice departments who, like the District Attorney's Office, sought to reduce or eliminate non-mandated services this year and in years past. And has been mentioned before, like the South County Youth Task Force, the Office of the District Attorney has previously proposed to administration to significantly reduce the services at the Children's Advocacy Center. This proposal for the new department, as they relate specifically to the South County Youth Task Force and the Children's Advocacy Center, are offered to the board for your consideration, not only to create deeper board engagement in county-wide violence prevention and intervention services in alignment with board direction that administration has previously received, but also to preserve and protect these vital programs and hopefully to avoid these difficult conversations year after year about potential cuts to these vital services. So this concludes my comments, and I will believe the District Attorney's Office would also like to make some comments as well.
I just want to say one just mechanical piece, just for the board's understanding budgetarily what's proposed and the reason you see certain transfer of positions in. The proposed department is using the existing budget unit of the Office of Pretrial Services. So that's the base upon which you see positions transferred in. Those positions are already existing in that budget unit. So I just wanted to clarify that because I know there were a couple questions that I'd gotten around that in terms of what you see in the budget book. But it's basically renaming and using that existing budget unit to bring all these pieces together into JSSD.
Good evening. I'm James Gibbons Shapiro. I'm the Assistant District Attorney that oversees victim services in the DA's office. I'm here today in opposition to the move of the management of the CAC out of DA Victim Services and into a new county department overseen by the County Executive's Office. A surprise proposal that, I'll just say, surprised me 11 days ago, and I know from talking to your staffs was very surprising to you as well. Victim Services is at the core of what the DA's office does, and the Children's Advocacy Center and the management of it is at the core of Victim Services. For decades, we did not have a Children's Advocacy Center in Santa Clara County. We didn't have a Children's Advocacy Center in Santa Clara County even though we knew we needed one. We knew that we had to have coordinated, collaborative work between police, nonprofit, victim advocacy, Department of Family and Children's Services,
and medical teams for sexually abused and physically abused children. And even though we knew we needed to have it, and it would be best to co-locate those all under one roof, we didn't have it because the different agencies did not trust each other. The police did not trust DFCS. DFCS did not trust the medical team. The medical team did not trust the nonprofits. The nonprofits did not trust the police. And all of those groups came together in 2021, 5 years ago, even though they still did not trust each other because they trusted the DA's office. They trusted the DA's office to come together and work under one roof. And as I joked at the time, to figure out together who was going to unload the dishwasher, to get rid of their little disputes for the greater service of the children. It's been an amazing success. We give a survey to every child and family that comes to the CAC, and we are the highest rated children's advocacy center west of the Mississippi. And it's been a success in another really important way. The agencies, the police agencies, the other agencies, but the police agencies, they're not actually required to bring their cases to the CAC. They can investigate their cases on their own. But they bring their cases to the CAC at ever-increasing numbers every year because they trust what's happening at the CAC and the magic of that collaboration that is working and has worked so well over the last 5 years. DA Victim Services has used that trust to push our agency partners to more and more collaboration. And because we've used that trust and we've pushed them to more collaboration, we've seen better sharing of information, better integration of services, and it is the thing that everyone mentions. What can we do to get more kids served better? We better get them to the CAC. It's because the CAC, as a speaker said earlier today, is a jewel of this community. And doing something to change the management of it risks that jewel. You've been provided with no adequate justification for this earthquake of a shift, except to say that it would provide greater strategic partnership with the myriad of county departments already engaged in CAC operations. The CAC did not open 5 minutes ago. It opened 5 years ago, and the relationship and the partnership with the county departments is very good. It's great. But you know what's even better than that, even fantastic, is the relationship between the CAC management and the non-county departments, the law enforcement agencies, the CBO partners. To change the way the CAC is managed is a fundamental change that would negatively affect every part of the work at the CAC. You've received written opposition from every quarter. From every quarter. You haven't received, well, I'll just say, the largest police agency in the county, the San Jose Police Department, that brings the most cases to the CAC, objects. The two agencies that would bring the most cases to the South County CAC, the Morgan Hill Police Department and the Gilroy Police Department, object. Huge agencies that serve children, Legal Advocates for Children and Youth, the Bill Wilson Center, Pacific Clinics, First Five, all object. Prominent members of the Child Abuse Prevention Council object. The prominent members of the Juvenile Justice Commission object. Leaders from across the state, the most prominent leaders across the state in thinking about CACs and the work for children have given you written objections. Jennifer Putoff, who is the program manager that's the heart of this move, came to you this afternoon because she objects to this move. They all object because this is a terrible idea. It's a terrible idea. It risks the future of the CAC. And we're here at a time in this county where the CAC is needed. It's needed outside of the regular county structure more than ever to provide the best work to prevent child deaths and to help kids who've been sexually and physically abused. Don't risk this amazing jewel that you've got by changing it to an unproven operation. I'm asking you to stop that from happening, and I'm happy to answer all of your questions.
Thank you, James. Looking down on my colleague, Vice President Arenas.
Thank you. So I wanted to ask on CAC has been on the chopping block before. This is not what I'm going to ask you.
No.
Who said that?
The DA said that. The CAC has not been on the chopping block before.
Okay, let me look to my
respectfully.
county executive for historical background.
Last year, the district attorney suggested dropping the South County CAC as a budget proposal.
Okay. So,
It was not included in this year's budget proposal.
got it.
The South County Youth Task Force was.
Right.
Just to
Thank you. So, listen, I will have uncomfortable conversations, but I'm not going to be bullied. The Children's Advocacy Center is extremely important to this board, and I don't think I can have to look up and down to say that whether it is important or not. We know how important it is. This is where we get support services for children who are abused physically or sexually. I have been a huge advocate as a policymaker in the city of San Jose when nobody wanted to talk about this stuff. So I don't need a finger wagged in my face about how important this is. What I will ask you about is, where does it belong? You're defending it, but you also put it on a chopping block last year. So my question is, where does it normally belong? In every district attorney, city USA across the nation, or even in this state, does it typically belong in the district attorney's office?
Yes.
So you're telling me, where are the
That's
others?
the best practice.
According to whom?
Go ahead.
One of the letters you've got is from Miriam Wolf. Miriam Wolf ran a CAC in Southern California and also the San Mateo County CAC. And one of the things that she says is that the best model is what we've got right here in Santa Clara County. In fact, San Mateo County is changing its model to copy the Santa Clara County model and have it be under DA Victim Services in San Mateo County.
Okay, and that,
So
is
I'll
that
just-
based
So
on?
I just give that as an example.
It needs to be more empirical than somebody who's looking at our system and saying, you've got it right. So I don't know if there's anybody else.
Supervisor, if I may. So James is correct in the district attorney's office model is very common in the state of California. It's actually not the most common model nationally. So according to the National Children's Alliance, which is the accrediting body for children's advocacy centers, 77% of children's advocacy centers as of 2023 were actually nonprofit based. Government models are among the smallest percentage of nationwide children's advocacy centers. The 2023 data is something like 16.5% are government-based. There's also another percentage that are hospital-based. In private hospitals, we have models like that here in California. And then for that 16.5%, some of that percentage are in DA's offices, but also in child welfare or in law enforcement as well. But the most common model nationally is nonprofit.
Okay.
And I'll just answer that briefly, and I know you have other questions too. And Supervisor, I remember talking about the CAC in your office when you were a city council member in San Jose, so I know you're deeply committed to children and to the CAC. But what I wanted to say is that where other models are used elsewhere, they talk about the struggle they have in integrating police agencies into that work. And that struggle we've overcome here and is still a huge challenge many places across the country.
Thank you. This is a battle to see who keeps the Child Advocacy Center, but I want to once again anchor in where is it best served. In an office that prosecutes, that has a a level of conflict in terms of, you're the prosecutor of some of these crimes, and some of those interviewers may not want to share everything. So how do you maintain neutrality so that the victim is free to share whatever he or she wants and be able to carry on that case however she or he wants?
It's such a great question. One of the things that is a hallmark of our work here in Santa Clara County CAC is the use of the best practice model for interviewing children that's developed out of USC. It's called the 10-step interviewing model. And we require, first of all, we've got paid professional forensic interviewers who interview the children in English and in Spanish. But also, if detectives want to interview a child at the CAC, they have to be trained in a week-long training on the 10-step model, so they're using that best practice, so they're not asking questions that might be leading the child, and so that the goal is actually to get every bit of information that's important and relevant to the case, either to show that somebody committed this crime or to show that somebody didn't. But that's a national best practice that we've adopted here and have made it a requirement of what we do for interviewing here.
Thank you.
And we, the DA's office, are requiring our police agencies to use that in order to do and have their case at the CAC.
So there's much more that happens. So would you say the majority of the folks who come into the CAC, the kiddos who come in, would you say the majority of those cases are prosecuted? What would you say the percentage is?
Yeah, I think there's a different for sexual abuse and physical abuse. I'll talk a little bit about that difference in a second. But I'll say that for the sexual abuse cases, where their child makes a disclosure that someone has sexually abused them, that we prosecute those cases at a far higher rate than most places around the country because we believe children. And that's our philosophy of it. I think, it's in our impact report, so I'll take a look at that later, but I think that the impact report says that for sexually abused kids, we're filing at about 70% of the cases that come to the CAC. For physical abuse cases, it's going to be less, because the physical abuse cases are going to be cases where there may be lots of reasons why a child has a bruise or a broken bone, and we want to make sure that they're evaluated and get the right evaluation by the medical staff at the CAC. But they may not actually have been physically abused or neglected, and the prosecution rates are going to be lower for those kinds of cases. I will say that the growth most recently at the CAC has been an increased referral from law enforcement and other agencies in physical abuse cases, and I'm glad of that, because the kids are going to be safer when they've got that medical evaluation, and that provides the best information to DFCS and the other partners.
Yeah. Let me just say this piece is that whether it's sexual or physical abuse, abuse is abuse. That level of stress on a child will change and rewire their brain. And for girls, we are very considerate and responsive. But when it comes to boys, we are not. And whether it's sexual or physical, you add a head injury and you've got a murderer or serial killer or on that path, right? And very extreme physical abuse or sexual abuse, a combination of all three. And we need to interrupt that pipeline because we have a cycle of abuse that continues to happen, yet I don't see the kind of rehabilitation for boys who are abused, for those who are going through our systems, and the victim services. I don't know what those are for boys, and how you are pulling those kiddos out more than what we typically accept as standard, being young girls, right?
You're absolutely right. If we look at adult men who are abusing children, either physically or sexually, and look at their past, very often they themselves were physically or sexually abused as a child. And it's on all of us to figure out ways to stop that from happening in the next generation. One of the things that DA Victim Services has done is to recognize that we had a gap in the mental health services for victims of sexual abuse in our county. And we made a contract with Pacific Clinics to make sure that we were getting sexual abuse counseling for boys and girls who'd been sexually abused to try to interrupt that cycle as it goes forward. So I completely agree with you, and we can do more, but that more, we've recognized that and are trying to do more and more with it.
I'm just going to make my last point before Supervisor Ellenberg or the president calls on someone else. Is that most of the boys who are getting physically or sexually abused don't have the level of interruption or support, which then eventually leads them down into the probation department, because physical abuse is physical abuse. That's stress, and that's rewiring, that is maladaptive behavior on part of those children. And your system isn't created to support this comprehensively. This is where this is where DFCS department comes in and plays a part. This is where behavioral health department comes in and plays a part. And so I really don't want the CAC to be the rag doll that we both pull and nobody gets, or that nobody really is partnering in a more meaningful way. I really need for us to take a look at where is it best served. It's best served because you say it is. I'm going to say the same thing as I said before, was we use metrics and we use data, and you show me that it is best served under your umbrella, because at this point, the boys are not getting served. The boys are not getting interrupted. That's part of the school to prison pipeline. And I need to see the CAC live in the best serving place, whether it's under your umbrella, under our umbrella. I am not going to be possessive. I'm not going to, I want to see what the data, what an analysis tells us. I think that is only fair. And for us to have more empirical information. And if you're, and I congratulate you on all the work that you're doing. I'm not going to take that away from you. Yes, you've been doing amazing work. I have huge respect for all of you for the work that you're doing. It's difficult to be on your side. I can't even imagine understanding and knowing all the details to a case, and then sometimes not being able to prosecute, or being able to prosecute and win and get justice for those victims. But what we're discussing right now is, where does it live? Where should it live? And maybe this year it'll continue to live in your house, and then maybe as we move forward, we figure out where it actually should belong. I don't know. I don't have the answer, because I can't pretend to say that I know all of the data and that it's empirical and it's based on results. But I'd like to learn that point so that we can actually make a budgetary decision.
Well, Supervisor, I'll just say that the county executive office that made this proposal 11 days ago provided you no data in support of this move, and provided no justification in support of this move, except to say, we think it would work better. And I'm saying that actually it works fantastic right now, and you have objections from lots of people who are saying, if you move it, it's going to risk that future. So I'm asking you to listen to that.
I really hope that you wouldn't risk that. And you're telling me anecdotally, because you haven't given me any data either in terms of empirical information or any statistics for that matter. So, you know, let's not play this game about whose proposal is better at this point, because at the center of the question here is, where should it live that serves our community the best? I don't know that. I've yet to figure that out.
Yes, Supervisor Ellenberg.
Okay, thank you. Casey, thank you for the report. I want to first just ask kind of a global question about the process, why this is coming through as a budget item as opposed to something that the board would have, I'm talking about the change to this new department, as opposed to coming during a regular board meeting as an agendized item for discussion.
I think that's a wonderful question, and certainly one that I've received from your staff and from others as well. And I'll make some comments, and then the CEO may
Great,
want to
thanks.
weigh in here. But you know,
This feels very policy-driven.
Can you tell I'm using my policy voice? Yes. It was very policy-driven, but in large part under a very tight timeline. So we had some competing direction from the board. What I would say is urgent direction, in large part led by your office, Supervisor Ellenberg, in partnership with Supervisor Arenas, to really lean into violence prevention and interruption and intervention services within the county. As you recall, the board approved a community violence strategic plan with a focus on primary prevention. And unfortunately, that coincided with what can only be described as unprecedented and devastating financial impacts to the county. That said, we wanted to continue to bring that to light, and I believe it was you, Supervisor, who said you didn't want any budget reduction to stop a good idea from moving forward. Even if we couldn't fully realize it at the time, we should bring it forward, have the framework there so we can build on it in the future. And this proposal, looking at the totality of the budget reduction proposals that we received in administration, which we have kind of a unique view to look at all of them as they come across, to us made the most sense in a quick environment to attempt to bring together those services that would potentially be eliminated or so significantly reduced as to be ineffective in community. And this also had a lot to do with looking at service impacts. So that has, the violence prevention efforts really were kind of one braid of bringing together these smaller programs that were looking at reduction and elimination, thinking of ways we could preserve them, build out that framework, and build upon them when resources return. For reentry and pre-trial, and I believe we have some representatives from those departments here, what we were looking at there really had a lot to do with feedback from community. We were receiving community feedback that we were losing clients in between pretrial and reentry. They were going in one door and not quite making it to the next. And we always had this wonderful philosophy in Santa Clara County about no wrong door, but we built 12 doors, and justice impacted individuals struggle sometimes to make it through all those doors. So the intention behind this proposal is really to try and create one door, 6 services, as opposed to 12 doors, 1 service. And
let me just get some clarification.
Sure.
So is this something different from an Office of Violence Prevention? Is this what that initial idea is being morphed into
It
through
is
your
a
proposal?
little different. Let me just kind of step into to maybe make a more straightforward comment about why you're seeing this in the budget. This is an effort to try to make, as we have tried to do throughout the budget in these difficult fiscal times, to try to make a foundation, try to make lemonade out of lemons. And what I mean by that is many of the units that form JSSD were proposed by their home departments for elimination. South County Youth Task Force was on the district attorney's elimination list. Neighborhood Services Unit was on probation's elimination list. The Office of Diversion and Reentry Services facing catastrophic reductions in critical AB 109 funding, which, as this board knows, has a major structural deficit. And so trying to actually preserve those, knowing that they're not mandated services in those home departments, knowing that cutting and trimming them down to very small pieces, being by themselves in those originating departments, would not leave them strong enough and cohesive enough, but bringing these pieces together in one department would actually allow for a foundation in an iterative manner over the next few years, but would create a foundation of preserving all of these programs and looking at how we can integrate them together in reflection of the current fiscal reality. So it was in response to seeing those myriad proposals from across many departments.
Is there a budget savings in bringing all of these together? I know we're moving positions, so some departments are seeing reductions, but is anything going away? Is it all being preserved? If it's all being preserved, how is this financially advantageous?
There is an upfront ongoing savings in the form of some staffing efficiencies from bringing all of these pieces together. It's modest. It's 1 point something million
Yes,
in
that's
ongoing
approximate.
savings that comes from bringing all those pieces together. But it preserves all of those pieces as well. So it's both of those elements, but there is an overall budgetary savings.
So is this a fully new, what is proposed, a fully new department that will have a new single director? Is it all coming into reentry, and has Matt Fisk's job just gotten really, really big?
No, so it's a great question. And to James' earlier point, there are some sort of budgetary tweaks behind in terms of budget units. But what this is we're taking these disparate programs along with reentry and pretrial services and putting them under one heading. So Javier Aguirre would remain the director of the Office of Reentry Services. Matthew Fisk remains the director of the Office of Pretrial Services. I supervise many of these functions already within this department, and if I don't supervise them currently, I have a deep investment from having either worked in them previously or continued my work currently. And so all of these would flow under my portfolio, so we wouldn't be creating a new director currently. I think the reality of that is the budgetary environment doesn't support that, but we can integrate, we can move forward and at least create the framework until we have that ability to have this department within CEO sort of become its own function outside of it.
Okay. Let me ask you about, I'm watching the clock. I know I can have a second round, but I'm feeling a little bit rushed. This combination of departments serve different populations with services, through services with perhaps disparate goals. And I think Supervisor Rennes, you were maybe alluding to that with your questions about the CAC, whether there's any inherent conflict in partnering with staff where there might be a prosecution. Do we have any of those considerations? For example, if we were to co-locate pretrial and reentry, victim services, and pretrial, what does this physically look like?
That's a great question. So the Office of Pretrial Services has to maintain some independence because of their access to certain data, but there are what we call CJIT compliant spaces, which allow for pretrial services to operate within those spaces. And the idea would be to have pretrial services officers be able to do office hours and be available, for example, in South County at the Reentry Resource Center. These conversations, because this proposal is new and in development and is also looking for some reflection and guidance from the board, but the departments are talking. We are thinking about ways that we can build upon this should the board approve the department, which would include deeper integration, more holistic services, and co-location. As far as your comments about the violence prevention intervention services as it relates to victims, so the Neighborhood Safety Unit and the South County Youth Task Force, along with gender-based violence, there are direct services provided to some extent, but largely what they are is organization of those services. So gender-based violence provides the contract for those services, but does not provide direct services. The Neighborhood Safety Unit has a community worker, but they do not provide direct services. They contract with agencies who do those services. Same is true of the South County Youth Task Force. That's not to say that some of those staff aren't out in community. I believe that they are. They do engage with some of that work, but predominantly they are facilitating programs in community. The Children's Advocacy Center would be a unique structure in that sense. Nothing would co-locate there. The CAC would remain an independent function. It's simply, again, that administrative function that would move under administration for better strategic leverage across those departments that work with the CAC. Certainly, prosecution has an independent role and needs to be protected in terms of having its independence around investigations, and we would not infringe on that. But we've got DFCS engaged, the hospital system engaged, fleet and facilities engaged, many other departments across the county that work in partnership with the CAC. And a lot of those departments are already reporting through administration.
Thank you. I need a second round, but I will wait my turn. Thank you.
Yes, Supervisor Young.
think Supervisor Abikoga had her light first.
That's right.
Oh, yeah?
Let's
Okay.
go down. Absolutely.
Casey, thank you so much for being here this evening. So I'm just going to make a bit of a pivot here. Beyond the transfer of various codes to the proposed transfer of various codes to the Justice Services and Support Department, my request for more information is a detailed breakdown, or as much detail as possible, of the proposed cuts or funding allocation to programs that directly support intimate partner violence, domestic violence survivors, human trafficking survivors. I think that there's been a lot of conversation today about proposed cuts to contracted services, and in the context of this proposed new department, really would like to understand how that's going to play out. Any clarity, kind of markers in the road that you can give us to indicate, so that really for our community-based partners to be able to plan accordingly as well. And then, I'm really interested in knowing the next steps. Should this new division be approved as part of the recommended budget, what is the role? You talked about designing, you talk about rolling out. Really would like to see the plan for that, even if it's a whatever rough outline or methodology that you could share and impart. I'm really interested in understanding the potential for intersectionality between the various programs, being able to leverage each other's resources and strengths. I feel that there's a lot of the same people in the human trafficking space, advocacy space, and the domestic violence advocacy space, not advocating for these things, but advocating against these things for
I understand,
support
yes.
services. And so is this going to be an opportunity for our advocates, our community-based organizations, our partners, borrowing from your previous metaphor in a different context, right? One door for 12 services.
Sure.
And so I'd be really interested in knowing about that. I see whenever there's consolidation, there's always an opportunity for greater intersectionality and the dovetailing and leveraging of work and whatever metaphors, we could throw in there too. But you get what I'm saying, right?
I could think of some more, but yes. And I will also say, too, that I would be remiss if I didn't talk about the outreach that I've received from some of our community-based organizations who, like Supervisor Ellenberg, they were, I think, intrigued by the proposal and would have liked to been able to lean in earlier. And so I've had very frank conversations with SVCN, for example, and some of our other leaders in the nonprofit space and community-based organizations to talk about what community engagement and a community engagement plan would look like. We are lucky that we have robust advisory councils and lived experience through reentry that we intend to leverage, and I've already started talking to Director Aguirre about that. But absolutely, that would be a significant part of any work moving forward.
Yeah, and I know that a values, a principle
Yes.
of your work and of our work here at the county through the various departments is the equity framework, right?
Yes.
In terms of as you're designing this build out or the rollout or the engagement process, if there is an equity framework being applied to ensure that we're prioritizing localized safety net services like the 24-hour crisis response, our local network of emergency shelter and hotels, and advocacy and long-term support for survivors of intimate partner violence and human trafficking and sexual assault, those would be things I'd be interested in knowing in terms of your plan to frame, design, and roll out. And also if there's any operational next steps, like when do we expect to see this to the board, what type of board direction is going to be needed at what critical points in the design process, and how long should this take?
Absolutely, and I do also want to thank, I don't know that they're here anymore, but many of the domestic violence consortium agencies have been in deep community and communication with me about this as this moves forward in the last few days, and just really want to thank them for their partnership, and we would continue that moving forward.
I really appreciate that. Sometimes consolidation is a function of limited resources, and
Yes.
sometimes it could also be a vehicle for greater capacity. And I think to the best of our efforts, we increasingly are working towards unsiloing ourselves more and more. So thank you, Casey. I look forward to seeing the information in preparation for the June budget hearings.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you. I appreciate the presentations and the conversations. I think there's pros and cons to both sides or the different sides of the argument. I appreciate Vice President Arena's comments about, the ultimate issue being, where do these programs belong best? I would say that for me, I'm mostly concerned about the process, and I've seen this in some of the other programs that were brought to our committees or to this board in general, and they were mainly proposed for elimination. And my question was, well, when did the board discuss this? And that's my challenge with this, is that this was proposed, it sounds like 11 days ago. My understanding is that and I would say it should have gone to the PSJC committee, but it didn't. And now we are here in a budget session being asked to, frankly, decide or pick a side or whatever you want to call it. And, all of the questions that my colleagues have asked, I think those need a place to be vetted, and we haven't done that. And given that, I understand that, it's a $1 million savings perhaps, but I guess I would ask that if they weren't being proposed for elimination, and we as a board could choose to not eliminate these programs wherever they are, and look at or ask the CEO to look at other alternatives, that's another option too. But I think I don't know enough, frankly. I think we have a lot of questions that we need answers from. We've heard from the community. The community wasn't aware of this. I just think it needs more time to be vetted, and I don't think it's to be, it's $1 million, yes, but it's something that is an important decision that I think we could figure out $1 million somewhere else and take this out of the budget process and spend more time really analyzing what would be best for this proposal. So that's my request, is that we remove this from this budget discussion and, send it back to, if it's okay with PSJC, to the committee to have a more intensive discussion, and we can, also bring it back to the board. But just like we're going to probably have to make some adjustments with whatever we are required to do with DFCS. And this is, again, it's a living budget, and we're going to have to make adjustments as we go. And so I think that this deserves the time that we need to take to really understand the pros and cons and the different alternatives and come up with the best decision. So that would be my request. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I go second round, I guess I get to just share my concerns also with some of these. First I want to thank some of my colleagues for the important input, and of course that from James as well as last of Casey. This is a big change, and I would say I certainly share all those concerns. We've read multiple dozens of letters, and also the comments I've heard today, and certainly we have the obligation to incorporate these feedback into our ultimate decision making, and that certainly more data I think is necessary, as my Vice President has mentioned, of how best to make this all work, and without the sufficient input from either the community or the departments themselves, I certainly will ask that the administration, trial services, re-entry, and also DA's office to really, those who are being impacted, to continue this discussion, to think this through so that we actually have they're making a right decision. Certainly the good news is that the many of these organizations are doing great things right now for our community. So before we make this change, and on the surface, I think it's very, very logical, but I certainly want to make sure that we really do think this through. So yeah, I think there's some work that still needs to be done. Plus also talking to many of our community partners. So we rarely get so many letters from so many community partners having doubts of something that we propose. So I certainly think that there's more discussion we need to make sure that works. So I just those of my observations I just want to share. Vice President, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I could turn. You're
sure.
finished?
Yeah, I'm done. Oh,
yeah,
I know,
no.
I know Supervisor Ellenberg wants to go for the second round too, so do you want to go first? Or should I, I'm sure she's
Second
ready.
round. No, listen, I just want to thank, really, I just wanted to thank folks for the conversation and the comments from my colleagues. I think we're in this landing spot in terms of trying to figure out how to make a policy decision together collectively, right? And I think that that's really important. In the end, what I'd like to see is our kiddos who are sexually assaulted, abused, and our kiddos who, whether there's physical or sexual, that we have this system that is seamless, right? That doesn't understand, nobody understands whether we're working together, not working together. I want us to make sure that we continue to move in that direction. That's where I'm anchored in. I'm anchored in making sure that our data also tells us a story. And this probably, you're right, Supervisor Abakoga, this is probably a policy discussion. And I'd love for this to also make its way back to CSFC. I know you suggested the committee that you sit on, but I'd also like for it to.
No, PSJC is not, that's chaired by.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Supervisor Ellenberg
That's
and,
you,
me and
Supervisor
myself, yeah.
Ellenberg. Yes, I'm sorry. I conflated comments here now. And anyways, so going back to my point is that I think we should have it go through a couple of our committees, give it some thought in terms of where it should belong. But I think the data can also help us, whether it's what we're achieving and what we're not achieving in terms of support for victims, and for survivors, excuse me, of both physical and sexual abuse. And that's where I really want us to think about. We've lost a number of children in this county, and we all need to work with one another to figure out how not, so that it doesn't happen, and when it does happen, we rely on you to prosecute those crimes. And so I want, in the spirit of collaboration and partnership, I want us to take a look at this in a way that allows for us to have conversations. And so I just wanted to end with that and just thank everybody for their participation, and the community's been here for a number of hours, and I really appreciate that. Thank you.
If I can share a couple comments. It would be helpful to just get a little clarity from board members. All the public comments and all the letters that I'm aware of are solely with respect to two components of the proposal, which is the Child Advocacy Center and the South County Youth Task Force. I'm not aware of any concerns that have been raised regarding any of the other elements, which represent the overwhelming majority of the FTE. And the reason I ask about that is because there's budget implications associated with how we proceed. And so it's one thing if the board is indicating a desire for continued conversation at the policy level with respect to those two components, or the entirety of the JSSD proposal, and I'm seeking clarity from board members on the intention, because I heard a lot of references to the specific items that we've been talking about, but that's only, I think, maybe 4 out of 80, almost 80 FTE.
It's 5.
5 FTE. So it would be helpful to understand, because I think it's much easier if the request is basically to disentangle those pieces and continue to have the policy conversation at the committee level about best practices and where those components belong versus the entirety of JSSD. So I'm just seeking clarity from board members as between the two. Like I said, I'm not aware of any comments that we've received regarding any of the other pieces.
Go ahead, Ellenberg.
I need to untangle that a little bit to even make my recommendation. The reductions that are proposed, or the changes, the FTE changes that are already factored into the balancing of the budget, do those happen regardless of whether we do this structural change? I'm still not entirely clear if we're talking about a new budget area or a new department.
So that's a good clarifying question. So you'll see two sets of things when you look at the recommended budget. There are proposed reductions in some of these areas that are being proposed at baseline. Those add up to many millions of dollars.
Well, for example, reentry losing almost 20% of their FTEs. And
That's correct.
contract
So,
cuts.
and that has to do with as the board is well aware, the significant structural deficit in AB 109 funding.
Again, not
so-
debating, but wanting to understand.
Yes,
Is
so-
that part and parcel of this new department,
That
or is that separate?
So with the new department,
And it's a department?
it is a department.
Okay.
With the new department, which is basically using the existing infrastructure of pretrial services, which is an existing department. But with that new department, we realize an efficiency savings that's 1 point something million. But if we were to disentangle and undo the new department proposal, we would still be making the proposed significant many millions of dollars of other FTE reductions in these areas. We just don't believe they would stand on their own as effectively. So that's why the reason I asked the question that I just asked is because, that I asked before you began with your second round, Supervisor Ellenberg, is because a lot of that activity is in these other areas, not the two that we've received public comments on, which are the Children's Advocacy Center and the South County Youth Task Force. So one of the most significant areas, for example, where there's position impacts, as you just noted, is actually in diversion and reentry services staff.
Right.
So, my request would be if the board's interested in the policy conversation, which I think we've had the beginnings of and merits a robust discussion related to those two pieces, my recommendation would be that we not try to disentangle the other components that comprise the overwhelming majority of the FTE at issue here, because I think that'll just be, we do need to deal with the reductions in all these other areas, and I haven't heard any concerns in those other areas, and I would be concerned about some of those other units' efficacy to stand alone, carrying the cuts that have been proposed without them being together in this one department.
And the fact that they're so entangled, I think, makes this very challenging as well. My particular concerns were not, frankly, those two pieces, the CAC and South County. I'm very happy to, as Supervisor Arenas said, go where the data takes us. I'm thinking more of the overall structure, and Casey, you said a number of times that this direction has come from me, but what I was talking about was violence prevention efforts consolidated under public health. I don't see public health being a piece of this at all. And CAC, frankly, responds to harm. It's not violence. I mean, it's hopefully additional violence prevention, but I hadn't even been thinking about that as a violence prevention piece.
And so I'll start with the public health piece first. So I've been working in deep coordination with Dr. Redman and the violence prevention program within public health. Public health is one of our few departments that has a mandate for prevention services, in this case for primary prevention. But it would be difficult to move tertiary and secondary violence prevention services, which are criminal justice adjacent, into public health. And so the decision we were left with as we looked at these to James's point, the shrinkage of some of the AB 109 structural deficit that we have with reentry, as well as these smaller secondary and tertiary programs that are still critical. And we've heard from community and from partners like Javier Aguirre, who's sitting behind me here, the importance of some of that work, really thinking about ways that we can structure them together to be more supportive of each other. That said, we believe that primary prevention is really well suited to remain within public health as one of their mandated services, given that it's such an upstream investment that they're really suited to do that work. So we didn't want to pull that work from public health, nor did we want to put criminal justice adjacent services within public health. But we're attempting to create a close partnership between the violence prevention program within public health and what would be this framework. And I think that could evolve over time as resources return. I know Dr. Rubin, I don't want to speak on her behalf, but her team is very invested in the primary prevention that they do within their program, and we're in deep partnership together already.
Right. I hadn't anticipated that other programs would be moved out of existing departments, just that public health would be the coordinator. So this really is something different. I am torn because I am not interested in blowing up what I am certain is a very, very carefully and precariously crafted budget proposal. I hear Supervisor Abe-Koga's concerns and agree that there is more for the board to discuss, and there certainly is more for the public and the interested stakeholders to weigh in, not to mention the judges and justice partners. And I want to make sure that pretrial, what is that called? I just lost the word.
Office of Pretrial Services.
Pretrial services, whether they're video arraignment or in person, are not dropping off. This is just very big, and it is enmeshed in a way that makes it hard for me to separate the policy from the budgetary changes. I'm willing to support the budgetary changes for the purpose of getting to a balanced budget, but I don't want this new thing to be considered in any kind of final, immovable form without going at least to one committee and having more conversation by the board. But if it makes sense fiscally, James, to put things in these new holding patterns, I don't love it, but I understand that you've been trying to, as you said, move mountains. I would, I don't know what's bigger than a mountain, but I have no doubt that that's what you're doing.
Yeah, let me kind of speak to that a little bit. So, the two biggest components from staffing perspective that are at issue here are a couple units moving out of the Office of the County Executive. And as you will recall, we've been asked for the last several years to continue to try to move things out of the Office of the County Executive that don't really have to do with the administration of the county organization, but where things may have been incubated.
Right.
And one of those is the Office of Diversion and Reentry Services, and another one is our Office of Gender-Based Violence Prevention. And our concern is, especially given what's happening with AB 109 funding, is we think that that putting these together in this budget unit will actually help them remain stronger than basically having them be a small fraction of themselves as standalone, tiny little offices still within the Office of the County Executive. And so the reason, going back to my earlier point, which was we've gotten, we've heard from the district attorney's office and we've heard concerns about, two of these functions that involve 5 FTE. My worry is if we just move forward with the cuts that we need to be doing for the Office of Diversion and Reentry Services without moving it in with a conjoined infrastructure with pretrial services, that we're going to actually end up with much less. So, that we can certainly do that, but we're going to have a very small Office of Reentry Services. And what we were trying to do with this proposal is actually preserve our capacity collectively as an organization in these areas in the fiscal context that we're facing. So, I don't know if Javier wants to come speak to this a little bit as well, but.
But before, Javier, let me just, I don't have a question yet, and I appreciate what you're trying to do. And again, because the board can change things every other Tuesday, I'm not existentially concerned about these moves happening. What I want to make clear is that while this may be fully baked in your heads as you've been creating a budget, it's not, and we've heard from all of my colleagues, it's not clear to us. It's not really the violence prevention vision that Supervisor Arenas and I had. It's not, something, having a little trouble articulating. I think it's just a long day. But what I would like, we have an update coming in September. I know this is years away, but September, the Office of Community Violence Prevention is getting an update. The board is getting an update. If this moves forward in the budget, and again, I'm not addressing the two small pieces, I'm focused on the structure. If that moves forward, I want I can't wait until September. I want before the hearings to have a very clear organization chart. I did ask for that, but I don't think we've gotten it yet. I want an org chart. I want to see where everybody is, and I need it visually, moving from A to B, from C to B, where they're all going, where the FTE is, where the savings is. I just got a note that we received the org chart. I haven't seen it yet.
That's okay.
They are on it.
It's a lot of information.
But really, and having another opportunity for a conversation between now and the hearings about what this looks like, how it fits into our vision of how we best serve community and how we look at our whole county essentially as violence prevention, because that's what we're doing through
Yes.
public health and safety and the prevention services that we're able to do less of. This is a county that should prevent violence, alleviate poverty, keep people safe and thriving. I don't think this doesn't get us there, but I don't see the clear path yet. Javier.
Javier Aguirre, Director, Office of Diversion and Reentry Services. Just 2 points. One, about this new department is our ability to do community building capacity. We share a lot of our common providers, but working along with my other colleagues in other divisions, we can better provide information and data metrics that we could all share. And then the second point too is kind of looking at the North Star of a department. So Los Angeles County has an amazing department called Justice Care and Opportunities Department, that they brought in the alternatives to incarceration pieces into this new department with violence prevention, community-based building. So that's something that I'm looking forward to
That's all
working with.
PSJC departments, right?
No. So this is diversion, reentry, violence prevention into one department.
That's all PSJC. When I'm thinking beyond its public health, its children's services, its other.
Yeah, there's
So
a
we're
connection.
still looking at violence prevention through this public safety and justice limited lens.
Well, one thing about this department too, it has that connection to public health. Like I serve on multiple task force that public health is coordinating. So is some of my colleagues from the NSU. I serve on the South County Youth Task Force, so having all of us together in one department, I think, can move along the needle and make some changes to better our community.
Thank you very much.
Supervisor Abikoga?
Thank you. So I guess my question was going to be, if we were to just ask an alternative to finding $1.3 million reduction elsewhere, would that resolve?
Well, we certainly can come up with an alternative to that. What I was trying to articulate is I'm worried about what's left behind in these departments, because in addition to that, there are cuts that are in all of these home departments to some of these functions, particularly to our Office of Diversion and Reentry Services. Those are many more millions of dollars. So those are the two different pieces that are working together, and that's why the reason you have this proposal is in the face of those sets of budget reductions, we were actually trying to bring something forward that we thought could continue those functions in a way that was effective, as opposed to just bringing forward the proposals in the home departments of cuts that would leave behind a stump of services in those places. And that's not true for every piece of this.
Right.
We haven't proposed any FTE change, for example, with the Children's Advocacy Center. So, but for the two big staffing components of this proposal, which is pretrial services and the division of the Office of Diversion and Reentry Services, that is a concern. Likewise for the Office of Gender-Based Violence Prevention. So, my suggestion would be, if the policy focus is really in two areas, which is one, the two components that are in the district attorney's office today, and second, how does this structure evolve over time, which it will need to evolve over time. My suggestion to the board would be to take that policy discussion on the two components that currently sit in the district attorney's office and have that be one policy stream, and to have the continued conversation on how this department would iterate over time, which it would need to. We acknowledge it. I don't think we're coming here saying it's fully baked. I think what we're coming here saying is this is our best thinking on how to preserve these functions in the context of severely reduced funding, especially for some of the dedicated funding streams that form the primary source of funding for diversion and reentry services. So, again, there hasn't been public comment on those other pieces, and I don't want the focus on the 5 FTE to miss what we're trying to do with the rest of the pieces of this to actually preserve the rest of that service delivery capacity.
So, thank you. That helps. I guess I go back to Supervisor Ellenberg. You mentioned desperate outcomes, maybe, and that's where I'm still. And I don't, to be honest, I don't know enough about all the different elements to understand the cohesion versus the separations, or and. With your explanation, CEO, my thought is, well, I could see pretrial and diversion perhaps being together, but not sure how that connects with gender-based violence or the CAC. So I guess I'm concerned about just cobbling things together, just because they're maybe don't have, well, you mentioned just the resources are limited. Are there other ways to preserve, by combining in different departments that make more sense? I'll say that, red flag goes up when I hear new departments, because frankly, I think we need to be going the other way around. My concern with having, and when as I listen to this, that it just seems like the challenge is that there's so many silos, because I could say, well, why can't we be coordinating all of these different departments and programs right now with what we have, right? We have, Ms. Halquan here already. So that's why, and, it might be a cost saver now, but as things get better, and this is always the challenge, is that then we start thinking of expanding things, and do we have to end up adding a new department head down the road? So, and that is concerning to me, because I don't want to go back to that. We have to do things differently. So that's all. Like, there's so much here, I think, that has to be unraveled. I don't know. Yeah, so, what is, I don't know, and I don't know the dollar amount of all of the cuts that this amounts to if we don't do this. And that would be, I would like to see that. But I guess, my inclination is to say, well, could you come up with alternatives then? If we want to maintain what we have, what would be the trade-offs?
We will
Not today,
provide,
but
we'll
next
provide
time.
information on what those alternatives look like. And if the board wishes to proceed with those alternatives, certainly the board can choose to do so.
Thank you.
Yeah, Vice President?
Thank you. I heard you earlier when we were talking about the pre-arraignment and arraignment decisions, like why we came to that decision, and there was a greater purpose there, and that was to save funding. But there still was that question about whether we were going to be able to complete the number of arraignments for clients. And here I see kind of the opposite, James, in which we are looking at efficiency. We are looking at how we're going to build up the work capacity in the future, and the combination of that with budgetary decisions that make sense, right? So here I see it both together, although today is a lot to take into, but I do see that. I just do see that potential here, and I think that it is an opportunity for us to collectively put all of these pieces together that makes sense. And I appreciate it. I do appreciate it. I think we should take out the two pieces that I think my colleagues have already said: the South County Youth Task Force and then the CAC. And then we have this discussion about the rest of the items. And listen, I wasn't sure where NSU was going to live, how it was going to happen, even though there's some value. There's obviously a lot of value to NSU, but I think there was some concern about whether it should live within the probation department or should live somewhere else, or any of the other segments that we have here. And I think you're creating a home for this cluster of areas, and I think there's some potential there in terms of the structure. I do agree that this question about this is kind of the cart before the horse, and we've had segmented conversations on some of these policy areas throughout the year, throughout the fiscal year. And I think what you're hoping to do here is kind of conclude all those conversations and put them together. And I think it's just taken me a minute to figure those pieces out. I'm not going to say I don't like it. I think I appreciate it. Like I said, I think I see what I didn't see before in the pre-arraignment and arraignment model, where it was just a decision was being made based on budgetary savings and not necessarily the kind of outcomes that we're going to hope for and expect and uphold for our clients who are incarcerated. But here I think I see the whole model. I think it just takes some time to figure the piece out, to be able to acclimate to the new department. But I like the bones, I guess is what I'm saying. I like the bones, and I like that one, you're looking at budgetary savings, but you're also looking at what makes sense coming together under one umbrella.
I appreciate those comments, Supervisor. I think it's important to just clarify one thing factually. We're not netting any new departments from what we have today. We're basically transforming an existing department of pretrial services by moving other functions into that existing department and renaming it. And the reason that we're proposing that is, it's a very small department that is facing cuts on its own. We have these other functions that exist today in the county executive's office that are very small functions on their own. And in the context of the overall budget cuts we're facing as a county organization, the question is, how do we have these pieces actually survive and move that work forward? And so what we're trying to do is put those things together in a way where that work does survive, is able to move forward, can do so in an efficient manner, instead of leaving these little pieces behind and, one piece in probation, but with, only 2 people instead of 4, or, one piece in CEO, but with only, a dozen people instead of 2 dozen, et cetera, knowing that leaving these little pieces behind where they currently are isn't going to actually allow us to strategically move that work forward. So that's the genesis of what we tried to do when we were looking at these departmental proposals to either eliminate or substantially cut these individual components. We certainly can instead leave those units behind and cut them. But this was our attempt to actually bring those pieces together strategically and keep that foundation and do so in an administratively efficient manner. So it was in response to the fiscal reality and to what departments are facing. And that's why you see it basically as a response to what we were seeing departments have to propose to us, and why it came together in response to that as an alternative set of recommendations.
I appreciate it. Like I said, I like it. It is a budget item, obviously, but it's also a policy item. And I think for me, at first when I was listening to my colleagues, I was thinking, well, this is kind of the cart before the horse. But we are talking about budget, and we are talking about how to be more of an efficient system. I think this is a good example of how to do that. And then continue to hold our priorities as the North Star in those new departments, with the violence prevention initiative that Supervisor Ellenberg led. And I joined her in that effort, so that it all makes sense in coming together. I appreciate this. I'm at the end of the day, I think we're looking both for budget, and we're looking for efficiency, and we're looking for opportunities for the future. And I think that for me, it checks it off.
I agree with Supervisor Arenas. And James, I think if you had framed this as we are restructuring and enlarging the reentry department, that sounds very different to me, and maybe it's just semantics, but very different from creating an entirely new thing, because that makes sense in a way that it didn't before, because you are picking up little pieces that can't stand on their own, but brought together under reentry, but calling it a new thing, feels more stabilizing to me and less radically different. I'm still not sure it gets to where I want to be with violence prevention writ large, but I think I can live with this as the beginning of a framework with a lot of community input, conversation, and shaping, but without having to unwind all the pieces.
I appreciate that feedback, Supervisor. We could have worked to kind of present it that way. We did try to list it on the agenda as, formerly Office of Pretrial Services, but don't think that necessarily communicated that as clearly as maybe we needed to. But yes, that's exactly what we're trying to do, and why we're recommending this as opposed to just doing all those cuts in the home departments.
Okay. All right.
I do think that those two components from the district attorney's office can be pulled for further policy conversation, but
They have to go to Sylvia's committee.
All right. Well, first I'd say thank you very much, everybody. Thank you, Ms. Kilholm. Thank you very much, Dia Rosen, James, and team for all your great work and spending not just the afternoon but the evening with us. But the night's still young. We've got more to go, but
I think we'll say good night now.
lucky you, because we're still here. All right, moving to item 12E, which is the criminal justice system-wide cost. And who pulled that one, 12E?
We don't believe that E was pulled. We have F.
Oh, is it F?
I do have E as pulled by someone. I don't know who pulled E, but
Okay,
I
no.
have E
Oh,
as also signature.
of course it was me.
Oh.
Sorry, of course it's me. I'll go. Look, I promise to be fast. I promise to be fast. So last year we actually talked about the impact of cutting reentry services. Today those cuts are proving certainly more troublesome with more and more people being impacted. It at the time truly seems counterproductive that the biggest AB 109 cuts are hitting the very department that should be getting the bulk of that money. So I think we could do better here, and so I asked that we go back and try to find ways to preserve some of these vital services to lessen the number of people being impacted for reentry. And that's my comment.
Well, Supervisor, I would say actually this really dovetails from the last conversation. I mean, that's exactly why we've proposed what we've proposed, because AB 109 funding has such a significant structural deficit that we do have to address. And what we've tried to propose with our AB 109 funding is this proposal regarding JSSD to preserve reentry services to the greatest extent possible, but also to reorganize the utilization of AB 109 funding, shifting it off of several departments to streamline how that funding is utilized. And we do believe it actually now will put our AB 109 funding on a pathway, at least for the next few years, where it is structurally balanced. So there's been a lot of conversations and thought that's gone into that, including a lot of work with our probation department, with reentry and others. But we're hoping that the good news is after this, we're in a place where that AB 109 funding is pretty stable, because it's been a rough couple years with that funding stream.
Indeed.
So that's our hope.
Okay, thank you very much. So that's 12E. Let's go 12F that others have pulled.
12F is
On
probation.
department. Yes.
It's me. Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Bikoga.
Thank you. Yeah, so I think some of us heard from members of our probation department. Many of the frontline positions are slated for deletion. And so the question is about right-sizing the management portion of the operations in response to that, and interest in preserving promotional pipelines as much as possible. And so I was hoping the CEO could maybe provide some comments around that. Thank you.
Sure. The department specifically did look at the mix of positions. These are vacant positions, but did look at the mix of positions, and we can provide some data to the board. But the department did proportionately look at positions as between bargaining units and to maintain proportionality across the cuts that are proposed. And I don't know if Nick wants to speak any further to that now, but we can also provide that data.
Testing. Okay, good. Pizza's on the way, yeah? Yeah, no, strategically over the past, Nick Birch, your Chief Probation Officer, strategically over the past 4 budget reductions in 4 years, fiscal year, we start with looking at what we're trying to accomplish first with our budget reductions, and then we take a look at that and overlap, to James's point, the bargaining units and the impact to each one of those. And I can say that over the past 4 years, if we have 3 major budget labor unions, and we have kept consistent with whatever the percentage is. So if one labor union has 60% of our department, over the past 4 years, we've made sure that they've been in that same range. And so that way, there's not one labor organization that's taking a bigger hit than any other. And we're proud that we've been able to do that for the past 4 years.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Young.
Hi there. Thank you for being, I've seen you off in the distance. You've been here all morning with us and all day and now all night. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
So I just want to first just offer my appreciation that the probation department plays a vital role in our public safety and justice ecosystem. And this department achieves this through an array of services, including adult probation, juvenile probation, institution services, community-based partnerships, administration. This past Christmas, probation officers, your DPOs were with me in the Valley Palms neighborhood, Tropicana neighborhood, to pass out toys, to help cook food, to be in community. And I really feel that we have a very unique and special probation unit that does more than just monitor and supervise. There's a true engagement here that I want to always appreciate. So I share some of the same concerns or just reflections about staffing, and I know that's going to be a constant theme throughout this whole budget process. I really want to understand that with this staffing law, because your organization your department is very structured. There's the DPO supervised by, I'm going to get all the terms wrong, the unit manager, then the supervisors, then the managers, and you know, there's a hierarchy here. That's part of the system of care, this ecosystem that you're a part of. And I just want to make sure I understand if we're working towards, how are we working towards, I'm not saying if, how are we working towards equitable workloads and the right staffing ratio of supervisors to frontline staff? So that would be my request for further information in terms of helping us understand how we're working towards equitable workloads to make sure that our DPOs are not burned out. If they're burnt out, if they're jammed up, then that means our adult and juvenile clients can fall through the cracks. And that's, you know, as evidenced and demonstrated repeatedly in these chambers and by today's discussion around public safety and the care of especially young people. I know that's an outcome we want to avoid. So I want to see, I'm going to pause here to see if there's any initial reaction or comments on that.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Alex V., Assistant Chief Probation Officer. Nice to spend the evening with you. So to answer your question about equitable workload over the course of our adjustments due to the budget, really, I think it's a kind of a multiple faceted approach. What we're doing first and foremost is focusing and focusing ourselves on our assessments and making sure that we're supervising according to our standards and making sure we're exercising best practices as it relates to how much time we're supervising, say, for example, a low versus a high, and not expending an exorbitant amount of energy or resources on someone who may not need to be supervised at a high level. That combined with looking at the department as a whole, both juvenile and adult, and where we see needs and areas of focus in terms of resourcing, be sure that once we get the budget finalized and we can make some changes or reconfigurations, that we do look at that, focus on that, and make sure that we adjust our resources accordingly to make sure that we do provide support and assistance where that support and assistance is needed to do exactly what you're raising, address a more equitable workload for throughout the department.
Yeah, thank you for that. So in my request for information, would love to understand more clarity in terms of what your framework is in approaching that, the next steps after just what you just referenced, that after the budget is settled, there's going to be room for augmentations or just pivoting to make sure that we're working towards that. So I'm really interested in understanding that framework and the methodology that you're going to go about with that. And then can I also ask for an org chart I think I met with various members of your department, and so it's complex, but I feel like I can follow. So if you could also include an org chart of where the DPOs are, who supervises them, where the units are. And I know that you serve multi-generation, like adults and juvenile. So they're in, yeah, in custody, in the community. That would be really helpful to understand that.
We can absolutely provide that.
Fantastic. And then this may be a sensitive question, but I think that's what we've been doing all day. I know, my understanding is that law enforcement typically retires towards the end of the calendar year. Like that's been a trend or I see Nick nodding, so I'm glad I'm not speaking out of turn here. As more retirements or potentially probation division managers specifically, right? If those positions are becoming vacant, and we know about the retirements, I know we don't go around asking people if they're going to retire. That would be totally against the law. But as more becomes noticed as we move through the year, is there potential here? Are we open to swapping out, or does it make sense to swap out some of those proposed deleted codes for more of the frontline staff to retain those codes?
So based on what you just said, if you're looking at December where most folks retire in our department, that would be into next year's budget, which we are already thinking about. We always plan a year or two in advance when it comes to budgets. We're already planning for the next year's fiscal year reductions in budgets. And so as of today, we do not have any in that classification, any proposed retirements as of today. And until somebody makes that official, we can't recruit for anything yet or switch out or change things. So as that becomes more evident and clear towards the end of the year, we will certainly take that into consideration for next year's budget for sure.
And what happens if we become noticed of retirements? I don't know, if we were to be noticed in the next couple of weeks, that by the end of June or by July or by fall?
By fall would be in the next year's budget, but if we happen to hear something between now and June, we can certainly go back and take a look at how that impacts our recommended budget and the county executive's recommended budget.
Yeah, I'd be really interested in knowing, and I know that you always you have to manage these positions, right? It's not just the probation department, but across the county organization, folks are, I read in in James, your opening message in the budget is that, every 2 weeks there's turnover, new numbers. And it's just that as we're moving through the numbers and getting more notices, if there is an openness to reconsidering the shifting of certain vacant positions, I am worried, as I've been worried about all departments, it's not just probation, it's just the county organization at large, that we are balancing our budgeting and fiscal realities with our operational standards, right? And so on balance, does it make sense to reconsider swapping out certain codes to make sure that our frontline staff is not so thin that we wouldn't be able to provide the level of care we want?
And what I can say is the positions that we currently have, and we've had a number, to your point, in other classifications that have put forward their proposed retirement dates going before the fiscal year starts. And we have already opened up those requisitions to hire behind those immediately. So there are, even though all of our positions that we have recommended for deletion are vacant, we continue to have vacancies. We will continue to have those vacancies, but there are some that we absolutely have to move forward because of the staffing that you talked about and the workload.
Yeah, and I, again, just remain concerned about how that we don't thin out our frontline staff to the detriment of our work, which I know you're very cognizant of. But that's also information that would be helpful to me, and not speak on behalf of the board, but I would appreciate any approach or thoughts that you have. Like you said, you plan out a year or two in advance. It'd be helpful to understand how that plays into the budget process.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yes, no, thank you so much. I just want to say that, your department's work is with people impacted by our justice system, of trying to support those justice-involved individuals to successfully transitioning from the justice institutions back to a community through rehabilitation, stability, and access to services. And again, thank you so much for your great work, and thanks for staying so late tonight. That's all I have. Thanks. Okay, then moving next to the
Thank you.
item. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Nick. The next item is 13. And this is the part I'm going to ask to see what items would you like to talk about on 13, which is relating to the Housing, Land Use, and Environmental Transportation Hewlett Committee. Yes, Supervisor Abakuga.
Item D, please.
13D,
D or B?
D as in dog.
D is in dog. Okay,
13A.
13A, Supervisor Ellenberg. Nothing addition. And I don't have any addition as well. I do not see the Vice President. I think she might be actually eating in the back. But in any case, we could certainly start with 13A first, and if she comes back, we could see if we might have to add an item. How's that? That works? Let's keep it moving. Okay, 13A.
A is the Office of Supportive Housing. We're happy to answer questions.
Yes, I believe so. Young.
Yes, thank you. KJ, Hillary, thank you so much. You've also been here since the early morning. Dame, I see you back there too. Shout out to the folks sharing the same schedule. I know this is a year when tough choices need to be made around funding, and I hope, though, that this board can maintain our commitment to the Foster Youth to Independence program. I see that it's not being abandoned, just moved, but it's being moved with zero corresponding budget appropriations, so I'm feeling a bit anxious about how robustly it will be embraced in its new home. So maybe I missed something. Really would like to understand what the appropriation or the budget is for this program, the fiscal plans for it. And I would like to ask, I'll start there. I'll pause there first.
Thank you, KJ Kaminsky, Director for the Office of Supportive Housing. So the FYI program includes both housing vouchers and the supportive services. The housing vouchers are HUD funded and provided through the Housing Authority, and will continue in that model. The OSH has provided the supportive services because we had initially planned for those referrals to come through our coordinated entry system. They currently are not. They're coming through DFCS, and which is why we're proposing to transition the program to SSA. SSA has indicated that they will be able to maintain the level of supportive services with other existing funding.
Thank you, KJ. I'd like to ask for a report on its integration to come to the Children, Seniors, and Families Committee before the end of the calendar year, to brief the committee on the status of the migration of the program. My next question is about the integration of EAN services into the existing homeless prevention service structure. So EAN services into the existing HPS structure, but if you could share, what is the practical implication of this integration for the EANs and the clients? And to be more pointed, at the end of a long day, what can we expect in terms of gains or service levels for the 243 households that are current clients?
Thank you for the question. Our goal with this proposal was to focus county investments in our homelessness prevention system, which is, as you know, is our evidence-based model, the first evidence-based model in the nation.
That's gone national.
It has.
Yeah.
And, we also know that we don't have enough prevention resources to meet the needs of everybody who is requesting assistance right now. So the goal and gains here are to align our limited county resources to the model that we know is serving those who are most at risk of homelessness, based on the evidence and the data that we have seen through that study that we conducted. 6 of the 7 providers are homelessness prevention system providers as well, and we met with the emergency assistance network agencies, as well as the HPS network coordinator, Sacred Heart, to discuss this transition prior to this meeting, and we'll continue to meet with them to work to maintain the current capacity of our overall prevention services within the HPS model. So we're currently working to do that. For those who don't qualify for HPS, there are other community resources also available, such as the Seasons of Sharing and other programs.
Thank you, KJ. We've been discussing integration throughout the day's agenda, and it's what I'm hearing is this is an opportunity to be able to just more holistically serve our EAN families who are already being served by the same organizations for HPS services.
Yes, and to focus the resources on those who are most at risk of homelessness.
Thank you, KJ. And there was a line in the recommended budget. I know that we're looking at all opportunities for revenue, and just curious to know who pays for the proposed loan origination fee of 1%.
The proposal would be that the developers would pay for the loan origination fee.
I'm not mad at that. All right. Well, thank you so much. Those are my questions.
Thank you. So we just finished with 13A, and Vice President, I believe you have 13C, correct?
Yes, sir. This is for the Department of Parks and Recreation. So I wanted to see if I could receive some additional information on how we can receive more information on forest management, cattle grazing, fire detection systems, and augment invasive plant management budget. How is that going to be supported through the increases in the allocations? Oh, I'm sorry. Should I repeat the question? I'm sorry. Please. Oh, sorry about that. So I wanted to see if we can receive more information on how forest management, cattle grazing, fire detection systems, and augment invasive plant management budget will be supported through these increases in allocations.
Good evening. Todd Lofgren, Director, Santa Clara County Parks. Thanks for having me. So I can just give you it's part of our overall multifaceted approach to wildfire prevention at county parks. So the Forest Health and Land Management Plan is different ways of how we provide defensible space, use restoration of native plants, our cattle grazing program, which over 19,000 acres of our county property of 55,000 acres is grazed by cattle. We also provide grazing for goats on 150 acres of our county property. All of this is reducing the fuel reduction on county parks. So wild prevention efforts to ensure that we don't have catastrophic wildfires. In addition, there's a prescribed fire program with CAL FIRE and Santa Clara County Fire, where we conduct pile burns and prescribed burns throughout the year.
Can I ask you a little bit about the cattle grazing? Because I did hear some concerns about the cost that folks have to pay us to have their cattle graze on our land.
Right.
Which seems a little backwards to me. Like, wait a minute, you're paying us so that we can manage and manage our fire risks here.
Right.
Some of the farmers out, obviously in my district, the Cattlemen's Association, to be specific, was concerned about the increase in fees over time.
Sure, I could talk a little bit about that.
Yeah.
So we have 8 different cattle grazers. They're important partners for us. As I mentioned, we're looking for the win-win solution for both. So that's of the utmost importance. They go out through a request for proposal process. And so we have contracts with all of them. And it's based on how much a cow consumes on a monthly basis. That's how they're charged. And the contract, the way it was set up was based on the market price that they would get on that cattle. So that's why there's been an incremental increase over the past few years because of the increasing prices of beef. And so that's how the price has been calculated. You're right, our motivation is not really about revenue. It's about just having a fair contract with them. We collect about $175,000 a year in revenue, so it's relatively small when we're investing actually millions of dollars in water infrastructure and new fencing that complements their grazing operations. So we really are looking for the kind of win-win relationship with them. And so by all means, want feedback from them to make sure they're successful, because if
That
they
would be
weren't,
great.
they weren't continuing to do their operations, that
Yeah.
would be bad for us.
Yeah, I think what I heard you say and they say is something different, because some of the mending fences was on them to do and not on us to do, right? So that's left on them to
So the-
complete.
So they do have in their contracts to make some improvements, but we also have the discretion to go above and beyond that. And so that is what we're doing in this budget, recommending actually making new fencing in different locations around the county and the parks to make sure that they can operate there.
Wonderful. Love to see maybe offline what that 29,000 where it will go, and if it'll help facilitate some of these folks who have a smaller scale cattle, I don't know, size. Because I know that the Cattlemen's Association is relatively smaller. And even though you have a kind of a standard way of valuing their cattle, they might not be at the same level as other folks who have more cattle, can sell at a higher price than maybe some of the ones that are, kind of sell to the mom and pop shops versus some of the bigger, I don't know, Lucky's or Safeway, wherever they sell cattle to. I just hope that you can maybe make a difference in terms of the tiers and in terms of the different cattle amounts, just so that we can continue to have some of these local groups take advantage of, and it could be a reciprocity. Obviously, it's beneficial to them as much as it is to us, right? Thank you. And I think that was it for me. I love seeing some of the investments that are happening in my district. I really appreciate it. Obviously, I have a lot of regional parks, so it's not that I'm especially in any particular way. We just happen to have more parks out in our area, so I appreciate the investment. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Thanks. Good job. And then going to 13D. Yes, Supervisor Bikoga.
Yes, thank you. This was in regards to the Agriculture In-Source Grant Management and Agricultural Liaison Services item under 13D. And we've talked extensively about this program through the Hewlett Committee, and we've heard a lot of support from our agricultural community for this agricultural liaison position as currently funded because of its important role in bridging the gap between the county and the stakeholders for local agriculture. And this connection, I think, is going to be increasingly important in the next year as we move forward with the rural zoning amendments to preserve our ag land. And so I just had some questions or just concerns about this change and how we'll be able to maintain these relationships and ensure that our farmers and ag tourism businesses continue to have guidance and input in the process.
Supervisor, we're tracking a revised recommendation to restore this and offset it with a cut somewhere else. So
Oh, okay.
that should resolve that issue.
Okay, great. Thank you. That was my question.
All right, thank you. Vice President.
Thank you, and thank you, Supervisor Abicoga. I had the same question. I had a level of assurance that we were going to see something different in this budget, and so that's what I'm hearing you say, James. It means quite a bit to our farmers out in our area, and I'd love to see how we can have the UCC program be integrated into our Office of Economic Development and be joint partners there as well, because there's so much overlap. So I think we can really maximize and leverage the investment that we put there, not only just for farmer support, but really to advance the Office of Economic Development goals. So that was it about that one, and I just wanted to thank you for your attention to this.
Absolutely.
Okay, I believe 13D is the last item for tonight. Am I right, Curtis?
We have item
13D, I believe, is the last one under 13, but we have 14 still.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
So
Yes.
Item 14 is just the attachments of the first 8 requests for information. Obviously, there have been a number of additional requests made during the workshops, but also in the last several days preceding the workshops, and those will be provided on a rolling basis to the board, and all of them will be once again posted and made available at the beginning of the budget hearings in June. But there's no action needed
Okay.
on 14.
All right. So if that's the case, I believe we're on 15, which is recessed to Wednesday, May 13th at 1:30 p.m. here. Yay. And let record state this 8:12 p.m. Thank you.